Oh my goodness. Are you guys hype as fuck? Look, watch this. Oh my god. Oh my god. I finally got my merch samples, guys. Look at how cute. I have so many shirts now. I'll start wearing them over the next few days. Look at this guy. Hold on. Look at how cute my dude is. Look at him. And there's little sparkles on the shirt. How cute. How cute is this? And, hold on. I know you guys are thinking, but Destiny. Actually, I just woke up. I can't think of anything clever. Look at these two though. Look how cute this is. Oh. Wow. Wow. How adorable. Wondering if the shirt will crunch up. Crunch up? What does that mean? There's a whole bunch of other. One thing that I really like is I'm not gonna show everything right now, but for the little DGGL guy, it's embroidered in a lot of the clothing, so you don't have to worry about it like fading out. Look at how cute this guy is. Oh, look at this. Look at him. Look at how cute he is. I don't know if you can see that it's. You can kind of see. Will the camera focus? Look at the dude. Aww. I think the plushies are still.
Obama.
I think we're waiting on samples or something. I don't know. Asking you.
When does the dandruff shirt go live?
Is there shipping to Europe? I have no idea. I would imagine so. I would hope so. I like the light blue. Yeah, apparently the baby blue was like a misprint, or it wasn't supposed to be, but I don't know. I think the baby blue color looks cute. Are the shirts tall person compatible? I don't fucking know. I don't know what the fuck that even means. Past 12 hours, she's gone even more insane. Hold on, I need to eat. Simply objecting to a retweet of a sexist joke in a colleague bullying leads to this. Oh, she's just like, now she's going for every single tweet about her on the internet. Oh, and she's made it so only she can reply. Nice job. Good job. Wow, she's really going hard. Holy shit. She's been tweeting about this for days. Matt Walsh's Team Convo yet? No, but I think what I'm gonna do is, because I don't think I can watch the thing on YouTube. I'll get copyright struck. I think we can watch. We could just watch the whole thing on Cozy though. I might do that. Need to chop.
You know who we're chopping down.
Some Korean. Doesn't matter. Think about.
Need to chop. Wait, I think I've... Am I crazy? Is this game on mobile? I feel like I downloaded this game for my phone once. It was fucking horrible. Did they make a different version for PC, or does it just look similar? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Why? I don't understand the meme of why people call Seinfeld, oh, it's a show about nothing. It's a show about nothing. It's a show. I feel like some Redditor said that one time and everybody repeats it. I mean, like, technically, isn't every single show about nothing, technically? Like, every sitcom? It's not like sitcoms are, like, advancing a plot or anything. Isn't it usually just shows about nothing? Like, I've never understood that. It's a reference from the pilot. Okay. I think Seinfeld did it to themselves.
Another testimonial for you. Yesterday, you told the journalist people from the center-right say they appreciate listening to a rational progressive. As a center-right, I'll take it a step further and say a rational person on either side is nice.
Yeah, but there are no rational conservatives, so... Whoa!
They were raised by...
Hi, so today is our 10-year anniversary. Technically, I did break up with you like 2 years ago, so I don't know if it counts. But 10 years ago, Overly Attached Girlfriend became a thing. It's been a third of my life now, so I wanted to sort of celebrate it in a way and make a video. I thought about doing a video in character as the Overly Attached Girlfriend, but I don't know. I mean, like, you wouldn't want to do that, would you? Are we still doing that shit? I mean, not technically, no, but I'm just saying our 15 minutes was up like a decade ago. Oh, no. See, every time the 15 minutes runs out, you can just restart it. I've been doing it for 10 years. That actually explains a lot. Okay, has Overly Attached Girlfriend become self-aware now? I don't know, did you? Okay, well, happy 10 years.
I wanted to do this whole like idea so where my fans would basically take my song Boyfriend and make it into kind of their own girlfriend version. So make your own version.
Didn't say Simon Says.
Your review, you probably already answered this, but what is the best hot chocolate?
I like Starbucks and Dunkin' Donuts hot chocolate right now, okay?
This is going to take some time. Everything's very dirty. You have grime under the taps. That's very nasty. The state of the bathroom is shameful. And the dust. Oh, the dust.
The place isn't that dusty!
And I pronounce you Madam.
Spoiler alert.
What's the film about? What's it really about? What's genre?
This fucking movie.
What, like the spine?
The spine.
Like one sentence? Like
No, I don't fucking Boy Meets Girl. I don't give a shit about that. Fuck Boy Meets Girl. Fuck Motorcycle Movie. No, what is really being said? What's really being said? That's what we're talking about. Because the whole idea, man, is subversion. You want subversion on a massive level. You know what one of the greatest fucking scripts ever written in the history of Hollywood is?
What?
Top Gun.
Oh, come on.
Top Gun is fucking great. What is Top Gun? You think it's a story about a bunch of fighter pilots?
Yeah, it's about a bunch of guys waving their dicks around.
It is a story about a man's struggle with his own homosexuality. That's serious. That is what Top Gun is about, man. You've got Maverick, all right? He's on the edge, man. He's right on the fucking line, all right? And you've got Iceman and all his crew.
Right.
They're gay. They represent the gay man,
right.
All right? And they're saying, go the gay way, go the gay way. He could go both ways.
What about Kelly McGillis? Right?
Kelly McGillis, she's heterosexuality. She's saying, no. Go the normal way. Play by the rules, go the normal way. And they're saying, no, go the gay way. Be the gay way. Go for the gay way. All right, that is what's going on throughout that whole movie. He goes to her house, right? All right, it looks like they're gonna have sex. You know, they're just kind of sitting back. He's taking a shower and everything. They don't have sex. He gets on the motorcycle, drives away. She's like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on here?
Right.
Next scene you see her. She's in the elevator. She is dressed like a guy. She's got the cap on. She's got the aviator glasses. She's wearing the same jacket that the Iceman wears. She is, okay, this is how I gotta get this guy. This guy's going towards the gay way. So I gotta bring him back. I gotta bring him back from the gay way. So I'm gonna do that through subterfuge. I'm gonna dress like a man. All right? That is how she approaches it. But the real ending of the movie is when they fight the MIGs at the end. All right? Because he has passed over into the gay way. They are this gay fighting fucking force. All right? And they're beating the Russians. The gays are beating the Russians. All right? And it's over. And they fucking land. And Iceman's been trying to get Maverick the entire time. Finally, he's got him. All right? And what is the last fucking line that they have together? They're all hugging and kissing and happy with each other. And Ice comes at the Maverick and he says, man, you can ride my tail anytime. And what does Maverick say? Maverick, you can ride my sword fight! Sword fight! Sword fight! Fucking it, man!
True. Okay, I'm done eating. All right.
Be sus just because of like who was involved in like it was like the oil industry and they were like trying to. There's a lot of sus stuff.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that guy. All right. Dave Weagle. Is that the name of the guy that got suspended? Oh, wait, this is in January. Oh. Who might read this? God, this lady is so fucking crazy. I hate all of you so much. It's your guys' fault. I actually hate how fucking mentally ill, attention-seeking fucking lunatics like this are so empowered now. Like, Felicia would have been an A+ internet asshole 10 years ago, 20 years ago for sure, which is great. We need people that are big-ass fucking bullies online. I like it. It's fun to bully people. It's fun. It's fun to be a piece of shit. But back then, that's what we all saw ourselves as. We weren't like moral crusaders on some fucking holy war. We were just assholes and pieces of shit that bullied the fuck out of each other online, which is fine. It was fun. It was good times. But these people feel like they have a divine right from God to destroy people's lives. It's so much different now. Like 20 years ago, Felicia would just be another internet asshole trying to bully people. It's so gross. Jesus. I wonder if I could get Jesse on. It would just be a circle jerk. That Jesse Signal guy, I wonder if I could get him on to talk about this WAPO shit. We would agree on everything, probably. It's actually insane, dude. She's unhinged. Oh, I can't. She's blocked me on that account, so I have to click my shit over here. All right. I have long considered Dave a good friend as well. It's painful and confusing when friends say and do things that are wrong. It makes it even more uncomfortable to call them out, even though it's necessary to do so. It wasn't necessary. It's not necessary, bro. You're just high on that fucking social clout.
Obama. 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 Obama too. Obama. 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 Obama.
I'm actually so triggered. Okay. I'm not that triggered. I'm still waking up. That's not true. I can't believe a joke like that. I mean, like, it's pretty dumb. We can all agree that the guy was pretty dumb to retweet this on his official WAPO account, for sure. Like, he deserved a reprimand. Like, his boss emailing him would be like, bro, are you a fucking moron? Why the fuck would you tweet this in your account? I could totally buy that. Whether it's like a verbal warning or some written notification, like, dude, don't be a dumb fuck on your Twitter. 100%. A month suspension without pay? And your name dragged through the mud, though, on Twitter for weeks? Probably not weeks, but... Here's something else to be angry at? Why the fuck would I be angry at this? Bro, the EU is awesome. USB-C will be mandatory for phones sold in the EU by autumn 2024. Why would I be mad about this? This would be base as fuck. Let me just charge everything with USB-C. Make it legal. Fuck it, dude. Hello. If you are speaking, your microphone is not... Oh, now I can hear you. Oh, hey, how's it going? We got video and everything. 1 second. Can you speak for me so I can see if I can hear you?
Hey, Destiny. You there?
Yeah. Wait, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello, hello?
Hey, man. I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't think you can hear me.
Can you hear me? Let me see. Let me see if I can make sure.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, but I don't think he... Can you hear me? I can hear you, but I don't think you. Oh, well, see ya. Easy. Replies are open here. Like, and she has me blocked. I can't reply to anything.
Destiny, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello, hello?
1 second, please. Can you hear me?
Hello, hello.
Hold on a second. Let me see if it's set up. 1 second. 1 second. Al? Can you hear us, Destiny?
Can you hear me? Hello, hello.
What do you have? Show me where the thing goes here. All right, where do I go? Where do I go? I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Test. Well, read. I can hear you. Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. I can hear you guys just fine. I think you need to change the output device in the Discord settings.
Let me get it. Sorry, Destiny.
Wait, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, cool. Yeah, okay, I can hear you loud and clear. What's up?
How's it going, man?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Oh, good. Thank you. Excuse me. Well, I'm trying to see if I can turn you up.
Testing, testing. Am I loud enough, or how does it sound?
I just want to turn you up a little bit here.
I can scream if that makes it easier.
I'm sorry, I'm not a frequent Discord user, so that's the reason. I can hear you fine now. How's it going?
I'm doing great. How you doing? Wait, can you hear me? Hello, hello?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Wait, are you listening to me, or do you have the stream on in the background? You can hear me in Discord, right?
I'm listening to you on Discord.
Okay, okay.
Is
Gotcha.
there a problem?
Just making sure. Nope, just making sure. All right. How you doing today?
I'm good. I'm good. How's it going?
Pretty good, pretty good. So, do you want to introduce yourself, I guess, so people know who you are and all that?
Yeah, how's it going? I'm Cameron Tusi. My field of specialty in law is business and intellectual property, and I also do a lot of litigation. So my law firm is Integrated Professional Law Leaders, IP law leaders. It's kind of a little bit of a play on words there. I'm also general counsel of one of the leading medical diagnostics companies. So I've been in this field for many years. Probably know quite a bit about, IP patents in particular. I thought that you might be interested in some of the subjects of what's going on these days.
Gotcha. And then so you said your son was a fan of mine and made you watch a couple of my things, and apparently...
He's a big fan of yours, and he knows more about political science than I do. And and he says he gets all his knowledge from you. So
well,
it's pretty impressive because he knows more than I do,
Gotcha. Just tell him to be careful with that. Was there, when you emailed me, was there like a particular thing you wanted to chat about, or... Normally, I guess technically, usually the format of my stuff is people come on because they have like a particular thing they want to go over. But if not, I guess we can kind of just bounce around a couple topics.
Yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about sort of what's going on in the world of patents over the last 20 years or so, because I think the little guy has been really hurt, you might say kind of injured as compared to big companies.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really been done by both, if you're into politics, both the left and the right. Probably a little bit more by the left than the right, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
So, I thought that might be kind of an interesting subject to go over with you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, do you want to start, or do you want me to? I guess when I think of patents, when I think of any type of like government regulation, the ability for large companies, for regulatory capture, feels like it's always going to be bigger. So it's like by default going to, I guess, favor larger corporations. What do you think something has like changed substantially over the past like 15 years, or what do you think?
Yeah, it changed substantially. So let me just give you a little bit of a background on patent law.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people think it's kind of like the sport of kings, which I've never really liked that view of it. It should be there to protect the little guy as much as the big guy.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact of it is that it requires a lot of money to get into patents. Both in terms of paying your attorney and then paying the various kinds of fees you have at the patent office. And if you have to enforce it, what you're really doing is, let's say that, you've got a patent for your company on some particular thing, could be something you put your life work into. And if you got patent protection and you think that, somebody cannot knock you off, you might be very mistaken, especially these days. Because there was some legislation passed called the American Invents Act under President Obama in 2012. Yes, by the way, I have voted for Obama, and I'm a Democrat myself, just so you know where my own leanings are.
Sure.
But what happened with the American Invents Act is really kind of screwed the little guy. And I have, as you might imagine, I have to use it if I represent a big corporation against a small versus big.
Mm-hmm.
But when I left a big corporation, a big law firm years ago, to form my own, I was really doing it so that I could protect, more of, entrepreneurs, startups, people that really kind of need a break.
Sure.
And it was also, I thought of it as
to you
an
via
economic
VPAC a couple
opportunity
years
for
ago
myself
and have
as
been
well, right? Because there has been, like traditionally in the world of patents, if you do it on a contingent fee basis, then you can represent the little guy. You get a cut of the profits, etc. Mm-hmm. Everybody gets basically rewarded in that respect. But what happened was that for a lot of big tech, I would say big tech, not small tech, and I'm not just talking Silicon Valley, just around the country, mm-hmm. but especially big tech in Silicon Valley, and who the big players are. They were tired of a lot of lawsuits being brought by them, and so they created this kind of like a patent troll narrative. That have you heard the term patent troll at all, Destiny?
Yeah, I've heard it used in a few ways. I guess like when people talk about it, it's generally this idea that you kind of have these, they're kind of frivolous lawsuits, but you can tie a smaller company up with so much litigation that realistically they have no choice but to acquiesce to whatever your demands are, right?
Exactly. So what you're saying is exactly the way that it's been marketed. If you have a patent and somebody refuses to take a license to it, the only choice you have, because we don't have a compulsory license, the government does not get involved. There is no criminal provision like you have in copyrights. You don't have a compulsory provision like in copyrights. The only thing you can do is file suit against them. So if someone files a suit against you for a patent, somebody refuses to take a license, which is basically the right to infringe. Mm-hmm. If they do that, then, you don't have any choice but to bring a lawsuit. So just because you're suing on a patent does not make it, bad or have any of this kind of derogatory terms expressed to it. The other thing you should know, Destiny, is like if I have patents, it has an independent economic value associated with it, mm-hmm. right? It's a fungible economic aspect, commodity. Probably
sure.
the best
Something that can be bought and sold among other people, right?
Exactly. So let's say patents are just an asset that I have. So let's say my company goes defunct. Those patents have value. That's the reason investors want to invest in your company, mm-hmm. because they have a separate value for you than the company by itself. And that's how it's always been. Now, what happened was a lot of companies came along. Patent trolls is a negative way of saying it. The more positive way is, I guess, a patent assertion entity or even a non-practicing entity. Okay?
So this is sounding like a company whose sole purpose is literally to just collect patents, right? To buy and sell patents or to license.
They collect patents, mm-hmm. and that's their business model is to collect patents and then make money off of it. Now the thing is, they're not necessarily bad because if you think about it, that small inventor, there's no way on God's green earth they're going to be able to afford to force somebody to take a license or pay for patent litigation. It costs millions of dollars to do a patent litigation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the only way that they can't possibly do it is to join basically a contingent fee lawyer, and that's what these companies do. They basically bring the contingent fee lawyers together with the the owners of the IP.
Sure.
i.e. the patent
Although
holders.
so is this where you come in? Is this what you do? Are you? Is that like are you your law firm? Are you somebody that represents basically a collection of patents for your company, or?
Well, let's just put it this way. I represent clients. So I've represented large corporations. I've represented small corporations. I tend to represent more the little guy.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times the little guy just cannot afford to get into this business on their own. See, one of the things that if I work with a non-practicing entity, one of the benefits for me, let's say I'm asserting a patent, okay?
Yeah.
Because I have plenty of cases where I've defended patents, right? We do both. I'm a lawyer, right? So if I am representing, let's say the little guy, and they want to assert a patent where they can't afford to, et cetera, what they've done is they've given some ownership rights to it, for example, to a non-practicing entity, i.e. patent troll. Patent troll comes along and hires contingent fee lawyers like us, for example. And it says, typically they'll say something like, well, we will pay for the expenses in advance, so you don't have to worry about that. Plus, the other thing is, sorry to say it this way, but it's kind of like they're more of a rational player. Do you know what I mean? If you ever dealt with like individual inventors, sometimes they're like...
They're inventors, they're not business people, right? I work in entertainment, so I'm aware of...
Yeah. They think that patent, is the most important thing, which is great, but you have to deal with somebody who's sort of dealing you at an arm's length, kind of a business relationship, so they understand what's realistic. Because everybody always comes and says, well, my patent is worth $1 trillion easily. Like, really?
Sure.
When you really come down to it, it might be, $100,000, $500,000, something like that, realistically, depending on what the infringement is by the products.
Sure.
Okay? And so what happened with the American Invents Act, which is where I kind of started this thing, is that AIA came along because there was a lot of pressure, a lot of lobbying that was done to kill basically patent trolls, especially litigations that were being brought in the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Texas. And ED Texas became kind of famous as a place to go to. They created a very kind of a patent-friendly forum, et cetera. I have litigated cases there, both offensively and defensively, and I can tell you it's just that the quality of judges are good. But the juries do like, they like ownership of rights, and they respect inventors.
Sure.
So if you're a big corporation, you may not like to be in that forum.
Yeah, it makes sense. You don't want to get sued by a little guy or have to sue a little guy where the jury is kind of preferential towards like the inventor, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so what the American Invents Act did was they came along and it created something called the Inter Parties Review. It was basically kind of a rehashing of inter parties reexamination, but basically it's a mini litigation that you can do with the patent office in order to invalidate a patent. Okay, so the only trouble is you can bring an unlimited number of these. Now, how do you think that you invalidate a patent? You go find references that show that patent, and you combine them together in a way that says that shows that your patent would have been obvious. Okay.
Gotcha. Wait, can you explain that? So the way that you invalidate a patent is by showing that whatever they've tried to patent isn't something basically worth patenting because either somebody else would have discovered it or it's too obvious or something too. Can you explain that?
Yes. Exactly.
Okay.
So, and the main statutes are that you have to, under Section 102 of 35 USC, it has to be novelty, meaning that's when your patent claim is distinguishable as novel or different than, let's say, one single reference. That reference it could be an article, it could be a patent, anybody who's teaching or showing your invention previously.
Gotcha.
Okay, that's before you. But the more important section really is Section 103, which is about obviousness. That means that you took two references or more and combined them together to show that, hey, your invention would have, it was obvious.
Okay.
Okay. Now, the only thing that's problematic about obviousness is that, one person's obviousness is another person's, if it's obvious to one person, another person may think that it's, genius.
Sure.
You know, did you ever see the movie Flash of Genius?
I haven't, but like I've heard of a lot of people way back in the day. People would argue about a lot of the early features. I think that Apple tried to patent on their iPhones, and people were like, "Is a click wheel really like? Can you patent something like that?" I know there were a lot of discussions early on. At least I remember about stuff like that, like what could be patented. So,
well, there was this movie called Flash of Genius by Greg Kinnear, I think was the actor. And it was about this movie, Destiny was, I guess not that many people saw it, but it was basically about this guy who invented the intermittent windshield wiper. You know,
okay,
like
gotcha.
in the old days, like you'd be sitting around your friends and somebody's like, you know, I thought of that first. I could have been a zillionaire. Well, this guy actually did invent it, you know, and then he sued all the car manufacturers for it. What he actually did was he took, you know, essentially he took a like a windshield wiper and he combined it with a dimmer switch so that it could sort of you could sort of impact how slowly or fast the thing moves.
Gotcha.
And he had a lot of problems, as you can imagine, because he's going against all the big car makers. This was many years ago. I actually worked for a law firm, Lane Aiken and McCann. Mr. Dick Aiken had represented him, did his patents for him, and his son actually works with me now. I think. That's Andy Aiken. I think Andy even represented the family when they were making a movie or something, but that's neither here nor there. It's essentially this guy had a really tough road ahead of it for him. And there was a scene, I think, that sort of explains obviousness very well when he's in front of the jury, you know, and he's like representing himself as a lawyer. And the people who are trying to invalidate his patent for Ford Motor Company or something, the guy gets up and says, look, he didn't invent a transistor. That was already known. He didn't invent capacitors or these other things. None of those were invented by him. And so what Kearns does is he hands a book to the guy, you know, A Tale of Two Cities, you know, and then he says, you know, read the first two lines. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. And then he talks to this guy, you know, expert witness, and he says to him that, what about the first word, if? Was that known in the English language or not, you know, when Dickens wrote his book? And he goes through word after word, and what his point actually is that, you know, all the words were known. It's just a way of combining old things together that makes something, you know, an invention new.
Sure.
And so the question really becomes, at what point is something really new? You know, does it pass that obviousness muster? So getting back to the American Invents Act, what is done is big corporations, as soon as you sue them, they bring an IPR proceeding to try to invalidate your patent by the patent office, the same people who gave it to you in the first place. Okay. And they find references and they try to combine them together and try to convince the judges that you shouldn't get a patent. Okay. Now, like I said, I'm a lawyer. You know, I have been on both sides of IPRs. But I can tell you, if you sort of put a bunch of people in a room and tell them to try to invalidate something, they can, you know, readily find a way to do it if you give a lot of different references and et cetera to them. Because, you know, especially if you don't have a good objective way of determining, you know, what exactly are the rules that I follow for it.
Sure.
Right. And then this objectivity, you know, the Supreme Court gets involved here because the Federal Circuit, I don't know how much you want me to get into that, but the thing is, it's like this. Let me just put it this way: the Supreme Court, over the years, as over and over again, every single opportunity that it has gone sort of against the small inventor. You know, and it's been to benefit big corporations.
Yeah, like in what way? What do you mean by that?
Well, like we were talking about this objective test, right? The way that it goes in terms of rank of who has the determination of you know, who basically has the power with respect to, let's say, your IP. The Patent Office issues this is down here. Okay. Above that is the district court level, where you bring a lawsuit. Above that is the Federal Circuit. 1983, the Federal Circuit is a court of appeals for this Federal Circuit. It is a single court where all appeals go. Okay. For patents. It was done that way by design in 1983 to strengthen patents, because otherwise you do a lot of form shopping and you go to all these different jurisdictions.
Yeah, you don't want people going
above
to
that is the
courts
Supreme Court
to get federal rulings, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So above that's the Supreme Court. Now, since the 1952 Patent Act, the Supreme Court never ever got involved in patents, right? Well, just about very rarely. And it admitted that it didn't really know much about patents. So the expertise was left up to this court. And over the years, that court, created an objective test, getting back to what I was talking about, an objective test for what's obvious and what's not. And in one swoop, in this KSR decision, KSR International decision, which was written by Thomas, and it was a majority view, I think it was written by Thomas. But in any case, it basically threw out the entire test. That for all those years, it took the patent office, the patent office was applying it. It took all those years for the Federal Circuit to try to basically, force this test. All the lawyers knew it, et cetera. And it basically just threw a monkey wrench in the whole thing. I mean, literally. So that's just one example.
So when you say getting rid of tests, are you talking about specifically like the test for like novelty to see if there's like a new idea that's been created?
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, exactly. Like novelty, obviousness, right? This was a test for obviousness.
So my question, I guess, would be like how, because if you say something like, oh, they made a test that, or they made a ruling that favored like litigants versus defendants, I could understand that, or plaintiffs versus defendants, I can understand that. But how did it specifically favor just, you were saying it favors large bodies or large corporations instead of smaller ones. Why is that? Or why would you say that?
Well, I guess what I'm leaving out is that patents really favor small companies versus large ones. If you're a big corporation, you don't really need it. And you already have the market share. It's more of a danger to you if the smaller companies or whoever has a lower market share has it than you do. And a patent that they hold basically would read on your market share more significantly than anything you could hold on theirs because they're tinier than you are, right? So in general, if you do something to support patents, you're really helping the smaller innovators and the technology companies.
Do you think, could there be an argument that patents are... So you're saying that patents favor smaller companies because people with smaller market shares can encroach essentially on your market share. Could you argue that patents might be necessary for larger companies so that like investment is encouraged? So like, for instance, like let's say that I'm a really large company and I can afford to do a ton of capital investment into certain types of R&D processes. It might be the case that like the marginal cost of producing something is very, very, very low, but the initial R&D is really high. In that case, couldn't it be argued that like the patent is kind of protecting the larger company because a smaller player could just move in and copy your manufacturing if you didn't have the patent to protect that initial capital R&D?
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. And you have to sort of, at this point, sort of segregate between high tech versus biotech and pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, because I was thinking pharmaceuticals, where like the cost of making a pill might be really cheap, but the initial R&D is absurdly high when we talk about like trials for the FDA.
Yeah, it's huge. And then to get FDA approval, you're talking billions of dollars. So every single minute really counts and matters. For a tech company, the software is changing so quickly that, you really, that 20 years of protection, if you really are using it in 20 years from now, that's real rarity.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a few years you need it. But everybody's kind of in this same bucket. You know what I mean? That's something, it's like they're as a matter of fact, I think the main reason the patents have been able to, survive to some degree or is because the pharmaceuticals they have their lobbying power too, and that goes against big tech. So,
okay, what would you change, I guess, if you had the ability to? Like, what do you think? I mean, it seems like you have some grievances. What would you change right now in terms of how patents are done in the United States if you had the ability to wave a wand and do anything?
Well, what's happened here is, let me just sort of scope out the problem a little bit.
Yeah.
And why this legislation and a lot of these SCOTUS opinions, Supreme Court opinions, the reason for them is because they've seen this big, what they perceive as a big mushrooming of patent litigations. To be honest with you, it really has not mushroomed more than you would expect based on a trajectory, and it has not been a really big cost, but it's just been that patent troll narrative has just, it ran around like crazy. And every technology person had an easy platform on any tech magazine you wanted to, and Google was more than happy to display it. that attacks, patent trolls. Who could hate, who's more detestable than somebody who sues people for a living, I mean, it's a really easy one. It's like they did with that McDonald's lady, who got burned. There was a real story there that she got burned, but they used that. It was used as a marketing ploy to basically decimate, anybody who wanted to bring like a plaintiff's suit.
Sure.
I'm saying there's a reason for it.
Misquoted like court cases of all time, because I remember hearing about that in high school, that it was just some crazy greedy lady that got her hand burned and wanted to, sue McDonald's. But when you see like the pictures and her original ask, it's a far different story, right? All of a sudden her side looks a lot more reasonable. I want to ask for clarification. When you say when you're using patent troll, are you referring to like the type of work that your firm does, or are you referring to these patent holding companies that just buy and sell patents? What are you specifically referring to there?
Well, with the patent troll, I'm referring to a patent holding company that hires the lawyers.
Gotcha.
But what's happened is, there was so much marketing that went into this that the term patent troll has basically at some point became synonymous with anybody who wants to enforce patents.
Anybody wants to, yeah.
Originally, it was supposed to be you just buy patents, you don't have any real business, you don't do anything in terms of the business, and you're just a nasty blight on society. But in reality, you might be the only person that helps that inventor or startup company if they've got issues, because really no one else is there to support them. That never ever got played out because it doesn't benefit the people with a lot of money and lobbying power, et cetera, to get that message out. That's why a lot of people, by the way, patent troll was nicknamed after, do you know the history of that, the term or anything like that? I have
no idea where it comes from. No, I'm not sure.
It's like, there's this guy named Ray Nairo, okay? I knew him well. I was at Samsung Electronics many years ago, like over 2 decades ago, as a director of licensing for the telecom division.
Okay.
And we had lots of lawsuits, and they were typically by Ray Nairo, because he would find independent inventors and, bring suits against us and everyone else.
Okay.
And it just so happened that he was like classmates with the general counsel, who's my boss, and they had this kind of rivalry. Both of them passed away in 2016, by the way.
Okay.
But what happened was, here I was, fairly new, and I was scared to death that there was gonna be some $300 million jury verdict that would be blamed on me, and guess who would lose his job first? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I was terrified of Ray Nairo, but when I left, I learned, I became friends with the guy actually, and it's like he's just a very good lawyer. He was. And he was kind of a trendsetter in the field because, he was good at like capturing the stories of inventors, et cetera. And I actually, I reached out to him. I got representation for him, and we had opportunities to work together, et cetera. So he was no longer the big bad wolf anymore, and I got to sort of know who he was. But Intel got really pissed off, apparently, this is the way the story goes, that Ray Nairo kept suing them. So what they did was they spoke internally about, what should we, how should we label this person? Should it be like patent terrorist? And terrorist was decided to be too much of a strong term, so they came down to troll.
Okay.
And then so all of a sudden, this caught on, patent troll. And what's hilarious is I remember Ray sending me a big packet of materials where he's totally showing off that, hey, guess what? They're calling me a patent troll now. Yeah. I'm the original patent troll. But by the time, after years of it, I think he got sick and tired of it because
I can imagine. Yeah.
That's to the point where, and it injures you because everybody sees you as a monster and all this kind of stuff. Meanwhile, the way he saw himself was, I've taken people who couldn't make a cent, who were basically literally the little guy, and gave them a bunch of money from big corporations.
Sure.
So that's how patent troll, that the term came into being, and then, all the entities that buy and sell patents, etc., started taking on that kind of negative term. But the politically correct term, I guess, is non-practicing entity. Gotcha. You want me to play this Obama quote?
If you want to, will I be able to hear it on Discord?
I hope you can hear it. Hold on, let me see if I can. This is let me see if I can do a screen share. Okay. This is a young woman who she claims that she is an individual inventor. Oh man, I'm gonna get the commercial, sorry.
You're good.
Like, you know the life, man.
Day
That's why-
two
hold
of
on,
your.
let's see.
On the topic of legislation,
Let me turn it up.
I'm an entrepreneur, and high-tech startups are an important engine of the American economy. When I go around and talk to other
Man, that sucks. I had to turn my. I'm really sorry. I can't look for Obama on patent troll and be able to hear it. I don't know why I can't hear it. I think it's because my
Oh, I can. Oh, I can hear it right now, but.
Can you hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it. Yeah.
Okay, good.
5 years long.
Well, I think it's a great question, and you're right. A couple of years ago, we began a process of patent reform. We actually passed some legislation that made progress on some of these issues, but it hasn't captured all the problems. And the folks that you're talking about are a classic example. They don't actually produce anything themselves. They're just trying to essentially leverage.
Have you heard enough?
I'm hearing he's saying patent the non-practicing holders are not producing anything themselves.
Sometimes
Right?
these things are challenging because
Yeah.
we also want to make sure that the patents are long enough that people's intellectual property is protected. We've got to balance that with making sure that they're not so long that innovation is reduced. But I do think that our efforts at patent reform only went about halfway to where we need to go. And what we need to do is pull together, additional stakeholders and see if we can.
Gotcha. Oh. Uh-oh.
Was that enough?
Oh yeah, I think I got the idea. Yeah, I guess so. We've kind of your camera's off right now if you meant to have it on.
1 sec.
So here's something we've kind of talked around. Do you think that NPEs are necessary, or do you think they're bad, or what? What is your overall thoughts on them?
I think that they're necessary to some degree, especially for the very small players. And I don't think it's a huge cost of doing business for corporations. But I think that, and I didn't mean to start this whole discussion just based on NPEs and patent trolls and stuff. But I just wanted to sort of let you know what the problem is and how the problem is addressed. I mean, you asked me a few minutes ago, I don't think I answered you fully, Destiny, you asked me what I think is a solution to this.
Yeah.
I think you have to make it a lot easier. First of all, make it a lot less expensive and a lot easier for people to be able to license their patents. It has to not be a huge cost. And we have to stop this whole game of, zero-sum game. We basically have a zero-sum game.
Or politicians and civilians tend to treat everything related to finance or anything as zero sum. We see that, like, if one immigrant comes in, that's one job lost, or if somebody wins here, somebody must be losing there. I think that tends to be a layman's view of basically every transaction that exists economically or otherwise. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly right, and especially when you put it in the hands of the law, it's just a totally adversarial kind of a system. Now, if you will, large corporations all the time form patent licensing pools to work with each other. But there isn't anything like that for the little guy. You know what I mean? It would have to be imposed by the government in order to be able to do something like that. What you have is, like, for example, there might be a patent licensing pool for some particular standard for technology. By the way, everybody sits around, they're nice to each other, everybody sort of puts forth their ideas of, how the standard should be done, et cetera. But what will happen is that, to some degree, folks will be going back home and looking for ways to patent exactly what they're trying to share with the group.
Sure.
So, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here, yeah. Wait, can you hear me? Oh, no.
I'm sorry, I lost you for a sec.
Oh, can you hear me? Hello, hello? Hello, hello, hello?
Hey, Destiny, you there?
Hey, hey, can you hear me? I think his son's
some Wi-Fi issues.
Oh, where that?
Sorry, Destiny.
Oh, can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello? Hello, hello?
Hey.
Hey, can you hear me?
Sorry. Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Oh, gotcha.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. No problem. I can always hear you, yeah. Can you still hear me?
So, where do we leave off?
Okay, so I think I asked you mentioned that people will like form these pools of like patent concerned people, and then some people will kind of go home and try to like make patents anyway relating to whatever they were talking about. And then I think we got cut off there. Can you still hear me? Oh, the camera's coming back.
I come back. So yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
What will happen is like big corporations will do this all the time, all day long. They will form patent licensing pools or royalty pools or find ways to work with each other. But what we don't have is any kind of a standard pool or any kind of a licensing regime that makes it easy to get like a license. Like, you know what a compulsory license is essentially like you're forced to take a license at some cheap level. That would be a lot better than just trying to invalidate everyone's patent. You know,
Can you explain what is
the? Are you familiar with this?
Yeah, can you explain the process on this? Because I always hear criticisms in the United States that, at least for things like occupational licensing, that we have like so many licensing requirements in the United States that are compulsory that it's kind of negative. But for some reason I'm guessing you're going to say it's different here. Or what do you mean by that? Or what would that look like, I guess?
Well, it's a different kind of compulsory license. It's basically one that's forced on the patent owner or the IP owner.
Okay.
So we have it like right now in copyrights. If you make music and you distribute it with, let's say, DVDs, like old school or whatever, then you're forced to give a license to somebody who wants to go and perform that. They just have to pay 9 cents per DVD. You know, so we could have something similar for patents, in that let's say that you don't want to deal with this person who's harassing you and about their patent. You could basically force that person to take a license from you, instead. I mean, what Obama did was worse. They were talking about having the FCC prevent communications by NPEs, by patent trolls to companies, so they wouldn't threaten them.
Can you?
And the problem with that.
Or just so I can understand, when you say like compulsory license, what's the compulsory part, or what's the compelling part here? Or I guess I'm just trying to understand.
Well, let's say that I have a patent and I'm calling you, or I represent a troll or something, and I'm calling you saying take a license, otherwise I'm going to shut you down, right? A compulsory license would be that the government gives you a right to force me to give you a license. You could basically pay some minimal amount of money or something if it qualifies, and then I would have to give you a license.
Isn't there a chance that we just go back to square one, though, where somebody argues that shouldn't be patentable? Or is this just basically the idea that even if somebody has a patent, they're not allowed to basically exclusively sit on it, except for maybe some period of time that you would negotiate, and then they have to like allow licensing for the patent? Or because like let's say I wanted to copy something, you'd still be fighting over whether or not it should be patentable, right? Or are you saying that would go down because now at least people can license other people's patents?
Well, I'm saying if it's cheap enough, you might want to just take the license and not deal with the court fees and stuff. See, what happens is the lawyers make a lot of the money here. So what'll end up happening might be that you'll say, let's say somebody calls you and says, man, you're infringing my patent. I don't want you to shut me down, et cetera. I'm going to shut you down. And then you go hire your patent attorney. Your patent attorney does a full-blown review of my patent. And then they have to go read all the Federal Circuit case law and Supreme Court case law. And there's just a lot on top of that. And like $60,000 or $90,000 later, the lawyer will turn to you and say, well, maybe you infringe and maybe you don't. So that's the frustration part of it. There's a huge cost associated with it, and it is not an exact science, to say the least.
Sure.
Especially, and that's why I identified the whole obviousness thing, because I think that people have different standards of that, and while you may think that I'm just a hoodlum, you want to invalidate my stupid patent. And maybe that the patent office was right, or maybe the scope of the claim should have been a little bit different. The kinds of things people spend a lot of time and money on.
So, so the question I would have
frankly
on this,
isn't
though,
really worth it.
is that like if this type of compulsory licensing was beneficial for everyone except for, I guess, like the worst faith players, why, or maybe they have, like, why wouldn't patent markets like gravitate towards this model anyway, or have some, and just the ones that haven't need to be forced to?
Well, Destiny, I think if it's a compulsory license and it's relatively cheap, I mean, you could limit that to particular areas, et cetera. I don't think the patent trolls are going to have that much interest in it because they're going to want to make, large money.
Gotcha.
They sort of think typical, if you go to an institutional investor, how do they think? They're like, oh, you want $1 million from me? Get lost. You want 30 million? Okay, but you better have something good. And so they're only interested in big profits and big things. Something like this could put power more in the hands of, it's just one idea, but in terms of opening up a licensing regime, it's something that puts more power in the hands of, the little guy. I know I keep using that word, but, at some point it's just a cliche. But, there are a lot of companies where, individuals or a small group of people will put their life into something, and they have this patent finally, and they think it's got value, and here they are.
Gotcha.
Lose again?
No, I'm here. Can you hear me? I think there's a lot of latency.
You're still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Why does this happen? It should have been a Zoom call.
I don't know why that's happening, man. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Technology lawyer would be able to fix that.
No, it's all good. You're on the litigation side of things, not the tech side of things. Okay, gotcha. So I think I understand that. Is there anything else or any other topics you can think of, or?
Well, I mean, I thought that's kind of something that's interesting to go around. I mean, there has been, in terms of IP and patents, I think if you ask me what's the state of the field for bigger companies, I think they're doing just as well as they did previously, because they have enough funds to be able to go, file lots and lots of patents and get lots of applications.
Sure.
But, if you're a startup and you think you have this value, I mean, if you ever seen like Shark Tank, it's like they ask them, do you have a patent? And they're like, yes. To me, that's hilarious because it means nothing. It's like, it could be, that you cannot enforce that patent, and maybe the claims are too broad. It's like, what exactly does that patent cover? So, but like the vast majority of society just is not aware of this like very intricate, detailed kind of, world. And I would love for them to know more about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
So.
I imagine everybody probably has a feeling when you have like a particular area of expertise, especially when it becomes like a popular topic, that it's very irritating to watch how it gets discussed publicly because nobody really seems to understand at all what's going on, right? And then you're just kind of gritting your teeth when people are talking about legislation related to what you do professionally.
Yeah, so that's the thing here. So, for example, I've seen you interacting with a lot of lawyers before, right?
Yeah.
And usually, you've got this active conversation, which is terrific, right? I personally think that they a lot of times lawyers tend to hide behind jargon, in our field, which you tend to do more in your first decade of practice than you do later, But at the same time, it's like this conversation that we have right now is like, you've got to have this conversation before you can go on to the next one. Do you know what I mean? That's the problem with IP and patents in general, which is like, you have to give people some basic understanding. Otherwise, you've got like, President Obama sitting there saying, well, this is terrible. It's, he should know better. He's a lawyer. He has all kinds of, hopefully everything you could wish for as a lawyer. He's taught at University of Chicago. He's on a Harvard Law Review, et cetera. And he's even spoken eloquently about the need of companies or the need of individuals to be represented by lawyers, even if everybody in the world thinks they're guilty. But when it comes to this, when it comes to this particular issue, when you're talking about, patents and IP, all of a sudden everybody becomes kind of, forgetful. And the parties, my party, the Democrats, we're really bad about speaking to or representing businesses. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, there seems to be a big problem with...
The only time you hear Democrats talk about businesses is if like it's a minority is involved or something like that. It's never like, hey, let's help everybody. It's like, we got new legislation to help small, that's great. I love that. But you need to represent everybody. And I think that's been like a huge problem that Democrats have had. And I think you would get a lot of people other than just the very far right Trump voters into your party if you had a little bit more of that kind of a nuance to your discussions,
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I think that Democrats come off too often as like anti-business, or if there's just a player involved with a lot of money, they're automatically the bad guy, and then they don't really think about what that entity might represent, or whatever law or rule they're setting, how it might impact everybody. They only hyper focus on. It feels like sometimes whatever works to the detriment of larger corporations. Yeah.
Exactly. Perfect example. Elon Musk says that he's voted for Democrats, his whole life, and now he wants to vote for Republicans. So it's like, and I have never heard a Democrat say one nice word about this guy. Just happens to be he's the richest man in the world. I'm not one of these people that just worships people just because they're wealthy. But he must know something that perhaps other people don't, since he's the richest man in the history of the world. You would think that you try to be friends with someone like him, try to work with him, instead of just having a message of like, we hate you. Are you rich? We hate you. Well, you know what? Roosevelt was rich. That's not it's become too much class warfare, I think, and identity politics from the left, which I've been, believe me, you won't find anybody that criticizes Trump more than I do. But I think that this message does need to go out to Democrats as well. You want to win elections, you need to start representing individuals. You need to start thinking about businesses. The people that aren't like, they're not out there like, I would say the loony right, but it's a person who wants to run their business. They want to be able to survive. They want to be successful, and they'll vote for a party even if it's saying things that are insane half the time.
Yeah, for sure. So. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. All right. Well, anything else you got, or?
Well, that's good. Unless you want to talk someone else.
Trying to think. I'm trying to think. Are there any? Does Chad have any questions? What would we ask if we had an IP guy here? Something that we'd want to chat about. I know that all the lawyer stuff recently that's been in like popular culture has obviously been like the Amber Heard and the Amber Heard Johnny Depp stuff, which isn't exactly your wheelhouse. Oh, fuck! This is. Why? Hello? Oh, can you hear me? Hello, hello?
Sorry, man. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I'm gonna kill Verizon.
Hello, hello?
Sorry, I missed what you said.
Wait, can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello? Test, test, test. Hello, hello?
Hey, man.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Wait, is there a lot of latency? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know why. It feels like there's like a 5-second delay on chatting. Do you, when you chat with people, do you normally chat via like Zoom or?
Usually Zoom, you know what old folks use, or yeah, usually it's Zoom or Google Meet or something like that.
Gotcha. Do you know how to send Zoom links? Are you able to do that? We could try hopping over to Zoom if that might be easier.
Sounds good. You want to do it?
Yeah, or wait, actually even how are you listening to me right now? What are you hearing me through? Are you using like Bluetooth speakers or? Why? Why does this happen? Why does this happen to me? Ignores the beta, true. Send him a Zoom link? I don't know how to. I think because whatever issues he has, I don't think it's actually internet related. Because his camera hasn't been blurry. It's not like messing up a ton like the...
Just send him a Zoom link.
Okay.
Yeah, try shooting me a Zoom link. Maybe that'll work better. Isn't the conversation over? I mean, like, technically, I could talk to this guy about a lot of stuff. But having like a... having a 5-second delay on the conversation is like killing me. It's very, very, very hard to talk. That's the only issue. I'm gonna grab a drink. 1 sec. Hold on, I'll be back 1 second. Okay, sorry, second shot. Fuck, the other one was driving me crazy. I think it needs to be washed once because the sparkly things are kind of scratchy. Look at how cute this one is. Look, all these are so cute. Look, 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 look. Look at him. Look how cute he is. Okay, these are the rare black and white. Limited edition ones, I think. I don't know if they're limited edition or not. Dude, the enemies in the silver area are really strong. Is this the next area I'm supposed to go to, or is there another area first? Holy shit. This host has another meeting in progress. Wait, what? No. Swamp first, pit stop at Silverlight. I don't know what the fuck that means. Swamp first, pit stop at Silverlight. What? If you have Skype for Business installed, you can join the Zoom meeting by clicking below. No, wait, come on. What? I don't know what the fuck that means. Swamp is northeast. Oh, so I'm supposed to go here first. I'm supposed to do the Cursed Forest? Or... Swamp first, pit stop at Sawyer. There's silver, dark silver in the houses where that mine was. The meeting will let you in soon. Oh, the guy will let me. Okay. Oh, I'm supposed to go to the Cursed Forest next. Okay, are you sure? Because it seems like my next set of gear is supposed to be silver shit. You might be under-leveled? There is no leveling here. Okay.
Recording in progress.
Okay, can you hear me? Hello, hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, can you hear me? Hello, hello?
Sorry, one sec.
Okay, well, I gotta get my body back.
I can hear you, sorry.
Hello, hello?
Hey, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you really hear me?
Yes, welcome back to the old world.
No, you're good. Okay, let me set this up. Okay. All right, you can actually hear me. You can still hear me, right?
I can actually hear you.
Okay, great. Okay, maybe Zoom will work better. Okay. When you say that you deal with patents, is there crossover into like copyright, or would you consider this to be like a totally different thing, a totally different subject?
The subjects are pretty different, but we do copyrights too. So yes, they are for sure different. And copyrights to get much longer term of protection, but it's considered a weaker protection.
Yeah.
So like,
or go ahead.
Yeah.
Or I was gonna say, I think that I like the concept of patents because I understand the need to protect an initial investment of like research time or capital, and that because of how like the marginal cost of producing goods can work, if you have somebody that puts in a lot of R&D for a certain idea, that if somebody else can just take it, or a bigger mover that has the capacity to produce more just takes your patent, it can screw you over, whether you're a big guy or a larger guy. So I think patents can be pretty important in like really big R&D, initial R&D or capital investment or reinvestment things. I think that makes sense. I hate copyright. I like the concept of copyright a little bit, but I think that the protections need to be like 1 to 5 years max. Copyright just seems absurdly broken to me. I don't know how you feel about that. Like I understand that there's a big capital investment in like making a movie. I totally get that. But like the 70 years or whatever it's up to now just seems ridiculous to me. Like, I feel like if you can't make your money back in 5 years, like give it to somebody. I feel like I can understand from a business perspective why it's appealing or alluring, but I feel like as consumers, we get severely screwed by the type of content that we could have or what could be available to us if copyright was way more lax than it is right now.
I have the same feeling about it. And I'll sort of tell you the way the law kind of views it just in general, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So patents are meant to protect ideas, which are supposed to be kind of the strongest thing, So methods, system, processes, apparatus, all these things are so-called protection of ideas.
Yeah.
When you take an idea and you express it, the expression of the idea, whether it's pen to paper or drawings or anything like that, sculptures, that's all copyright. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the way it's always traditionally been thought of is that your protection is not as strong. I mean, you get protection over exactly the expression of it, but there could be a million different kinds of expression. But you also have a thin protection over kind of the associated ideas. Mm-hmm. So for example, if somebody creates the same setting that's in the South as the Gone with the Wind, and they have similar characters and all that kind of stuff. The more that you have this common, the more likely it is you'll have the copyright infringement, right? Because copyrights like says from day one that, hey, we don't care about your idea. We care about exactly how that the artistic rendering of it. Now, I also tell you the copyrights have just much better lobbying. It's like that's why they get this huge term of protection. Most like normal people understand copyrights a little bit better. They understand that more. So
well, I don't know. I might fight you on that one,
yes.
just because in my industry, copyright is a huge deal, and then I know in music, copyright is a huge deal. You got to remember, for the longest time, I'm sure you remember this, right? In the early days of the internet, people thought you could get around copyright by putting the "no copyright infringement intended" and in the descriptions of videos or whatever, or like, just so you guys know, all rights are belonging to this company, and now here I am going to copy paste everything wholesale. Yeah. But yeah, I know what you mean. Copyrights are probably a little bit more intuitively understandable than patents, which I'm sure can get incredibly complicated pretty quickly depending on what you're looking at. Yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing is, Destiny, that you don't have with copyrights. You do not have an examination process like you have with patents. It's just a registration process. And that's actually one of the things that people like me have said, maybe we ought to look at that. We've got like 10,000 patent examiners that are being paid to, get patents to determine whether something's patentable. After all that work, et cetera, if they're going to be invalidated later anyway, why not have a system closer to like copyrights? With copyrights, you just register the thing. You don't even, technically, under the Berne Convention, you don't even have to register your copyright with the Copyright Office, but in order to enforce, you do.
Okay.
So it's when you put pen to paper or whatever, as soon as you create it, you've got copyright protection. But again, for enforcement, you need to do that. But then in the courts is where it's played out, what protection you get or what protection that you don't get. Now, I understand your frustration with it, especially, in today's world. And some of these are just kind of antiquated concepts, I think, getting 70, 100 years of protection. It seems a little crazy.
Yeah.
I can tell you, a lot of times it seems like it benefits, the family trust and everything.
This is kind of this is a concept that actually ties back in closely with patents as well. This is a very human feeling. It feels very weird to me that somebody can enforce a copyright that they had no hand in making. And I can understand the feel-goodness of like Michael Jackson's family getting to, make money off of his art. Or like, let's say you get a musician, they get really big, they die of drugs or something, as musicians often do. And then, you want somebody in their family. I can understand that a little bit. But it kind of reminds me of the NPEs for patents. It doesn't really feel good humanly to have like a company that owns a bunch of intellectual property and makes nothing and then just licenses it out to people, which I think is kind of what Obama's going to. I think to any person, even if there might be good arguments for that, it reminds me of finance, where anything can be justified with the phrase like increases liquidity. It reminds me of that when we talk about like the NPEs, like, well, it gives people the opportunity to buy and sell patents or whatever, but it doesn't feel good. It's a bad feeling, I think, and I can understand why people would intuitively like take a stand against it.
Yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from on that, and it does not feel good. It's because of we're sort of the base of capitalism, and capitalism says, hey, artistic works can be commoditized for economic value. And whatever the heck the artist thinks has nothing to do with it. If that's sold to someone, they have 100% control over it. And it's not always like that, by the way, because like in France gives you moral rights. It will give rights to a director so that you can't, like, even if you buy the rights to, let's say, a film, you can't like destroy it or modify it, etc., without the say-so of the original director. So, but the problem you have there is it makes the value of that thing lower.
Far less, yeah.
No one's going to want to just buy and sell and trade it. Everything here is about buying, selling, trading. It's economics 101 in a way.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Do you okay, I have one guy in my chat that knows a lot about random stuff. He wants to ask you, or he's curious, what do you think about like overly broad patents?
I think you can get overly broad patents, and they're they can be a problem, but it depends on, like it or not, the patent examiner has a lot of say-so. And again, like I said, in terms of the patentability standard, one patent examiner may think that something broader is patentable, whereas another one would never in 100 years let you get the patent. So it's kind of like this flawed system that still kind of works, we have a flawed system, but in a way it works, or at least it was working better before the new legislation, and the new legislation seemed to make it worse. So I can definitely see where people would say for one particular patent, hey, those claims are broad, that's a problem, et cetera. What I don't agree with is when people sort of generalize that to say, we have a lot of bad patents out there, half the patents are garbage, you should never be enforcing, all that kind of stuff. That's just this overbroad generalization, which is really easy to do if you don't really work in a field, if you never represented a client, i.e. senators like Patrick Leahy, who is always pushing this kind of legislation, or even, folks on the Supreme Court. I hate to say it. It's like, I respect these people, but I'm sorry. But I respect the federal judges that are working their butts off. How hard it is for them to determine, to run a case and try to, without being bamboozled by lawyers on one side or the other, to be able to handle all those particular issues of a particular case. But yes, if you ask me if there are broad patents out there that are too broad, yes, that's a problem. I will also add that that's what the post-grant proceedings like IPRs are meant for. It's to destroy some of those broader patent claims. So you don't have them, lingering, hanging around.
Gotcha. Do you, when it comes to kind of like what you do, I guess I'm curious, if there was like one thing, if you could imbue everybody with some piece of knowledge about patents that you think is just so fundamentally misunderstood by everybody, what's like one thing that you wish you could convey to everybody's brains? Like, I need you to know this thing before you talk about patents, or please just be aware of this before you ask for legislation or something.
Well, it's kind of the thing I was trying to get at here. I know I failed miserably, but it basically to try to give people an understanding of how the system is, so that so at least if you want to have an intelligent conversation with people, whether it's about patents or anything else, at some point they have to be able to communicate with each other, right? Sure. Yeah. You can't. If somebody came here from a different planet and we tried to get along, there's no way. We don't have any basis of understanding together, and it's kind of the problem that a lot of times people have, especially when fields of law that are just very, very particular, and they have their own regimes. Like security is one of them, and aside from securities, IP is certainly one of those. And at least I want us to sort of be on a common playing field, so that if we're all here together, let's say the folks watching your show, there's lots of them, and they're we at least have a common understanding, then we can start debating, how broad or how narrow you should have it, because at least there's enough of a conversation. There's enough that you can assert your First Amendment right without just being a buffoon,
Yeah. I will say that it feels like you have like, there is like a feeling about things, but how those things are ultimately codified in law, and then the process by which it does it is it's essential for understanding the topic, but a lot of it is very unintuitive, right? Like if you would have asked me a month ago to argue in favor of Roe v. Wade, I might talk about, well, I think we have a right to medical treatment and the government should know blah, 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 blah. But I wouldn't know anything about like substantive due process or any of those terms whatsoever. I'd have no idea. And then I realized now, after doing some like reading in terms of like how, Roe and Casey decide, I was like, oh, well, shoot, from a legal point of view, these are like the essential arguments to know. Like I had no idea before it became like a hot button like news topic how any of these things can. I didn't even know what substantive due process is. I still don't think I even know what substantive due process is. But so the processes by which like you have the ideas and then how they get codified in law sometimes feels, it's not convoluted, but it requires like a lot of legwork to fully understand things, such that it feels like it's always going to be a little bit out of reach of the public understanding, which then makes it susceptible to, I don't want to say bad faith actors coming, but people that will oversimplify things and then make them seem just horrible, right? Like how many times have you heard, you talked about businesses earlier, but like I'll hear people say things like, oh, everybody with a patent is evil. Especially, I've done a lot of homework on like pharmaceuticals. People will say things like, if pharmaceutical companies were good, they would just release their vaccine patents to the world. Everybody would be able to produce every medication. And there's a lot of reasons why that's a horrible idea and wouldn't work and would destroy like a lot of modern medicine, I think. But yeah, it feels like sometimes there's a lot of legwork you have to do to even get to where you can have like the interesting conversation,
Yeah, I think that's really well put. I really agree with you on, well, let me put it this way. I actually saw a show that you did where you were talking about Roe v. Wade. And I have to say, you have a very good intuitive sense for it, even without getting into all the minutiae of the legal jargon, et cetera, right? The intuitive sense for Roe v. Wade is that, this should have been legislation. It shouldn't have been done by the courts, especially something that particular and precise. Okay.
Sure,
Now,
maybe.
I'm a
Well, to
supporter
be
of-
clear though, this is an opinion, right? Because some people would argue that like from the 9th and 14th and like substantive due process would actually give you this without legislation, right? Like this is kind of like the debate over Roe v. Wade, right?
It's a huge debate over it. I agree, but to that level of particularity, to say, you know, first trimester, second trimester, third trimester. See, because the thing is, what you're dealing with is, you know, the entire Constitution is what? It's a little 20-page little leaflet thing. It's, you know, you can put it in your pocket, right?
Yeah.
The rest of it is basically many, many thousands of pages of opinions written by the Supreme Court interpreting that. Well, to some degree, they're playing God, right? It's like there's no way, based on whatever the wording is, that you can say, oh, okay, this makes perfect 100% sense. Like, like for example, that a lot of this, you know, what you're talking about with Roe v. Wade, et cetera, it grew out of these privacy rights that came from the 14th Amendment as we basically essentially became more aware of, you know, by virtue of being a society of, you know, that people should have some fundamental rights, like, you know, gay people should be able to have sex together without worrying about, you know, antiquated legislation that's in federal, that's in, you know, various states that they could, you know, serve time in prison for it.
Yeah.
So these, and it was I remember there was a case, I don't know if it was Douglas, it was about the penumbra, use that word, which like means shadows. You know, he basically found, I mean, he found shadows of it, of personal. That's what a lot of conservatives say. They're like, well, what are you talking about? It's not here. They never thought about it.
Sure, that's true. But I mean, like, I agree in terms of like, when you start getting like Supreme Court decisions that look like legislation, it's kind of weird. So I'm representing the counter arguments here since they're not here to represent themselves. So one thing I've heard is that like Roe isn't the first case to do that. There have been a lot of Supreme Court decisions that everybody universally agrees are good decisions where they've actually penned out like in detail quite a bit of other processes that kind of look like legislation for the first part. And then for the second part, and I don't know how you feel about this, but like it feels like most people, except for the most like hardcore like libertarian-esque lawyers, I'm thinking of the Nick Rukita guy, most people agree there's probably some unenumerated rights in the from the Constitution, right? That just because it's not strictly enumerated doesn't mean that we can't get there like from a very quick hop and a skip from another amendment or something, right?
Yeah, that's actually my view as well. And in fact, I'm a supporter.
Oh wait, it's your view that they're oh okay. It's your view that there are enumerated rights or unenumerated rights? Sorry.
Yes. I'm saying, like, for example, with Roe v. Wade, I'm a supporter of Roe v. Wade because I think the result was a good one. And now basically everybody considers that to be a right of theirs. And I want to live in a society where, you know, women have rights over their reproductive health, et cetera. It does not mean I support abortions. I mean, those are two different questions, or even the question of technology. When is the fetus viable, et cetera? I think those are fair questions and fair things to talk about. But in terms of what is the leeway that's given to judges, you know, on the Supreme Court to be able to make decisions, usually what happens is, you know, you've got some language, you know, that supports your view. And behind that, there's a lot of other stuff that's sort of built into it. You know, it's like, well, here's what I think that really means. And then you've got page after page of opinions. And once you get something very, very precise and especially when the country may not have been ready for it, that you have something that particular and precise, you can see where people say, well, that's not fair, right? Why in the heck isn't this coming from the legislature? I can tell you, one thing that I see is there is a certain amount of hypocrisy on the right as well. Like a lot of the legislation that, in my view, just puts all kinds of things into patent law that are not written there at all, comes from the right. You know, except no one ever talks about that. They're like, oh, we just believe in original meaning and you know, textualism. That's not my experience. And I can tell you, in my field, I have not seen that. And we can even talk about, you know, the Second Amendment as well. I mean, I feel like the Heller went way too far. I don't see that as a right that individuals have. You know, I know it's a big topic, big hot button topic now with all these deaths and killings, but.
Yeah, that seems to be the case.
The Supreme Court itself saw that. I'm sorry?
I was going to say, yeah, it seems to be the case. This is more philosophical, I guess, than just legal. But I noticed that I don't think a lot of people have very principled positions when it comes to their engagement with institutions. It's generally just like I'll believe whatever I need to believe in this point of time to get the outcome that I want for a particular thing, you know?
Yeah, it's got to like, What do we call in law school? Like, whose ox is gored? It's like, if it's your thing, if it's your issue, you care about it, and like all of a sudden, it's really important. If it's the other guys, then well, hold on a second, there's a big problem here because there was no, there was no intent of the founders to create this such and such right that I don't like. Like Scalia, that I think went way too far with the Heller decision. Which essentially established the Second Amendment right to, private ownership of guns, which was not even supported by the Supreme Court for many, many years. The same person, it drove him crazy, the fact that, the gay marriage, that, essentially the rights that were established by the Supreme Court, that drove him crazy, That wasn't, you know what I mean? So when it was his thing, that's why I don't like, to oversimplify this, or think that your side is the only one that could potentially be right.
Sure.
You have to and the problem that you have, Destiny, is that individuals will, let's say they'll read the Supreme Court opinion, et cetera, but it's hard to get lawyers to, I think that's one of the good things you do is bring lawyers on, but it's hard to get them to give you good, decent answers. Because a lot of times they're sort of bringing their own baggage in, or they're so afraid, if they're more experienced, they're so terrified of losing clients, they want to sort of come down exactly in the middle, et cetera. That's why, like, for example, you won't find any patent lawyers. It'll be very rare to come up here and defend patent trolls. So you just won't find it. It's like, they're like, oh my God, then I'm going to give up my business with Intel or GE or whatever. Are you kidding? That would, So there's a lot of those individual biases that we kind of bring into the whole system.
Sure. Yeah, which is fair, which is probably going to be true of everybody in any profession ever, right? Yeah.
It's true of every profession ever, but I think I really think that we've sort of we've abrogated our responsibility. We've been derelict in our responsibility as lawyers with a lot of it, sort of explaining to the public exactly what's happening in a way that's not just about what side am I on, it's like which tribe am I in?
Sure.
So I think that would be a sort of a valuable thing to have, just like I was really impressed that you've gone off and read these Supreme Court opinions. I mean, how many anchors do you see on TV that have never read a Supreme Court opinion? Yet they really, really understand it. They're so sure of their side.
It'll be really frustrating when like something will come out and people will be like very indignant or asking questions, but it's like, well, if you'd engaged with the source at all, like this was directly addressed. Like, I don't know why you're acting like this is a mystery. You don't. Yeah, that's a little bit frustrating sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But and the problem is that when you're dealing with jargons or you're dealing with fields that have their own, you need sort of a base level of understanding to kind of know what's going on. But people still need that information, and they still have a right to know what their 14th Amendment says, and if they have those rights or they don't. What I don't like is that the people that are so sure of their views. I mean, this is not to attack, principled people, but your principle, you need to understand what your principle is founded on. I mean, if it's founded on nonsense, or you're sure that someone's taking away your Second Amendment rights by taking away your ability to have an assault rifle that should be used in war. What's next? I mean, can you, should I be able to have a grenade launcher in my house? Would that be fine? And
well, it depends on who you ask. Some people would say, yeah, but I know what you mean. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's kind of like when you go too far with those kinds of views.
Gotcha. Okay. Trying to think. Anything else you can think of, or?
I'm here to talk about anything.
You said you've been on litigation on both ends, on plaintiff and defendant side?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, when you're winning a case for this, what are you most often winning on? And then when you're losing a case, what are you most often losing on? Without obviously going into details or anything, or whatever you can, yeah.
Yeah, so let's say if you're litigating whichever side that you're on, one thing you need to know, if the stakes are really high, particularly like an IP and when it's complex, the cases typically take years. It doesn't happen over a few months. It doesn't even happen over 2 years from my experience. It can take several years.
Is it common in the case where IP stuff is being in court? Are there like injunctions, or do people just get to reap whatever rewards from the patents while the cases are active, or how does that normally work?
So the way it normally works is that you can try to get preliminary injunction early on if you think that there's, something egregious that's, that's going on. It's typically difficult to get that in a patent case. Ultimately, the remedies that you're looking for, and this is kind of how patents work and why there's a lot of money in it. It's because the most typical case, which is the most typical case, is that you will pursue damages based on the volume of product sales. And so if you can imagine, if you're selling Apple iPhones and stuff, it's a huge volume. Even if it's a fraction of a percentage, you could be talking billions of dollars, et cetera. Okay. So technically you can get lost profits. That's the profit I would have made had you not infringed. But the most realistic scenario is under these things called the Georgia Pacifica factors, which it was a doctrine created by a court again, which essentially says that if you and I had been in a hypothetical negotiation, what would have been the amount of money that I would have paid you without the threat of litigation? Gotcha. And that's what these factors are. So no matter how sophisticated the damages experts are on both sides of it, that's essentially what you're dealing with in terms of the damage in dollars.
There's got to be an additional damage there, no? Because otherwise, because if it was only that, I would never license or do anything with a patent ever, right? Because if you're going to take me to court, at worst, I'm just going to be paying what I would have paid theoretically to negotiate a license anyway, right? So there must be some additional damages or something, right?
You've hit on an important point. It's one of the things that that's happened is that traditionally, even if you're just a patent holding company, a patent troll, et cetera, you could you could shut down the sales. You could get an injunction. Okay. And what's happened is one of the things is that the courts have taken away the right to get an injunction if you're not in the business, or it's not as typical to get it.
Okay, so if you are a non-practicing entity and you're holding patents, getting injunctions is very, very difficult or impossible then, huh?
Yeah, it's more difficult. It's a lot more difficult to get it now. That's another thing that's changed in the application of the laws we were talking about. Now, if you were a company that paid a lot of money for those patents and all of a sudden they lost a huge amount of value because the courts have decided that you can't get an injunction, it's very painful to you. Now, the other thing is, if you want to get the injunction, let's say you're the company and you're going down our scenario here, if the reason that the patent holding company wants the injunction is they don't really care if you conduct your business, they actually want you to keep selling and make more money. But the threat of being able to shut you down is huge. That means they're going to get much better royalties from you in the eventual settlement. So it's really more of a stick than that they want to shut you down for any reason, unless they're just irrational players, and they're not.
Gotcha.
Most of these suits by patent holding companies, they're somewhere south of $20 million in terms of the settlement value. Okay, the vast majority, from what I've seen. Now, I know it sounds like a lot of money, but if you're dealing with billions and hundreds of millions, et cetera, it's not, and it's more like a gnat that the large corporation wants to shoo away than something that they're worried about is generally going to shut them down. So they'll hire lawyers, like myself and others, to give themselves that protection.
It's interesting how you put it then, because when you make it sound like this, patent cases almost just sound like it sounds like a really convoluted licensing scheme. If you've got a guy in court and you're like, oh yeah, you keep selling so that I can get a bigger fee at the end of the day, we're really just talking about licensing with 10 times more steps, right? Kind of.
Exactly. And so the issue that we have in this country versus other countries is that we have this really open-ended discovery process, which the courts have even tried to tame down. But because it's so open-ended, it means you're talking about lots and lots more fees to your attorney, because everyone, both sides are going to be fighting this out. And if one side has more resources, et cetera, they'll do a better job and they'll be able to uncover things that the other side cannot. So instead of having a system where I think would be a lot more ideal to say that, within a couple of months or a year or so, you get the trial, and there are rocket dockets, by the way. The Eastern District of Virginia is one that says we will always get to trial in a year. But in general, what happens is these cases just go on years and years and they fester. And then there's all these fees, et cetera, that are paid. If you're a corporation, you're going to pay that to your attorneys. And I'm not saying what the attorneys do is worthless. There's a lot of hard work involved. There's a lot of education you have to do. There's a lot of uncovering of the technology and all that kind of
There
good
is
stuff.
work, but like the argument would be, not to attack your profession, of course, but it feels like the argument would be that it's essentially like you've created a licensing system and then you found another entity on top of that that's extracting a ton of money from that process, but it's not really adding any value, I guess, right? That's always the question when you have this super body of like conjoining things. Like, is there actually added value there, or is it just a money suck out of the system because people don't want to do compulsory licensing or something, you know?
It's kind of like both, you know? I mean, I'd love to be able to say it's just adding value. But the fact is we have this really open-ended process for discovery, which means it's going to take longer to get to trial. It's going to be a lot more dollars and a lot more time and effort by your attorneys. And then add on top of that, if you're in a field like patents, you've got a lot of cases by, you know, the Federal Circuit means well, but they've got tons of cases interpreting patents. Well, guess what you're paying for when you hire a litigator or you hire somebody to try to get your patent? You're paying for someone who's gone off and read dozens and dozens of opinions, has an understanding what the Federal Circuit thinks, both from the time that you're trying to get your patent, if you're lucky enough to find somebody who's done litigation who's trying to get patent for you, you know, i.e., and it's almost impossible to find that in a small firm. And I'll give ourselves a plug that we do it, but there are others that out there who do it as well. But if you're lucky enough to find someone who's affordable, who will, you know, who's got that level of knowledge and all that, if all the stars line up for you, still you're talking about an enormous, you know, layer upon layer of stuff that's built on top of that. Because, you know, when the courts get involved, they add more layers of, in terms, you know, of understanding, you know, whether it's the Supreme Court or Federal Circuit, understanding what the particular claims mean. They have to go beyond the legislation. You have to, and then the litigation itself has a life of its own. I mean, there are different procedures and, you know, steps. You remember My Cousin Vinny at all, when, you know, he keeps saying that sort of toward the beginning of the movie, I think that his cousin was charged and he says something like, well, your honor, they didn't do it, you know. It's like, and the judge says, oh, you'd like to skip all the processes that are involved, get to a decision and have them declared not guilty. It just doesn't work that way. There's a process and there are procedures, and guess what? All of those are adding costs. And I think that's why a lot of businesses and corporations are like, they just pull their hair out. They're like, we don't want to deal with all of it, you know? And if they do, they're willing to put their money in. But, you know, the standard person who gets an MBA is willing to put money into it if they know what are the risks and rewards, which is hard to do in litigation. Even if you've got a good position and you've got a really great lawyer and everything is going your way, there's a lot of uncertainty. You know?
Sure, which is why a lot of it comes down to like settlements and everything too, right? You remove the uncertainty of a jury trial.
They all settle,
so,
man.
Yeah.
Patent cases, I've never had one that hasn't settled. Either the patents get wiped out, you know, or they get settled. By the way, that inter parties review thing that we spent a lot of time talking about, this procedure, the U.S. Patent Trademark Office to evaluate your patent, there's a lot of controversy about that because it's the patent office that's issuing the patent, and it's the patent office that's taking it away. So there was an oil states case where the parties were arguing to the Supreme Court, hold on a second, once you've got a patent, it's a property right. What in the heck is an administrative agency, in this case the same one that gave it to you, taking that away from you? So there was some heated debate about it, but essentially they declared it's not a private right, it's a public right, your right to a patent. So it's not like, according to the Supreme Court, it's not like your house or another kind of property. Now, again, where is that in legislation? Nowhere. It's like, as a matter of fact, it was always thought that, you know, you had a private right to your intellectual property, but this Roberts court, you know, killed that.
Somebody in my chat wants to ask, what's the difference between an ex parte review and an inter partes review? Or I don't know if it's ex parte or ex parte or...
Ex parte just means that it's you against the government, right? So if you got, let's say, an ex parte reexamination, it means that, let's say, they decided that, hold on, this patent shouldn't have been, never should have been granted. The claims are too broad, and then you're involved in this procedure with just the patent office, where you're defending your patent and trying to keep your claims broad, and they're they may be, making it much more difficult for you. So it's just the two of you. Inter partes means it's between two different parties. And we used to have inter partes reexamination for patents. We used to have inter partes reexamination, but with the American Invents Act, it became an inter partes review. So when they did that, just think of that inter partes reexamination just gave some limited ability of the person who was opposing your patent to fight it at the patent office. Now it's a full-blown mini litigation, that's over a span of 2 years at the patent office. And there's experts involved, and there's going to be hearing, and it's unlimited. I mean, I have seen some large companies that have brought literally 300 of these IPRs. You're talking about at least a couple $100,000 in legal fees and time and effort, et cetera. Mm-hmm. How in the world, even if a well-funded startup, how in the world can they defend against that if they're going up against a big corporation?
Sure.
So,
other kind of question. For international patents, does this go through like the WHO, or how do you decide, or do you have to register in a country to practice there, or like how does that work? And maybe to tie this into this conversation, obviously we hear a lot about from Trump and from other people that like China has a huge disrespect for intellectual property in other countries. And it seems hard to get remedy for another country stealing your shit and just making a ton of money on it and then selling it back to you or other things. Yeah. What are your opinions on that? No, wait. Also, shoot, not the WHO. I was thinking of the WTO. My bad. Go ahead.
That was cool. I just generally, under TRIPS and respect for intellectual property between different countries, if you have a patent that you filed, let's say in the United States, and you want to get protection overseas, before that patent is published, the publication becomes a problem. Before it's published, generally there's a way for you to file another application that claims priority. That's a big word we use, priority, to the same application. So it'll be the same application, and you'll try to get your claims protected there. Now, why? It's because you want to sell products in France or wherever it is that you're trying to get that protection. We also have regional patents. Like Europe has a patent that gives you protection in all of Europe. It's a single patent that'll give you protection in all Europe. Now, having said that, most people don't just take a patent filing and then off of that file for priority rights in other countries. They use what's called a PCT, which is an option. It's a patent cooperation treaty. Most countries are members of it. You file your original patent application, and within a year of your filing, I don't care if it's provisional, regular patent application, if you file in the US, then you've got to file your PCT, which is this option. Essentially, you take the same application with some various paperwork, and you file it in the, with the patent cooperation treaty. From there, from 30 months, meaning 18 months from the time you file the PCT, 30 months from the original filing, you will file you will nationalize your patent application in those regions or countries. Nationalizing may just be some procedures that you go through, but if there's a language difference, you probably have to file a translation of it, et cetera. So most people use PCTs because while it costs you several $1,000s, foreign patent protection is extremely expensive, and because of that, they'd rather give themselves the option to say, okay, if we open markets in these other countries, we're going to want to be able to file our patent there and give ourselves a nice 30 months before we still have to lay out that investment.
Gotcha. Okay.
So essentially it works. The PCT process is what most people use.
Okay. What do you think about countries like China that the claim is that they disrespect? I don't think it's just a claim, but it's pretty an open understanding that they are like pretty disrespectful to other countries' IPs. Like, do you see them as like a threat to intellectual property across the world, or are they just kind of their own contained thing? Or
yeah, I mean, I've written articles like this in Bloomberg and stuff. It's like I can tell you that when you're talking about China dissing intellectual property rights, it more has to do with requirements by the government that you have to have businesses that are requirements of the company in China itself, or making it easier for Chinese to have rights, et cetera. But when it comes to just a core, if I file for a Chinese patent application now, they've actually made their patent system stronger while ours has gotten weaker in recent years. So for the core protection of the patent, I don't see that you would have any problems. As a matter of fact, believe it or not, a lot of NPEs file suit in China. We were about to do one for one NP I represented a number of years ago. They file suits in China as well as in the U.S. now. That's how
is it
that's changed.
So something that I hear this from, I don't know if this is written anywhere, but I've heard this from a few people at practice. I've heard that it's really hard. One of the reasons why people push for these kind of like these supranational organizations to settle disputes, I've heard that it's really hard to go to another country and win cases there if you're a foreigner, basically. So like if it was the case that somebody stole, now I haven't asked anybody this question in regards to China specifically, but if it was the case to say like a Chinese factory stole like blueprints or whatever from a company that you were doing, that if you were to try to file suit against them in China, just by virtue of you being a foreigner and then being a domestic company, the chances of that court ruling in your favor is pretty slim. Do you have any opinions or knowledge or anything about that, or?
It's, from my experience, it's not really slim. It's just that you don't know the system and you may not be connected with the right lawyers, et cetera, in those other countries versus your own.
Okay.
But, generally, even China has tried, to give, more of a break to, foreigners who are coming in to protect their investments. Now, most countries in the world, they don't have this really open-ended discovery like we do, Destiny. So it's the case that, they don't like depositions taken. They don't even like it. Like, I think Brazil will not, if you try to, let's say one of the players in one of your cases is in Brazil and you try to take their deposition, they won't let you do it. We've had, and you've got to have like a special procedure. Like I've had cases where I wanted to get, South Korea is a very good friend of the US, right? But in terms of trying to get witnesses there, for our cases, it's difficult. You have to go through a letters rogatory process, et cetera, just to be able to, because they don't like the open-ended scope of U.S. litigation. They don't like people. They just don't like the sort of the tough, hardcore aspect of it, and they don't want to expose their citizens to that. But if you have cases that you run there, I think you'll find it's a lot less expensive in general in other countries to have a patent litigation in places like, UK. And they're much shorter, okay, than it is here, but the rewards are a lot less,
Yeah, of course.
So that's something you have to sort of take with. That's why a lot of people just they go through what's called Section 337. I don't know if you're familiar with these kinds of suits, but it's basically trying to keep trades. It's trying to prevent companies from importing their goods into the U.S. And you can do that based on patents.
Because people want to keep their stuff more competitive, and this is, I guess, what you consider as a form of regulatory capture, where you're trying to basically use the courts to be more competitive rather than trying to compete with like imports from other markets.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, you're trying to stay more competitive. You're dealing with a very complex world where just think of it. If you were trying to enforce a patent, you might have the issue that, wait, hold on a second, we're living in today's world. Some of the products made here, some of it's made there, so the infringement would be so-called divided infringement. Then you've got to worry about our cases and how much is divided infringement protected. Supreme Court tried to kill it, but it's been revitalized a little bit by the Federal Circuit. That was another Alito opinion, by the way. So there's a lot of complexity that's kind of involved in terms of especially in today's world. And it's getting more and more complex, where you've got parts of products being manufactured in many different countries. By the way, if you were, let's say, the standard US infomercial company, we represent a lot of those guys, and they will actually have their companies, they will have a Chinese manufacturer build the product, and then they'll brand it and sell it in the US. Use your infomercial, et cetera, to sell it. Not as hot as it used to be, but still a big practice, right? Many of those labs and those manufacturing facilities overseas are sophisticated enough that they'll say, show us your patent protection before or show us that you're clear of any patent violations before we go building your product. So they won't even build it unless if they know that they don't have to worry about
getting sued in the future by somebody.
Getting sued, Exactly. That's how sophisticated it's gotten. I mean, in the old days, it's like, sure, here's some money, we'll make whatever you want. So, but it's much more prevalent now than it used to be.
Gotcha. Do you have any opinions on the whole the deluge of the NFT stuff and all the crypto everything? Do you see anything? It's not exactly your wheelhouse, but in terms of like SEC litigation or like is any of this stuff? Yeah, what do you have any opinions on any of that? I guess eventually maybe it would fall into the wheelhouse of like IP or copyright stuff, maybe, but
especially the NFT stuff. I personally love crypto. I think it's a revolutionizing the world. If you were some quote unquote pariah country and you know the U.S. could literally shut you down and prevent a letter of credit from going out, right? Which a lot of times we say, okay, that's great. You know, we want that, but you know, you may not if you're a citizen living in that country, right? So it's if you have to deal with the economic hardship. Well, crypto changes that. You know, it's like there is no worry, there's no concern that you know the U.S. banking system or you know would be able to shut down your ability to operate. That independence of the crypto I really like. I also like the characters in crypto. I think they're just really interesting. I love the idea of young people just pushing back on you know the old generation of you know the people who've made money and now they sit back and say you know they criticize the young people. You know a good example is Warren Buffett. You know, not exactly crazy about Bitcoin.
Yeah. Well, I have to ask now, especially if you're going to take that position, because there's a lot of like, you wouldn't consider yourself a libertarian, right? I don't think, or would you?
No. Not necessarily.
No, okay, gotcha. Just curious. Sometimes there's like kind of the age-old joke on the internet that people will, if you tear down society enough and then you ask somebody like, say you've got like well, you know, what if you're going to get invaded by another group of people and you live in an anarcho-libertarian society? Like, well, we'd come to some agreement. Maybe we'd have armies. Maybe we'd force some people to conscript. Right? Eventually, you're kind of like reconstructing government at some point. It's like, okay, so you basically made a new government from your anarchist society. It's like, okay, yeah, maybe. It feels like for crypto, a lot of the stuff is heading in similar directions where initially it was like the Wild West and it was cool and there was a lot of like the technologies were really innovative and the ability to send money without fees and everything is cool. And then it feels like we're slowly rediscovering like, well, why does the SEC exist? Because we've had so many of these things where like creators will come out and like, oh, check out this new technology. And then boom, 99% drop the next day and they made like $30 million and they walk away. You've got people that are able to pump and dump like crazy in a lot of these markets. And it's not really SEC regulated. So it's not illegal technically, although maybe that's going to start to change. It feels like an area that is ripe for litigation or legislation, I guess, in the future, depending on how things go. Yeah, and I don't know. It's interesting to see like when everything is free and wild and crazy where things can go. But like, there's a lot of people obviously getting screwed. There's a lot of people getting rich. Well, a few people getting rich. Yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of an interesting. It's an interesting ordeal, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I mean, a lot of times, like I guess what all the players on Wall Street know, especially the people running the funds, is that you know, if everything stays steady, they don't make any money. They only make money when things go up and down, and then they get a little cut of what's going on. So yeah, I'm one of these people that I'm just there are just so many fees that are built into you know our banking system, and it has not always been the way that it is. And it's such a huge power structure that I really like the idea of giving the new generation the ability to sort of generate their own money on their own terms and thinking their own way. And, you know, part of me, I'm in my 50s, but I tend to sort of support young people. I kind of tend to understand where they're coming from, especially, you know, with baby boomers. It's like, you know, they've taken everything and now it's like the planet Earth is getting destroyed as well. Now, bear in mind, I'm only a year from baby boomers and I'm not talking about individuals. I just mean kind of as a group, you know what I mean?
Sure, yeah, I understand.
But in general, it's like, it's a huge problem. So it's like, if you're sitting there saying that, you know, if someone is sitting there saying that, well, there's all these problems associated with crypto, I would say, well, there's a lot of problems associated with the way we do business now as well. You know, everything from the way the 401k structure was created essentially under the Reagan administration, so that, you know, it gives, you know, essentially free money to Wall Street to be able to do and play as a wish, and an entire generation of people that think they can bank on all their mutual funds, which you just keep going up and down, that cannot. Traditionally, I would say the pensions that you got, before we had the pension corporate raiders and stuff like that, you used to actually have a pension, which is a lot like Social Security. You paid into this company your entire life. You would have 20, 30 years of money coming from there. And it's not the same as quote unquote gambling it on Wall Street.
Yeah, I think
whether or not that.
I think around 2007 is when, because that's when I entered the job market for more traditional work. And I don't know if it was before that, maybe it started happening, but I know around 2007, a lot of people started to cut out a lot of those benefits. And I don't know if any like millennials, depending on your age. I'm 33, so I don't know if I'm in the middle age or the upper age for millennial. But yeah, things like pensions, just nobody even knows what that means. And they seem like an extreme when you even think about like the idea that you are getting paid from your job like indefinitely or for like 10, 15, 20 years after you leave. That sounds awesome. But yeah, it
sounds awesome.
Yeah.
And what happened was it was not protected, Destiny. It was. First of all, go take a look at what it takes to create a pension fund for a company versus 401k plan. 401k plan, you just make a phone call.
Yeah, of course. You don't even have to do it, right?
For pension, there's a million regulatory requirements.
Yeah.
And, that didn't happen by accident. It happened, what was the quote from, it was a football coach that said, the person who's on the top of Mount Everest didn't fall there. It didn't just happen that one day, hey, 401ks are so easy and everything. It's like there's a lot of vested interest that want you to have that kind of structure. And I question that. I don't, I tend to go against what, the grain is, whatever, I'm supposed to believe. But in general, if, our Social Security is not that different than annuities, and at least a good annuity, and one that goes back to the, to Roman times when they were paying the soldiers. So it's, that might be a much better way to go than, necessarily putting money into the stock market or, counting on the S&P 500 to, get you there, et cetera. So that's why I tend to stay more open-minded, I think, about crypto. It's just one of those things that I'm still on the learning process, and I'm doing a survey of the laws. I'm going to report on that a little bit. But in general, my thinking about it is, let me look at it a little bit more closely before I just put it down and say this is just a den of hiding money from the government and being able to get away with criminal activity.
Yeah,
because there's a lot more to it. There's also a lot of opportunities to come out of it.
For sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, okay. Well. I think that's all I have for questions, unless if you've got anything else. Otherwise, you can always shoot me an email if you want to, something comes up and you want to chat about it or anything else. Yeah?
It sounds great. I really enjoyed it. If you have any chat questions or anything like that, welcome to reach out with me to me about it.
Yeah, for sure. Cool. And then we can chat on Zoom next time, since it seems to be working better than Discord was. Yeah.
Sorry, man. It's like for the old folks.
No, it's all good. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. It's been fun to chat. And yeah, anytime you want to chat again, or I'll reach out to you if something comes up. Yeah, cool.
Thanks so much. My pleasure.
Yeah, have a good one.
Good meeting you.
Bye. Okay, the Zoom call went a lot better. Fuck, the Discord call. Talking to someone on a 5-second delay is actually infuriating. I felt like I was almost getting trolled. It's like, holy shit. But yeah, okay. Okay, I have to get my body back because I feel like I had stuff on me. Helmets don't give you any gear level shit, right? They're just like cosmetic. Okay, yeah, I'm watching gameplay and doing some math, and I'm coming to the conclusion that you're in fact it's not good. That's a good one. Did he say Obama initially? I couldn't tell as soon as he said it.
Passed called the American Advance Act under President Obama.
Was it intentional or was it accidentally or?
Because there was some legislation passed called the American Advance Act under President Obama.
Fucking Trump has poisoned our minds, guys. Holy shit. Jesus. God, I can't fucking say anything. I love you guys. I love you guys, but I can't. I just want to have a whole thing about it, and I just can't, but I love you guys, okay? All I'm gonna say, god damn, all I'm just gonna say, okay, is that we are gonna hold steady to the media blackout, but god damn, but we're holding steady. We're holding strong, okay? Jesus. Okay, we love women. True! Okay, I've made these things. Okay. What do I have next? I think I have 3 talks today. Oh, President Sunday we talked to in a couple hours. Woof! 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 I can't, guys, just, we can't talk about it. Let me just, we have to adhere to the media blackout, but I'm just saying. Somebody sent me an idea for a dono sound. What is this? No, I can't even play it. I can't do it. I can't help myself. Oh, I can't help myself. Post it to your super followers? True! Does this even, can I even post this on Twitter? I'm so sorry. Does this work? Hold on, let me check. I just can't. Okay. Alright. Alright. Listen, this is why you're super followers, okay? Alright. We're back here.
Obama.
Oh, Bumna. God damn. Okay. Wait, hold on. Is President Sunday Vosh's editor? No, he's not. Oh, okay. He's just a huge Vosh sim. Just a Vosh stan. I should be able to hide from... Wait, if I'm a grandma, do you think people won't hit me? Since Destiny might be talking to President Sunday. What is this? It's a bit of context about the kind of person he is.
I don't understand in what world somebody can say...
Oh, thanks for linking the 2-hour chat. Thank you, my dude.
Hey, for example, the Great Replacement. There's also constant grants ask, hey, are we going to have an uninterrupted block of to social cohesion that occurs? Which again, very, but it makes up like
you and how it doesn't serve your point. That kills your credit.
Oh, do I need a bookcase behind me, guys? Look at how cute I am. Do you think I get hurt in the sunlight like this, or are we chill? Oh, I do get hurt in the sunlight. Make sure to get your blood test done in the morning. Cloud, I'm getting it done at 9 a.m. Okay. That would be so pretentious. Wait, what would be pretentious? When am I using the V Rising server? After I beat the game, Cake. In a few days. Should be ready. Oh, the bookcase. You need a neon sign that says this won't lick itself. What? You should check out a movie called Licorice Pizza. Yeah, let me get right on that. What I need to watch is fucking Top Gun. I haven't seen the original, or if I did, it was a long time ago. Because apparently Top Gun 2 is fucking amazing. Holy shit. Like, Jesus. I've read some unbelievable reviews of this movie. And I don't remember the first one. Do I need to see the first one to appreciate the second one? Because it feels like, from what I've read, a lot of people say there's a lot of callbacks and references to the second one, so... Or to the first one, I'm sorry, and the second one. So I feel like I'd want to watch the... Okay, can I just be a rat? Why can't I go under anything? Jeez. It's basically The Force Awakens versus A New Hope. Wait, The Force Awakens... Oh, fuck me. The Force Awakens, was that one of the shitty new ones? Oh, don't mind me, guys. Let's all do our thing. Okay, let's drop some aggro. Yeah. Chill. Spend 30 minutes farming scrolls and you would be 10 levels up? Wait, what are you talking about? I'm pretty sure I'm the max gear level for my current shit. I need to go to that swamp shit in the northeast. How do the bushes give me no cover? Oh my god. I'm gonna die in the sunlight. Okay, nice. You are not. You need the merciless version. Do you think I should ban Kolne, or what do you think what do you think I have right now? What do you think this stuff is called?
Didn't say Simon Says.
I have to go down this road, right? There's no way to cross it. Your gem sucks. The Ember Chain? I can make more. I can make like a ton of pendants. I just don't know what the thing is to craft them. Can you respond to these talking points? Jesus! Why would you link me my own debate? What? Wow, thanks, Cameron. Have you donated a DSP yet today? Is he streaming? You need the jewelry table. I think I can make that. Crafting? Jewel crafting table. Oh, oh, because I needed glass. Oh, I can definitely make that. No, not this. I'm going the wrong way. I fucking hate my life. You can get 6 more levels from jewelry. Damn. Okay. I think I have all the blueprints for jewelry, so. You can also get a new cape. I don't think the cape gives you gear levels. Not that that matters, I guess. But. Harpy nest, cool. But who asked? Oh shit, these guys asked. Jesus. Do harpies have pussies? Can you fuck them, guys? You're playing on easy rule set or hard rule set? Wait, there's a hard rule set? Did I fuck up? Oh, these guys have the scholar blood. What the fuck does that mean? Scholar gives really good buffs. Oh, damn. Whoops.
Yes.
Cool. What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, I'm just confused. Like, I already apologized to Chud Logic.
I didn't see that. Where?
It didn't need to be a public affair. We talked privately.
Didn't?
No, it
Hey,
didn't.
let me ask you this. So after you called Chud Logic a pedophile and somebody
Yes.
pointed out this was spurious, yeah. So after that, you said you hadn't looked into it. So really, Chud Logic could have been anybody. You just
Oh
didn't
no,
care.
I was very aware who Chud Logic was.
Really?
Yeah.
But you said you didn't look into it.
Yeah, I didn't.
So on the basis of no evidence, you just called somebody a pedophile in front of thousands of people. Explain yourself.
Suck D's nuts. All right, I kicked them off. Anyway, let's keep going.
What? Okay.
I'm not a debate streamer. I don't debate. Also don't have nuts.
Finally, something we agree on.
Wait, so does President Sunday hate Keffels but likes Vosh? I'm confused. Where does his allegiance lie? He's a chaos agent, wow. President Sunday hates Vosh too. Oh, well, who the fuck does he like? Silver ore makes dark silver ingots. Seriously, bro? Can I even make dark silver shit? I thought I could. Okay. He liked Professor Flowers until she threw him under the bus. Oh no, one of those types of people, huh? Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. Wait, is that today? Oh, yes. I just need a time, babe. President Sunday hates you, that's all you need to know. He buys into all the spy-driven stuff and also debated Doomer politics for weeks trying to make him change his title. Vosh is unironically evil. Chat with Erudite. We'll say 1900 EST. Erudite versus Mr. Girl? That's not for a while. I think a couple days. I think it's on my schedule, isn't it? I can't understand you bring us a full internet drama between absolute nobodies who have no consequence to the world immediately after chatting with a well-established and knowledgeable expert. I mean, these are the people that inhabit my world. When am I on Fresh and Fit? Oh shit, true. He actually messaged me this morning. Ooh. Okay. How you guys doing? You can watch this to better understand him.
Hello, everyone.
Okay. Literally every scene in Breaking Bad is a banger. Why do you hate the show so much? I just super disagree. I'd have to go back and check, but like, I felt like the stuff with Gus was so far above and beyond everything else in the series. It was the stuff with Gus, and then some of the final stuff when people figured out who Walt was pretty good. But there were so many garbage. Like that Tuco villain was whatever, cringe. The two Mexican guys that came to kill Walt's brother-in-law or whatever was cringe. Like there was just so much like cringe shit that I didn't care about. It just felt like the Gus stuff was so far and above. Like so much of the other stuff in that show. Damn, people disagree. Yeah, I don't know. I just didn't give a fuck about that shit. Can he load the bullet before they kill him, guys? Gun gunfight! Oh, gunfights! I'm sorry. Okay. Jewel crafter's table. Greater blood essence, glass, iron. Glass, iron. Greater blood essence. Huh. What do you think of this Russia take?
Man, Russia, bro, Putin is a gangster.
Nice.
That man was part of KGB. That man had a black belt, bro. You know what I'm saying? He held that country. He held that country for years, bro. Man, Russia, bro, Putin is a gangster. That man was part of KGB. That man had a black belt, bro. You know what I'm saying? He held that country. He held that country for years, bro. Man, Russia, bro, Putin is a gangster. That man was part of KGB.
Okay, true. Okay. 15. Oh, damn. These are higher level. Which is there like a best pendant? Oh, fuck. I could boost the gear level of all my dudes as well, huh?
Uvalde, Texas is where I was born. It's where my mom taught kindergarten less than a mile from Robb Elementary. Uvalde is where I learned to master a Daisy BB gun. That took 2 years before I graduated to a .410 shotgun. Uvalde is where I was taught to revere the power and the capability of the tool that we call a gun. Uvalde is where I learned responsible gun ownership. Now, Uvalde called me on May 24th when I learned the news of this devastating tragedy. I had been out of cellular range, working in the studio all day when I emerged, and messages about a mass shooting in the town I was born in began flooding my inbox. In a bit of shock, I drove home, hugged my children a bit tighter and longer than the night before, and then the reality of what had happened that day in the town I was born in set in. So the next morning, Camilla, myself, the kids, we loaded up the truck and we drove to Uvalde. When we arrived a few hours later, I gotta tell you, even from the inside of our vehicle, you could feel the shock in the town. You could feel the pain, the denial, the disillusion, anger, blame, sadness, loss of lives, dreams halted.
Wow. Do you see the New York Times article or the CNN article about the culture at Washington Post? Control of Brianna and read from there. Yeah, I've seen stuff. Yeah. Wait, control of Brianna. WAPO is going crazy right now, guys. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Sam Harris gun take. Wow, thank you for the hour and 34-minute video, my dude. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need more sunflowers. Fuck. Do you get sunflowers here? Anywhere? Oh, cotton farm. Ban the dynamics for as long as a video they link when it's completely unrelated and brain dead. Wow. You're calling Sam Hyde brain dead? RTBA? Going silver mining brings silver resist brew to carry more. What if I bring a brew for your mom to suck my dick more? Oh! I'm just kidding. Sorry. We're coasting this stream until our next talk, okay? This is a low effort stream in the meantime. Got him. Why do I allow op-eds at all, by the way? Damn, that's a big-ass sentence that I don't have time to read. I'm sure it's a great sentence, though. Shut up, loser. Get out of my way, loser. God, I love killing civilians! Bro, just auto-loot the sunflower. Are you serious? Sam Hyde video about IDubbbz's relationship.
Mark my words, that woman is going to ruin his life.
I've had a bunch of concussions.
Yeah, she did sports growing up, so like...
She's like his entertainment handler.
I think he's a soft individual.
Oh, he's soft! His mom died, though.
Yeah, exactly.
The shooter, the terrorist mascot, he's going to make me look bad so that he can, like, get one over on the people that have been trolling him for having an OnlyFans girlfriend.
It's very similar to, like, the porn industry for women. The way that fighters are treated.
It would have been a different outcome had we been in the front row cracking Dr. Mike's armor. Dr. Mike has 10 million Pakistani burner accounts following him. There's not one real person following Dr. Mike. And he said, usually I'm the puppet master in these situations.
What?
Yeah.
IDubbbz looks like he's been drinking a lot of whole milk. See the photo though? IDubbbz is definitely rocking like a milk body, and the doctor looks like he's in shape.
There could be something under there that we don't see under his flesh.
He looks vascular, dude.
But being cut, like not having a lot of fat on your body or water retention, it's a bit of an illusion sometimes, especially on video.
I feel that. I feel that.
You know?
How much weight did you have to put on IDubbbz? I was probably 150 then. Now I'm 185. That's insane. What did you do to put on the pounds? Eating a lot.
I have a kinesiology background, nutrition background, so I just
She was guiding me the whole time, tell me what to eat, when to eat.
I love eating. It actually pisses me off how like much he doesn't like breakfast because I love breakfast. So I try to get him up and eat. And
You like second breakfast?
I love all. If I could eat 4 breakfasts a day,
Third
I
breakfast?
would.
Dr. Mike, he looks good, bro. I don't know. Like,
I think it's good editing. You know, you also have Ryan Garcia.
let me pull up that Dr. Mike boxing video.
He's saying he's the best boxer, you know, YouTube boxer, but Dr. Mike also said that he was being hyperbolic.
He posts good pictures. I'll give him credit. You know, he wants to look intense. I don't put that same level of effort.
Sure. You're not hyping yourself up.
You look at my Instagram, it's kind of...
You got a six-pack?
I don't have a six-pack.
I always think about food. It's literally the only thing I think about.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Pound
so
it.
I get it.
But you're a skinny legend.
I was.
You're
I'm 130.
I want to see how much better Ian's gotten. I want to feel your power levels, man.
I think you're going to be shocked, Sam.
It's
I think you're going to be
accelerated.
the most shocked because you've seen what he used to look like.
Like deep down, I want him to be uncucked. I want him to get the tattoos lasered off, get a normal haircut, get rid of Yoko Ono, That's poisonous. That relationship is poisonous. She's like his entertainment handler. Like she's his career manager now or something.
I played competitive sports my whole life, so I'm kind of aware of what's going to happen and how it's going to feel. We'll have a sports psychologist and work through like, you know, doing ring walks and like all of that stuff. I think we'll be good.
I've had a bunch of concussions.
Yeah, she did sports growing up, so like...
She's gonna ruin his life. I guarantee it. Mark my words. Mark my words. That woman is gonna ruin his life.
I heard she's been ghostwriting all the best parts of Content Cop the past 10 years. She is iDubbbz.
That's what I heard as well. I heard...
Wait, real quick. Is this Amethyst Pendant? Do you think this is the best one? For spell, crit, strike damage, and spell power? Or what do you think is the best pendant? Misty Necklace gets us better cooldowns. Emerald Necklace gets us good move speed and health. Ability cooldowns. Yeah, okay. Misty Necklace it is then. Oh wait, Amethyst? Wait, somebody said the Amethyst for sure. It's pure preference. They're all the same gear level. I like move speed.
When you first get into sparring, you either freeze or you like don't understand how hard you're going. It's like really hard to know. And I go hard apparently, and I think I just put her in a fight or flight situation, and she just like smoked me as hard as she could. Like everybody was like, oh, even like she was like, oh, we went to the neurologist, and he basically had to beg me to stop.
iDubbbz, would you say that I inspired your boxing career?
No, you did not.
What did?
Rice gum.
Look, man, before he sparred with me, he was like a 100-pound computer nerd guy. And then he came out here, he did this kind of like weird Oedipal hero worship, but hero killing in his mind thing. He came out here to punk me. He ended up becoming fascinated with cigars and manual transmission slingshots. So his claim that I didn't inspire him to box is absurd.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being like me, and I have no interest at all, or 10 being how you felt on Saturday night going out, how interested were you in boxing when you did the documentary where you were sparring out in the woods?
And like you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably a 0.
Right.
Yeah.
That was just like an activity that was suggested to you, not something you were like seriously considering?
No, not at all.
His fans would believe me, but it was one of many things that he had planned for the documentary. I don't know, we just did it for like 30 minutes under a bridge, and I was just getting pounded on. Can't say that inspired me.
Sam messaged me, he was like, yeah, we could do like go-kart racing or boxing. You know, boxing under the overpass was like the easiest thing to do.
I watched a recent interview where he like doubled down on, you know, it was a 30-minute thing under a bridge. It had nothing to do with the boxing event.
God, man, insanity. Come on, at least give me that, iDubbbz.
That's like his whole shtick, though. He's like, I'm Dr. Mike.
I'm hot.
I'm hot as boy. Yeah, you're about to get f***ed up by Ian. You're about to go from a 9 to a 3. This is Ian's coach, by the way. We didn't introduce. What was your name?
Michael Briggs, Bonafide Boxing.
And what are your credentials, Michael?
I don't want to talk too much.
Go ahead.
I started with like freestyle wrestling, boxing when I was 12. So I was an amateur boxer though.
What do you think, Coach? How's he look?
Yeah, I don't want to talk too much. You could be a Golden Gloves winner, but still not really understand like coaching fighters well. Yeah. Ian looked better on pads after like 6 months. These are all like edited, highlighted clips. He looks okay, but...
Wait, did people really think that iDubbbz was seriously going to win? Was this a thing in his camp that they thought that he was like... I'm not just talking shit on iDubbbz or anything, but like the Dr. Mike dude is like super in shape and everything, and like I think has some recreational boxing history. Fuck, did I miss all this shit talk?
It also doesn't look like he's a real boxer. I don't want to talk too much. I think he's a soft individual.
Oh, he's soft? He is soft, huh? His mom died, though.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't just say, oh, I'm going to lose in podcast promoting the fight. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can understand it to some extent. You're not gonna like be a downer on yourself, but like, but I mean, I imagine you have to, or is this just all part of it? Even for like, these guys aren't like serious boxers. It's not like they've got a huge reputation on the line, right?
He admitted that 10 years isn't 10 years of serious boxing. That's just fitness boxing.
Right.
So,
who do you think is gonna win, iDubbbz or the Doctor?
Dr. Mike has more boxing experience. I would say Dr. Mike would win.
Like, he's obviously into working out and looking good, but I think he's more into looking good.
The actual impressive stuff in boxing that other boxers look at and go like, oh, that's impressive, most people would look at and not know what they're seeing.
Right. Well, because like this doesn't sound like you're just hyping up your dude. I can understand. No, hold on. I think you guys are coping. I think you guys are coping now. Hold on. I'm sorry. Going on and shit talking for showmanship would be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go beat the fuck out of Dr. Mike. This guy's a soft little fucking wuss. Having somebody on here being like, well, actually, if you look at the critiques of like all of the things, like a lot of people don't like. This doesn't sound like people just hyping up things. Now you guys are coping. That sounds like people that are trying to do like a semi-serious analysis of the potential fight, trying to call like who's gonna win or lose based on their like credentials. You literally didn't follow any of this. Why the fuck do you think you know? I'm just listening to what she's saying. Also, I don't trust you because you're probably autistic because you're in my chat. So why the fuck would I trust you? Got him. Easy. Destroyed.
Exactly. Yeah.
But anyway, deep down, I want him to...
Is there a rule on how you hype people up? Yeah, of course there is. What do you mean? You hype different people up in different ways or for different purposes. It depends on what the goal of your hyping is.
To shed this cuckoldry and succeed. I can't imagine him ever being humble, at least not while he's under the controls of this like succubus freak woman.
So this is Anissa training. Apparently this is
Yeah, I'm very proud of that actually.
okay. So you can't fight anyone?
No.
You're not allowed to fight?
No. Unless I want. And like, I move.
Oh, wait, what? I'm not allowed to fight anyone unless I want? What was even the point of that? I don't understand what the point of that was.
After punching, which is like huge. Like you can even see Michael in that clip when I like do move my head, like roll after the punch. He like gets super excited about it because like that's hard to get somebody to do, especially when you're really new. Like
This is insane footwork.
Well,
For
hold on,
people who aren't
AB.
familiar with boxing.
Thank you, AB.
Almost every day, my coach slaps the shit out of me.
I knew from the get-go that he was coming out here to make me look bad. I knew from the first email what it was because he'd been getting a lot of from like 4chan right-wing type guys because of his OnlyFans girlfriend. And so I was just, game theory. What's this guy thinking? He's thinking he's gonna.
So I know a little bit of Loy here, just because I used to know Anicia a little bit, or Anisha. I don't know if that's what people call her. So people hate iDubbbz's girlfriend. I think because one partial thing is that they blame her for him kind of moderating himself a little bit, and then they also hate her because she's done like OnlyFans shit. So people are like ultra critical of like he dates like a prostitute. Like people make those kinds of claims against her.
The shooter, the terrorist mascot, he's gonna make me look bad so that he can like get one over on the people that have been trolling him for having an OnlyFans girlfriend. That's literally what does that sound insane?
No, that does not.
That sounds insane because it's like I'm trying to read someone's mind, but I knew that as soon as I saw the email in my inbox.
To be honest, I see it's very similar to like the porn industry for women. The way that fighters are treated.
It's interesting.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting in the doc that he did about you. He seemed like so unable to like roll with the jokes and things you were making. It seemed like he really did want to do like a Sam Hyde expose kind of video.
At the tail end of the documentary, when he wasn't getting the footage that he wanted, he was really upset, like an angry, like he was pouting in his car, and he said, not to me, but to somebody on the crew, he said, usually I'm the puppet master in these situations.
I mean, Anissa and I love the promoting aspect because we had control over, all the fighters that we brought on the card, and that made it a lot more fun because we can keep it to people that we vibe with a little bit more. We had control over...
What?
Yeah, he said 100% on God, he said that. Usually I'm the puppet master in situations.
That's how he views himself? iDubbbz the puppet master?
I guess so, man. I guess so. So anyway, I think that's where the anger comes from. I think that's why he doesn't want me at his boxing event, even though I literally would have rooted for him, I would have been cheering for him, it would have been a different outcome. It would have been a different outcome.
He would have won
had
if
we been
Sam
in the
was
front
there.
row, cracking Dr. Mike's armor. Ooh, it would have been different.
Even with you banned, we were up there. Like in my mind, I was thinking, I still want iDubbbz to win. It's like the man versus you know, the powers that be. Like we still root for iDubbbz even in the fight.
I feel like Sam Hyde is being a huge fucking baby. There's probably, he has to walk a very fine line here. I'll say that much. He has to walk a very fine line because, like, he obviously really wanted to go, and that he can't hide that hurt. Like, he genuinely is hurt that he probably got kicked out of this event, but he also wants to play everything off as being mega ironic. So there's a very fine line you have to walk between being, like, ironic, but also, like, showing a little bit of damage to your ego, which is probably what's happened, right? Like,
It's Dr. Mike. Dr. Mike has 10 million Pakistani burner accounts following him. There's not one real person following Dr. Mike.
do we know why it was booted? I don't think we know for sure. I mean, if I had to bullshit posit a guess, probably just because iDubbbz just didn't want to risk any crazy, weird, dramatic shit happening at the event. That's probably why. He just why risk it? Like, because it's fucking Sam Hyde. Why would you even run the risk? Was he kicked or never invited? I believe he was kicked because I think he bought tickets, but they said that even though he bought tickets, he wasn't allowed in, right? Front row tickets too. I think they were, was it $10,000 tickets or? He got refunded.
I've been asking people on the street. I've been going, do you know Dr. Mike? Do you know Dr. Mike? Do you know Dr.
Do you disagree with banning Sam for those reasons? I think it's reasonable to not have him there. So, I am very much vibing here, okay? Very much going off of vibes. So, and this, I don't know if I would risk it, okay? Sam Hyde feels like the kind of guy who could hardcore meme when he needs to, but when it's supposed to be more serious, he seems like he could be in control because he would want to be a part of these things. Like, I wouldn't imagine him doing like crazy shit at an event like this because he wants to be invited to stuff like this. He seems like the kind of guy that could do both, but he also seems like the kind of guy who maybe couldn't. So like, it's super hard to, like, he could also do some crazy shit and make it a meme. But the thing is, he's been associated with so much other like crazy shit that it's hard to even, why take the risk, you know? Like, that's the issue. So. Meme's too close to the sun, yeah. He literally worked with Adult Swim. Yeah, he did. Yeah, no, I know. He seems like he could, but who knows, yeah.
Dr. Mike is? Who's that? Who's that? Who's that? No, no, no! He's a nobody!
Apparently he's upset you weren't at the event.
Yeah, no, shout out to Dr. Mike for the support. How many people were there just with our merch?
Crazy.
100 people with our merch, so that's...
Like, we didn't expect the support of 100 people already there in our shirts. Like, we planned to carry the weight.
It probably takes a decent level of social intelligence to meme this hard. Maybe, and I don't want to take away anything from Sam Hyde, because a lot of the shit he does is kind of funny, but I think that, like, something that I've learned more as time has gone on, I think sometimes we think people are a lot more intentional than they actually are. It could be the case that Sam actually puts quite a bit of, like, or there is a lot of social intelligence that goes into doing what he does. Or it could also be the case that he just has, like, an ultra ironic sense of humor personality. He doesn't really think much about it at all. And he's just, like, always memeing, you know? Like, there are people, if you've ever met them, that are just, like, 100% always memeing. And they're not, like, super intelligent people that are like, oh, God, you're like a meme lord, dude. You're so smart on all this. It's like, no, they're just, like, ironic and sarcastic all the time in every facet of their life, you know? What is this?
Wow, you just made a big mistake. You're about your fucking inbox is about to get blown up.
Yeah, no, I've never said no to anyone that wanted to come on the stream.
Wow.
Like I've never had that.
Wow. I don't know what to do with that answer.
Most people don't
Yeah.
ask, I guess. Yeah. Hassan will bust his stream bussy wide
I'm
open
like,
for
I'm legit
anyone.
like thinking. I'm legit thinking.
Okay, then maybe who is a female streamer you wouldn't allow on your stream?
Yeah, there we go. Audible.
Even then, there is none.
Wow.
Oh, fucking, not Melina.
Oh, that makes sense.
There you go.
God, I hate Cutie. She's such a fucking vapid cunt. Holy shit. Also, why would his son bring up fucking Melina out of nowhere? How fucking weird. What the fuck?
Destiny's girlfriend.
Fucking
Destiny's
wife. Yeah.
Oh, wife, nice. I don't
That's
know
it.
who they are, but
Well,
fuck them,
he
I
answered
guess.
Good friend.
Yeah.
Alright, choose one for Saw.
Nah, fuck you, dude. I'm not.
For context, he was asked if there are any girls he wouldn't have on. Yeah, we just heard the context. Thank you.
But like, there's people who already agree with us.
So
There's
that's
so many T-shirts out there.
That's in our merch. So we're probably responsible for like 500 ticket sales right there. And had he come to me and like, you know, been like, help me promote this thing, I would have gone grizzly mode on promotion. It would have been like we probably could have doubled the stream sales. And I had a moment.
Double?
A tear fell from my eye. I had a real moment though. I texted him about the refund. Like, are you gonna give me this refund? Which is kind of like asking somebody for a refund after they get their pushed in by a fitness boxer. Like, he just got humiliated by a guy that like hits pads for fitness. And I'm texting him, hey, can I get a refund, bro? So that was kind of out of pocket on my end, but I texted him asking if he wanted help for the rematch. And I 100% sincerely meant it. And if he had said yes, I would have, he'll still to this day, if he says yes, I will give it my 100% all to make sure that he comes out on the winning end of that next time around.
Nice. Okay, I think the person I need to kill is in this camp thing. We need to go to the south.
Obama.
True. Why does Ludwig not like Destiny at all? There's like something that I noticed a lot with YouTube that I actually now that I've been on 2 different platforms, I notice this. I've talked about this phenomenon before, that on YouTube there's like very different crowds of people, which is cool. There's like super distinct communities that never interact with each other ever, which is really nice. On Twitch, the communities are way more insulated. They're very, very insular. So like when it comes to like quote unquote the LSF community, everybody is like friends, like clout sharking off each other. Like it's a huge thing. So the annoying thing is that like if you're not liked by one person, you're completely fucked in that entire community, which is so annoying because like I get along with so many people in that community, but there'll be like 2 like pussies, like Hassan and like I'm trying to think if there's one other guy. There's one other Hassan and like Caseytron will like not like me, and I get like I basically have like affiliating with that community gets really, really, really difficult as a result of that. So it's just kind of annoying. But there's not like an equivalent thing to that on YouTube because there's so many different crowds of people. I'm sure within groups of people on YouTube it can happen. Or like if you don't like Jake Paul or something, I'm sure he's got like a community of people. But there's like a ton of different communities, yeah. Do you feel like you misrepresented that Cutie Novery situation way back? Wasn't that the initial reason why Cutie dislikes you? Did I misrepresent that? I thought we got to the truth of that. Do you regret not getting chummy with all these streamers? I couldn't have held it for a long time. There's no way. Like there would always be like, there'd be some dramatic event or something that would come up and then everybody would hate me because I wouldn't be able to resist saying something, so. Does Cutie not only like you because of the Casey Hassan stuff, or is there more to it? I think it's pretty much just that. And then like Ludwig kind of is like one of those like super cloudy like nutsuckers who hopped into the whole like socialism weird shit and the Hassan shit, so like he didn't like me either. And then Cutie is obviously Ludwig's girl, whatever the fuck. Just stupid, annoying shit. Twitch has bigger groups for sure. It does, and like I think in some of the gaming communities it does, but those are a lot different than like the LSF crowd, right? I don't know if I can fucking go in here. That's why I didn't come in here before. Fuck. Do you think I just run in, kill somebody, and run out? What if I drink this salve? You need a potion? Is there gonna be holy radiation throughout this entire place? Or does it like go away at some point? Fuck. This isn't even the person map, I don't think. Okay, I can't. There's no way I can do this for this damage. I'm gonna die right here. Oh shit. Psych. How much you liked with an offline TV and what makes them different than the OTK LSF crowd? I don't think I have any problems with anybody in the OTV crowd, so. But I imagine they're probably somewhat similar, where like if one person doesn't like you, you can probably get axed from that whole group too. I would imagine.
What did I say about the accident?
No, Jesus. Misk if someone likes Destiny, right? Yeah, I think me and Misk get along okay, I think. Do you generally hate Hassan as a person or just his persona? Typically this is online shit. It's kind of hard to hate Hassan as a person. There's not like much there to hate, I don't think. You good with Pokemon now? Yeah, I think we are. Do you get along with Maya? I think so. Are you and Will Neff alright? I think so, yeah. I think we're pretty good. I think the last time we hung out we chatted for a while. But that was a while ago, I think. You and Joe Biden okay? Yeah, we're fine. What made you dislike Ludwig as much as you do? I don't really like Ludwig. I don't dislike Ludwig. I think he's a fine person. It was just, it irritates the fuck out of me when people are like very groupy about like who they like and don't like. And there was some time on stream where Ludwig just started like shit talking me and Melina for like no reason, and he had no reason to not like me. Like I'd never said anything bad about him. But I could tell he was doing it because he just wanted to like suck nuts with fucking Hassan. And when I see people do that shit, I lose so much respect for them immediately. It drives me fucking crazy. But okay. What am I looking for? Okay, potions. Surprised by the lack of a new Raj Royale show? People don't like to fight. People get really mad, and you can't do those shows over long periods of time because everybody genuinely starts to hate each other. It's really, really hard to find people that enjoy conflict over long periods of time. Okay. Holy Resistance Potion. Water-filled bottle. Morning Lily. then 2 Scourge Stones. Do you think Ludwig actually actively thinks about nut sucking, or is it just how these people are with that thing? I think that generally, I think it's a pretty natural thing to be like kind of group oriented. Like when your group likes a person, you like the person. When your group hates a person, they hate a person. It's a pretty normal human thing. I can still get irritated at it though. I don't think Ludwig is like especially like a bad person or anything. It's just annoying, cloudy shit. I shouldn't even say cloudy shit. Annoying like social group shit. Do any Twitch streamers still reach out to you behind the scenes? I think the only people that have are, I think S-Fan has. He's a pretty cool dude. Slicker has. He's a cool dude. Play devil's advocate, you call them all a bunch of clingy clout sharks properly does not help them liking you. It's very, very, very rare that I'll talk shit on somebody without them doing something first. I'm gonna stop letting you fucking retards gaslight me on that shit, because every single time you guys have done it, you've been wrong. So I'm gonna assume that I didn't say anything bad about me, or bad about him, until he says something bad about me first. That's usually always how those interactions go. Like, one of you guys will bring up, like, oh, well, Destiny said this horrible thing, blah, blah, and then I'll read it, like, oh, fuck, yeah, I guess I did, that was pretty bad. And then, like, later on, someone will email me or message me, like, yo, you realize you only said this because this guy, like, said he would, like, rape and kill your child or whatever. I'm like, oh, shit, well, I guess that's why I said it. Not that extreme, but, like... Unless they do something I, like, genuinely disagree with, right? So, like, I'm sure I've, like, talked about people, like, gambling or whatever. Or like the weird like Korean girl stereotypes, like I'll say shit like that. But then in that case, I don't get mad if those people shit talk me. Like if Hot Chubby like didn't like me because of shit I've said about her on stream, yeah, I can understand. I'm not gonna complain. I'll be like, oh, I can't believe Hot Chubby says something mean about me, because I'm not a fucking moron. Like, yeah. Okay. Boom, boom. The offline TV crew pretty insulated from the Austin Hassan clique. Seems like many of them didn't turn their back on you despite Hassan Casey. They're like, there's like a weird like. Offline TV has like its core members, and then they kind of like grew out to like these. Like, did Valkyrie join like Offline TV? The thing is I have a couple of pretty close connections in Offline TV, and I don't think they would like abandon me. Hopefully, like Lily wouldn't. So like those connections, I would hope I would always have. But oh no, she's 100 Thieves. I guess maybe they just collab a lot. I don't know. Okay. There's OTV and then there's OTV and Friends. Okay. I don't know what the difference is, but... We ever collaborated with Nick Merckx? I think I've been on a couple Scuff podcasts with him. That dude is really funny. His views are a little fucked, but he's a super funny guy. That was cringe, but even before that, Destiny just shit-talked 39 Daft for no reason? Did I really? I don't actually believe you. I just outhandedly, I don't agree with you. I doubt I did. Because 39 Daft seemed like a pretty talented person who doesn't do, I don't think she ever did any cringe shit on stream. Like, she normally seemed like a decent, chill person. But I think that she tried to, like, dick suck Hassan super hard, and then she got onto the anti-Destiny train, and like especially during that cracker discourse where she started acting fucking insane.
Obama.
Oh, I might have also criticized the fuck out of her too related to the Pokemon drama. That's possible too. But she, if I remember that right, she was super in the wrong there. My recollection is that like there was basically like a minor disagreement that was basically completely cleared up in DMs. That was my understanding of it. And then 39Daft like exaggerated the fuck out of that situation. And then when Pokey released all the DMs, it was like, oh wait, hold on, 39Daft is just like cloud sharking hardcore here. That's what it felt like. But I'd have to go back and review that drama. Okay, potion. Wait! No, don't. I shouldn't have done this in the daytime. I get 30 minutes, I guess. Here's the clip.
You're right.
No, I don't care. Destiny wrong? Was it this? I'd have to go back and check. I'm trying to remember for the, what the Pokey stuff was. Or I'm not gonna remember, it's been a long time. It was something about, Daft said something about like Pokey, like ignored her or shunned her or something. I think the Lily Albert drama is where I felt you were super unreasonable to others and it didn't look good for you. Oh, I understand that. That's because you're an autistic child with no fucking respect or human decency at all. I will never have a stronger opinion than what I did on that drama. And I don't think anything has ever made me as gross as that drama felt. If you disagree with me there, I automatically have less respect for you as a human being. But it's all good. It is what it is. I don't care. What the fuck is going on here? Holy shit. There's no way I can hide in here. What was the drama? Basically just that, like, Lily was going through some pretty horrible shit, and, like, everybody in OTV, because, fuck, well, I don't want to, like, shit-talk that group of people again. It felt like, at the time, people were a little bit more obsessed with like getting social media clicks than like figuring out like what was going on with Lily or anything with her. And they basically ended up publicizing a whole bunch of shit that probably never needed to be publicized. That was just like really annoying. There's no way I'm gonna get out of here. Nice, dude. Can I jump down there? Nope. What was your role in that drama? I didn't have any role in it. I either commented publicly or I tweeted something that like I thought it was super inappropriate that people were tweeting when it was happening. Oh, these healing salves suck. It lasts for 12 seconds? Wait, please tell me I'm still hunting somebody. Oh, it went away. He has to be somewhere in here, right? I'll just try to kill all the bosses in here. Fuck it. I know there was a boss in here. Fuck it, let's go. Pandemic season is starting again. COVID cases. Nice. There's no way we're gonna get people on board for lockdowns and shit again. I don't believe it. When are you gonna review the Matt Walsh documentary? Oh, I'm thinking about doing a stream on Cozy because I can watch the full documentary on there, and then I can stream it. Might do that. Vampire, that's right. I'm gonna give you that good suck. Reduced cooldown on spells. Cool. Damn, spell life leech? Scholar Blood does seem like it's pretty sick. Alright. RDBS clip is a banger. What?
It is what it is, dude. Guys.
Wait, I'm sorry. I cut. Oh, why? Old clips of me. Why? I cut Maya off like 3 times. Go ahead. Sorry.
Maya, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I don't think that it's fair to call it lying because Ant genuinely believes that he's helping people, and whether or not, you know, there are a lot of skeptics.
Okay, never mind. I shouldn't have let her talk. That was a mistake.
Wait,
I
have a question. Destiny!
You're sorry.
Destiny.
It is what.
Did I crit this person? Fuck, man. That would have been nice to have. Good one, dude. Keep making noises. What a loser. Wait, was this guy? Oh, this was the guy I was supposed to go after. Do you think the Spider Queen? Crimson Beam. And heals allies for 100% of your spell power per second. Does healing allies... You sure can heal self for 25% of your spell power. Oh. Do you think Crimson Beam is better than Chaos Barrage? They must both be ultimates, huh? One of these ladies had super high blood quality. Fuck me. How far are you from the end of this game? Ask your mom. Oh!
This is a mistake. I don't have any money. Run!
She said I don't have any money? I'm a vampire. Why do you think I want money? Why would a city build a speed bump like this? Well, usually speed bumps are put in places to slow people down, right? Isn't that the point? I don't know if they don't have a sign or something in front of it, but... Have you ever debated this former mafia boss on election fraud? I guess, if they wanted to. Once you're in that life, there's no way out. Wow. Keep that in mind, my dude. When you grow plants in your estate, do you get seeds back from the plants? Like, can you plant things indefinitely, or do you have to keep hunting down more seeds? They grow back forever. No, the hunt more seeds. Yes, but the rate is low. Harvesting doesn't remove the plant. Jesus. You guys have all sorts of answers in here today, huh? You should get Melina to fake break up with you to see if she can get on Hassan's stream. Jesus. 89% rogue. Cool. Does Ceci notice YouTube super chats? You know, sometimes I do. Sometimes I don't. We are experiencing technical issues on some hardware setup resulting in performance deterioration over time. Oh no. You haven't seen, yeah, RTBA sending me screenshots of what he wants to talk about. Well, it should be a fun conversation, okay? Oh, good one, dude. One thing that's really weird about the upper level difficulty enemies in this game is that some enemies track you perfectly and other enemies don't at all. It's really weird. It's probably intentional to make some enemies seem more difficult. But it's irritating when you switch from like the first tier enemies to like the second tier. Like some of them, if you're moving, they will track you. They'll like, or not track you, they'll lead you perfectly, and then others won't. It's really strange. Wait for rifleman, sniper. Yeah, I think the rifleman will lead you perfectly. Some of the bosses have started to, and then others will just shoot it where you were, and that kind of thing. Given a take on streamers trying to branch into knockoff game shows, how popular is this? Is there a way to improve your wolf? I feel like it should be faster. Traveling in this game sucks ass really hard. I don't know if they'll patch that or fix it or give you some other way to do it, but... People that are saying horses in chat are totally missing the point. Even traveling, like, why do you skip horse solo? They're way faster. They're not. They're not really that much faster. There's still like a whole lot of tedious bullshit between like running between cities. It's still like irritating. But maybe caves will make things better. I don't know. If you can travel with resources with caves, maybe. Dude, I can't believe I'm seeing in some of my comment sections. How have conservatives have discovered, oh, and then in that DeSantis law too for Florida, or the guide for Medicaid or whatever, conservatives are discovering randomized control trials. Where were these same conservatives when we were talking about ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine? They're like, well, the standard of data, until there are some really good prospective RCTs on transitioning, I don't know if we can recommend this therapy for trans people to be paid for by Medicaid. Like, wait, the fuck? Wait. Where was the RCT appreciation when we were talking about fucking all these random coronavirus medications? It really makes you think, huh?
You have the exact time and place.
Also, I don't know who else started getting trifecta meals because I recommended it or whatever. Bro, I think my second trifecta meal is about to show up like 4 days late. The last box that I got, everything was spoiled when I got it. And I'm pretty sure it's been 3 days since they shipped the last one. This one is going to be spoiled too. What the fuck? These boxes of food are like 120 bucks each. Are they gonna refund you? I don't know. I feel bad asking for a refund. They're probably fucking a lot of people shipping up right now. Maybe I should. Like, are they liable if the shipping is fucked? So the last one's supposed to ship on June 3rd. Here is your tracking number. Updated delivery pending. No scheduled delivery date at this time. Did they just decide not to is UPS just not shipping? Shipment exception, unable to deliver. What does that mean? Is it because of the flooding in Miami? Am I supposed to contact... Oh, it's FedEx. Am I supposed to contact FBA... Or, am I supposed to contact FedEx for this? Or... Because now, like, do I even bother going to FedEx now to get this box
Keep
of
hating
food?
your life
Like, it's
then,
literally just going to be a
working class
box
Andy.
of rotten food. If it shipped 4 days ago, I think it's probably good for 2 days in shipping. Please check these meals out. I'm in South Florida and they deliver to you twice a week. Fit Food Fresh. Premium meal plan provider. Listen, is this shit that I can just pop in the oven? Because if I can't just pop it in the oven, I don't give a fuck. Why wouldn't you ask for a refund? Well, I feel bad because they sent an email saying shipping's getting fucked, so they probably have to refund a lot of people. Maybe I should just ask for a refund. Fuck them. Wait, what did I even get for killing this dude? I can make the Athenaeum. Jesus. Did I just say a racial slur? Okay. View orders. Do you have to select like do you have to do like weekly orders for everything? Wait, who recommended this Fit Food Fresh thing? Is this just stuff you put in the oven? Pledge recommended it. Destiny, yes. Oh, damn. These meals are a bit bigger, like 500 plus calories each instead of like 450. Ooh, shit. Okay, fuck it. I'm switching. You're right. Good call. Good call. I'll do this tonight. All these people on Twitter talking about Rittenhouse are fucking deranged? Wait, why are people talking about Rittenhouse? Damn, these meals look insane.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
General Tso's glazed turkey stir fry. 513 calories, 57 grams of protein. Damn. That's base as fuck. There was a clip of him firing a gun. Jesus, what is this thing? Dude, the statements think they're so fucking stupid. They're so cringe. Dork ass loser, also a murderer. That has to cost $100 a second to fire. I don't know. How much are 5.56 rounds? Are they around a buck a piece? Are they that expensive? I don't know how much ammo is right now. Are Gatling guns ever used in warfare? Probably on like airplanes and shit. 5.56 is 50 cents a round, are the cheapest right now. What is 5.7 times 28 millimeter ammo? What the fuck kind of ammo is this? Wait, I thought 5.7 is just shot like fucking like 9 millimeter or something. Is it some weird exotic caliber? The 5.7 by 28 millimeter cartridge was created by Effenhurst in response to NATO request for a replacement for the 9 by 19. Oh. Has a special, interesting, weird. Oh, the P90 shoots it as well? Huh. Destiny don't know it's true. Hold on, I'll be back 1 sec.
Selling off my Pisco 95 stock right now. Tanking hard Pepe's here. Please play new Minecraft pack. FTB Interactions is based, my dude. Isn't circumcision backed up by studies that show reduced incidence of STI and other complications later in life like phimosis, cancer of the foreskin, and whatnot? It can often be a hard decision to make. Venom C, my love, why have you forsaken me? Steven. Mac Mullen is funnier than Stav. I said what I said. White name genocide when?
Stephen, it's time for your daily bath. Scroob-a-dub-dub, scroob-a-dub-dub, scroob-a-dub-dub.
Try a holy tree. Purgatory. It is both damage and heal AoE. Should help with survival.
Yo, Des, I'm sorry your meals are getting delayed, but I'm down bad. Please don't cancel your $120 order. I promise the food will get to you soon, and as an added bonus, it'll have extra maggots in there. Free protein, baby. Also, can I get 10K? Just learned about Europa. Damn, sad place. Eurocock. 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 Eurocock.
Wait, why is he screaming?
Eurocock.
What is happening? Jesus. Wait, what? Hold on. I'm sorry, I have to I have to repeat this.
Just learned about Europa. Damn, sad place. Eurocock. 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 Euro.
Weird. Okay, now I need to order more shit food because my fucking meals aren't here.
Just learned about Europa.
Stop! Subway is okay, right? Are you ever worried that you're wrong with your analysis of the clout chasers and public figures in general, and that you just don't get along with them because you're a dick? And if not, how can you be so certain? I mean, like, I have an abrasive public-facing attitude. I know that I do. But, like, I am very confident. If you were to ask any person ever, like, I'm actually so confident about this. I can't say I'm proud of it because nobody seems to give a fuck. But, like, if you ask any person ever that has ever dealt with me in a professional or personal matter, I am probably the nicest behind-the-scenes person of anybody in this industry. That's not an exaggeration. Like,
just learned about Europa.
100%. So I don't know. When people like treat me like shit or whatever, it's I don't think that like, oh no, am I doing something to deserve all this? I don't believe that. What are you ordering for? Probably Subway, I guess. It's just chicken and vegetables and bread, huh? Oh, jeez, sorry. When I do invoicing, Destiny's always first pay out of 5 people. True, Cake. I mean, where were you getting your delivery meals from? Oh, Trifecta. But I just had my second box now. It's gotten fucked in a row. These are $130 boxes for 7 meals, okay? It's a little bit fucky. And it's fucking my diet up because now I have to order Subway and shit when I should have like a 480 calorie meal with 45 grams of protein. Like everything is like perfectly apportioned out of my daily diet, assuming I'm getting these meals. But now I have to order fucking this bullshit. My shit is fucked. Are they reimbursing you? I'll probably email and ask for a refund tonight. Okay.
All right, so we just got the single biggest economic indicator that a recession is pretty much inevitable at this point. This has been the only economic indicator that I've been able to find that has 100% consistently proven to be true, and here's what it is. Jim Cramer just told us he may be the only person who doesn't believe a recession will happen, besides maybe Jerome Powell. No! It's gonna be even worse than we thought. It's official. We need no bigger proof than the Cramer signal. Just kidding. No one knows exactly when a recession will happen, other than maybe the exotic dancers, which are starting to say the exotic dance clubs are starting to become empty, because it's either gas money or dance money. And I know where my priorities are. In all seriousness, the recession is inevitable. It's gonna happen at some point, but no one knows when it's gonna happen. Could be this year, could be next year, could be 2024, no one knows. For now though, things aren't—
Wait! Before this guy tells us. I thought everybody agreed that a recession is basically on the way. It's either gonna be a small one or a big one. Maybe that's just the hyper-intelligent people I follow on Twitter. Why do I not have the... I've cleared all of the prior bosses. How do I not have the recipe? How do I not have the recipe for the spider bitch? Unknown recipe. I don't get this from scrolls or whatever, do I? This guy's predictions. She is a boss, go kill her? She's not a recipe? The putrid rat was a recipe that I summoned here to kill, right? Oh, I'm just supposed to go find her? Oh, I can go see if I can try hunting her. Never mind, sorry.
Aren't looking good, and inflation is heating up, with gas prices, for example, in some parts of California reaching almost $10 a gallon.
Okay, wait, stop, chill. Okay, I swear to God, it's the
Keep hating
thing.
your life, then.
I discovered
Working
this
class
thing.
Andy.
Hold on. I'm waiting for this downer to go through.
Scream of Destiny, Tennessee Tiny, Sweden Steve, Baltimore Bono, Kentucky Kenneth. How dare you ban me for saying copium? At least I'm not banned on Twitch, Obama.
There are a couple of gas stations. It's not outside the airport, Z-Tring, you fucking retard. If it was just outside the airport, then I would say it, okay? It's not outside the airport. There are a few gas stations in LA that are, for some reason, their gas prices are like $2 or $3 a gallon higher than other gas like stations. I don't know why. There's that one, it's like 1 or 2 of them in LA. I don't know why. I tweeted out one day about how absurdly expensive gas was, and everybody tweeted out it was a dumb fuck. And I drove down the street, and like every other gas station was different. I don't know what the mystery is. Somebody should do an investigative YouTube video about this shit, okay?
It's kind of insane. And this problem of inflation isn't just happening in the US, it's a worldwide problem. Bank of Canada, for example, recently said they were trying to bring down their inflation, and now it looks like they're at a risk of a recession. The UK is now seeing the highest levels of inflation in the last 3 decades. Europe just reached a record high of inflation. Even Japan, which has had historically low, in fact negative inflation for decades, is now seeing inflation. And that's the new problem that we're facing, which is inflation in the face of layoffs, which have started to get worse. Elon Musk, for example, says he's starting to get worried about the economy and wants to cut 10% of Tesla's jobs. Now, just for context, Tesla employs roughly 100,000 people around the world. So a 10% cutback means roughly 10,000 people would lose their jobs. And all of these layoffs are not just happening in the world.
I wonder if you should be allowed. If you're a business owner or leader, I kind of wonder if you should be allowed to have a Twitter account. I feel like Elon, the problem is that like when you reach a sufficient size, you can fuck with markets. So here's a question. Sorry, I just have like 3 different thoughts. Is Elon gonna get in trouble for his Twitter bullshit? I feel like he should. If he has any financial investment whatsoever in Twitter stock or whatever, I think there should be charges for him for all the lies and shit he said about buying Twitter. I don't think that motherfucker ever had intentions to buy Twitter. And I think that there should be like a punishment for what is essentially like manipulating the price around, like around a security just for your own personal bullshit. Elon abuses that shit hardcore and he understands what he's doing 100%. I think the Twitter board will sue him. I don't want the Twitter board to sue him. They can sue him if they want afterwards. But I think there should be like, I don't know if it's just the SEC shit. Is that normally considered like criminal charges? Like something should happen. When he tweets, the Twitter stock literally moves in big ways. Yeah, but I think Elon can affect a lot of different markets that way. He's done it with Dogecoin as well, right? He's done it with crypto as well, with Tesla doing, with Bitcoin, I think, right? Tesla holding Bitcoin, probably sent Bitcoin surging for a bit. It's very irritating to see somebody like that have so much market influence without having to actually do anything. Destiny, did he not get funding to do it? I thought he rescinded the offer on reasonable grounds, didn't he? No, his rescinded offer was bullshit. He initially was trying to claim that like, oh, Twitter has so many bots, I'm gonna make it better.
I used to be anti-death penalty, but after listening to your chatters constantly donating LLL over and over when you're not on stream, I'm now pro-death penalty. How do I change my mind?
He used to He basically had these things like, oh, Twitter's got all these bots, blah, 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 blah. But he had no proof of that whatsoever. There was never any proof of that. And now he's like, well, I did an analysis of like the last 100 people that followed me or tweeted at me. And now I know that it's fake and they lied about everything. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? I don't think, at this point, I don't think Twitter, I don't think he ever had a valid interest in Twitter. I don't think he was ever going to buy it. I think it was all just to like fuck around with the stock price. That's what I feel. And if that is the case, fuck him. There should be like penalties for that. That's insane. That's wild. Wild. $59 minutes, 59 minutes. Fuck you. Oh wait, you guys that came back. Do I own Twitter stocks? No, I don't. I wish I would have before Elon started manipulating, though. I can tell you, as someone who worked on bot detection for mobile platforms, he was almost certainly correct. I don't care if he was right or wrong, but I don't think his sole reason for buying Twitter was to clear up bots, and his sole reason for not buying Twitter was because he wasn't happy with the bot numbers or something. I hardcore reject that. No fucking shot in the world is that the case. I don't believe that to ever be true. No shot. It was all just a fucking gimmick to fuck with stock prices, and now he's gonna make a fuck ton of money on it, if he hasn't already. Oh, actually, wait. This guy's actually really good.
Okay.
Oh, cool. And it's a 7-minute video. We'll just listen to this real quick.
I've received a number of messages over the last few days asking when
Or at least I haven't seen this guy say anything stupid before, so.
Okay, I've received a number of messages over the last few days asking when I'm going to admit that I was wrong because Elon has bought Twitter and I said that it was a terrible deal, that it made no sense. In fact, I called it dumb. And people are telling me that I don't understand 4D chess, which is true because it's not an actual thing. I've Googled it. There's no such thing. So anyhow, I'm here to own up, to say that I was wrong and that you guys were right. Elon has bought Twitter. hold on. I'm sorry, there's some news. Oh, it seems Elon Musk, the founder of Twitter, has put his takeover of Twitter, the company that he founded, temporarily on hold over concerns about the number of spam and fake accounts on the social media platform. He announced on Twitter, which is his official communications platform, that the deal is being held pending details supporting a calculation in the company's regulatory filings, suggesting that the number of fake accounts on the platform represents under 5% of its 229 million users. Now, like I said, I don't know much about 4D chess, but when I look in a regular chess manual, it says that temporarily on hold is against the rules of the game. Elon has, since my last video, entered into a legal contract requiring him to buy Twitter. And I even have the contract right here. I was lying about it being a chess manual. It's actually just a contract. And essentially in section 6.3, it says that the parties to the contract have to make their best efforts to close the deal at the agreed price. Now, there's no section in it about temporary holds. Temporary holds are not a thing, actually. So can he back out of the deal if more than 5% of the active accounts on Twitter are bots? The answer is not really, at least not really based upon this legal contract. The 5% figure is something that's disclosed in Twitter's securities filings, and it's been in all of their filings going back to 2014, along with a footnote disclosure that says, in making this determination, we applied significant judgment, so our estimation of false or spam accounts may not accurately represent the actual number of such accounts, and the actual number of false or spam accounts could be higher than we have estimated. Now, the merger agreement does contain a provision that allows the buyer to back out if Twitter's security filings are false, but only if the inaccuracy would have what's known as a material adverse effect. It's called a MAC clause on the company. A material adverse effect under Delaware law is something that would substantially threaten the overall earnings potential of the target in a durationally significant manner. And historically, this has been a pretty high bar in Delaware courts, and a material adverse effect has had to show a 40% or greater decrease in long-term profitability. So even if 25% of Twitter's active users turn out to be bots, the deal still has to go through according to this contract. Now, so far today, there have been no securities filings about the deal being on hold, and there's no press release from Twitter, but there's a good chance that that will possibly have come out before I even have released this video. In most merger agreements, there is a clause saying that the buyer and the seller will consult with each other before issuing press releases or making public statements about the deal. And amusingly, this deal does have such a clause, but there's a carve-out for Elon saying that he can tweet about the deal as long as the tweets don't disparage the company or any of its representatives. So, yeah. So can Elon just pay the $1 billion deal break fee and walk away? Well, once again, according to the contract, the answer is no. The contract gives Twitter the right to force him to close and to put up the $27.5 billion that he has committed as long as his debt financing comes through. The contract gives Twitter the right to go to court to force him to try and get that debt financing, and he should be able to get that debt financing as his banks have signed reasonably unconditional commitment letters. So contractually, this deal should go through, and Twitter should reasonably be able to sue and win. But just because that's what's required by law doesn't mean that it's what will happen. Like I said in my video a few weeks ago, this deal is really dumb. I described it as being a whimsical offer from the start. The deal spread was wide to start with. By that I mean the price the stock was trading at didn't go anywhere near the deal price, which implied that merger arb traders just didn't believe it was happening. And not only was it wide to begin with, but it only widened over time. And this is just because no one serious wanted to bet their money that Elon Musk would do what he said he would do. Elon has violated all sorts of securities laws so far in the deal, and he'll likely get hit with some small fines from the SEC and the FTC over these infractions. There's a decent chance that he'll offer a lower price, and my guess is $42.69 a share, maybe next week. But there's also a good chance that he'll just walk away from the deal. And if he does that, Twitter can sue him, and they're in the right, but they probably won't do that just because it's going to be a nightmare of dealing with this for years. Basically, this is a dumpster fire of a deal. It's a total mess, and that's why no one is really getting that involved in it. Anyhow, that's all for now. If you didn't watch my earlier video on the deal, you can watch it. In fact, I explained the financing part of it on the audio podcast that I have. That's on Spotify. It's sort of a longer version of the video that was audio only. It kind of was released after the video was released, so I had more information in it. Anyhow, see you guys later. Have a great weekend. Bye.
Rip. Okay.
Of stocks. Crypto is having its own recession and their own layoffs. Coinbase, for example, says they are retracting new job offers and they're implementing a new hiring freeze. Gemini has already cut 10% of its workforce, and you know that things are getting really bad when the 6th largest commercial bank in the world, JP Morgan's Jamie Dimon, is warning everyone to brace themselves for an economic hurricane. So there's plenty of people around the world telling us about this recession. So in today's video, I want to explore some of these concepts and show you how these layoffs will potentially impact the market based on some new historic data that I found, which could hopefully help us out. So let's get into it. Hi, my name is Henri Jick. Hope you're doing well. Come for the finance and stay for the recession. All right, I'll stop. So first, I just want to say I'm not here to convince you that a recession will or will not happen. I'm not interested in selling you on any specific idea because I don't know what's going to happen. Instead, I just want to break down the complexity of the market so that if you're investing, we can hopefully use this information together to make a better decision based on what we know. So first, let's talk about inflation, because if there's one thing our government didn't know, it's about how bad inflation could get, which is why they've recently admitted to being wrong about the seriousness of inflation. Now here's the thing. There's 3 separate entities that are dealing with and preparing for a recession in their own separate way, and that's the government, our corporations, and ourselves. Now, we all want the same exact thing. We all want to prevent a recession and fix inflation, but we all have a different way of playing this game of economics. So here's how our government is playing it right now. Behind you. Now, personally, I imagine the government to be more like a mage-type character. It's a lot of sorcery, hard to understand, but this mage has 2 main spells to help us avoid a recession and fix inflation, and that is monetary and fiscal policy. Now, I'm not going to assume that you remember anything from the days of college economics, so let me break it down. Monetary policy is stuff our pup pal, the central bank, aka the Federal Reserve, does to influence the amount of money and credit that's in the system, which at this point is in excess of $3.3 trillion of liquidity and almost $9 trillion worth of assets. Now, a lot of things with monetary policy have to do with trying to influence the interest rate, which, if you remember, we talked about this QT, quantitative tightening process, which just started this month on June 1st. Now, this is when we will start slowly selling $45 billion a month worth of assets, $30 billion toward treasury bonds and $15 billion toward those mortgage-backed securities, or MBSs. And after 3 months of selling at this rate, starting in September, we're going to double to $95 billion a month, $60 billion in treasury bonds and $35 billion in those MBSs. Now, this effect of selling will increase the interest rate, aka the federal fund rate, by anywhere between 0.25% to 1.25%. This is as close as economists can guess. They don't know specifically, but that's the range. Just remember that it's the federal fund rate that sets the benchmark for all the other interest rates, including prime rates, which affects everything from home loans, auto loans, student loans, and everything in between. So that's how you drain the liquidity. You raise the rates, you incentivize commercial banks to stake their money or park it with you to earn the high rate, but hopefully discourage them from borrowing with those high rates, which should hopefully discourage them from borrowing and spending and increasing inflation. So that's the strategy. Just remember that monetary policy has less to do with politics and more to do with the Illuminati. No, more to do with central bank stuff. So that's the first tool. Now, the second tool that our mage has at its disposal is something called fiscal policy. And this is a little more political because it involves Congress and the president trying to pass a bill. If you remember the 2020 stimulus package, that was a great example of fiscal policy. Right now, President Joe Biden is trying to lower inflation by reducing the federal budget deficit. This is the amount that our country spends in relation to how much it makes. Now, I'm not going to go way into the details of that, but there is some critique because people say the two are not always directly related. The point is, our mage here believes that the recession will not happen. But another character in our story does. And that character is corporate America and its trusty sidekick, Wall Street. And you can think of this character as sort of like a physical type character that sort of slashes you. Maybe looks like Wolverine right here, which I recently learned also looks like two Batman kissing each other. You will never unsee that. Think about it, it's the perfect analogy. One character, two Batmans, Wall Street, corporate America, working together hand in hand. Anyway, the point is, this
Oh my god, it actually does look like two Batmans kissing each other. Wait, what the fuck? Is that intentional?
Works in a very selfish way in the sense that it protects itself against a possible recession by cutting costs. And that's one of the biggest worries in the economy right now, which of course are layoffs. In the month of May, for example, there were 15,000 layoffs in the tech space alone. And here are just some examples of that. Peloton has laid off 2,800 people. Carvana is laying off 12% of its employees, which is roughly 2,500 people, citing that the car industry is already in a recession. And here's how you know that this is true. This picture, that's a Porsche Cayenne delivering Domino's pizzas. I don't know, when I think of someone driving a $70,000 car, I don't imagine that they are delivering pizzas as a side hustle for some extra cash. Maybe that's not a stable market because they loaned money to everyone. Half kidding, no idea if this is actually real or not, but the truth behind the scenes is that the repo market is heating up, and there's already warning signs. So once those repoed cars start to hit the market, thanks to the people that got loans from the stimulus days that can't make payments on them anymore, banks will start to tighten their lending requirements. And with interest rates already up very high, and because of the QT, there's less liquidity, banks have less money that's not insured by Papa Powell, they're gonna be less likely to give out those loans. So once the supply goes up, demand will go down and prices will go down. Cars will not keep appreciating at this crazy pace forever. My friend Lucky from Automotive Life has a really good video about this on his YouTube channel, which I will leave a link for down below. Robinhood is cutting 9% of its workforce, and Coinbase, which so far this year has lost over 70% of its value, I know, because I'm a shareholder, they've said they cut back on hiring into the foreseeable future. But the most interesting thing I saw out there was what Microsoft said. Because despite amazing earnings so far this year, they've revised their Q4 estimates downward. And the reason they gave for that is because of unfavorable foreign exchange rates. And this got me really interested. I was like, what do they mean? Well, I don't know. Let me look into it. And what they're referring to is the value of the US dollar specifically. And this is gonna blow your mind because believe it or not, corporations actually benefit more from a weaker dollar, not a stronger one. This is because when companies do business overseas,
right guys, we all know this because we watched the Destiny stream.
They get paid in that country's foreign currency. But when they go to convert it back to US dollars, they're gonna get less dollars for their profits, which makes them less profitable. It also means that US products become a lot more expensive, therefore other companies buy less of our stuff. And this is especially true for Microsoft, which gets half of its profits overseas. And right now, our dollar is very strong, and it's going to get stronger later this year, which is what Microsoft is predicting. Kind of interesting that it's so counterintuitive when you first think about it. So remember, a weaker dollar is a bad thing for us as consumers, but at an investor level, it's actually a really good thing. So anyway, moving on, Netflix has already laid off 150 people, and Wayfair, which is a company I've used for a lot of my furniture, has implemented a 90-day hiring freeze. And the list goes on and on. In fact, there are over 30 companies in the month of May alone that have started to cut back. Now, some people might look at all this data and say, That's just the tech space, Andre. That's an isolated problem. You don't have to worry about people with inflated salaries. That doesn't represent the average middle class income. But that's not 100% true, because it was those same people with their tech jobs and their high incomes that influenced a lot of the local market values. So the worry is that if those tech jobs and their incomes disappear, then those same asset values could also be negatively affected, specifically in states with no state income taxes. If you combine that with the worry that these layoffs could potentially spill over into other industries, and things could go south really fast. Now, I also looked into venture capital or VC funding, and that is slowly starting to slow down as well. So all around, when investors look at this data and they see how many hiring freezes and layoffs and how these companies are putting out all these bad news, it affects people. It scares them, they sell their investments, and the market goes down. So the market is behaving predictably defensive. But let's not forget there's a third character in this story. Let me share with you some new old market data that will hopefully help us out. So once again, the last character in our story are the Muggles. That's us, trying to live our best lives. We don't have special powers other than two little tricks, hope and voting. And voting has a 4-year cooldown period, and then we have to recharge. It's kind of annoying. But here's some good hope news, because between the years 1926 and 2022, the stock market averaged 9.95% per year. The total stock market return, or cumulative return, was over 885,000%. And even though there were certain periods of time when the stock market went down like crazy, if you look at the market as a whole, with 20-year rolling periods, the stock market has always made money. In fact, the cumulative returns 5 years after the market dropped 20% or more on average was 69.9%, which goes to show you that if you can stay in the market for the long term, history is on our side. Now, if we do get pain though, here's what we can expect based on historical averages, because over the last 96 years, the stock market went down 15 times when it lost 20% or more. That's the bear market. And on average, the stock market lost 34.8%. So that's what we can expect. The amount of time it took for people to reach the bottom of the market was 264 trading days. The amount of time it took to recover from that bottom was exactly 567 trading days. The only exception to this was the Great Depression, which from September 3rd, 1929 took 3 years to reach the market bottom, June 1932. At which point stocks lost 84% of their value. It then took until 1945 to fully recover from the losses. So someone who started investing in 1929 didn't break even until 1945, 16 years later. And that's why they called it the Great Depression. But in the end, it always worked out with those 20-year rolling periods. On the bright side though, last week, US jobless claims went down by 11,000 down to 200,000, which means we have one of the strongest labor markets in decades. In fact, in March of this year, we hit a 54-year low in jobless claims, which is awesome. So I hope that these hiring freezes and layoffs are contained to tech, but the truth we have to face is that that will still probably affect the economy. So for now, I'm going to continue working, continue saving, investing, and losing money in the market. But that's okay, because history is on our side. As always, have a wonderful rest of your day. Smash the like button, subscribe if you haven't already. Go grab up to $250 worth of free Bitcoin right here. Go grab your free stocks. All the links are down below, and then go track them automatically with the spreadsheet link down below in my Patreon. Love you.
Guys, check his Patreon out. Okay? Wait, hold on. Fuck. Am I supposed to have that talk right now? Food tactics. How plausible is a nearing recession then? I think a lot of people are saying we're probably already in a recession, or it's just starting. Where's this stupid fucking spider? Does a recession matter to random people who don't invest in the markets? Yeah, I mean, theoretically, a recession can mean tougher job markets, people getting laid off, people getting paid less, smaller raises. It's at 36%. Nice. Oh boy. Sent me the friend request. Are you guys hyped? I hope I need a lot of these silkworms because I'm farming a lot of them. Brood mother. Wait, that's not the boss, is it? No. I'm looking for the spider queen. Ready when you are. Do you like spicy food? Hell yeah. How was dinner with Rossman? It was fine. We had dinner. Oh, you know what would be based, guys? Okay, listen. You know how Rossman passed right to repair? What if we had a similar legislative agenda? We try to get gun control passed, guys. Wouldn't that be a cool DGG project? If we could get gun control passed, guys. Oh, 78%. Don't let me die, don't let me die, don't let me die. 2. I can take one more hit. Damage reduction. Damn. More like damage reduction, you know what I mean?
Hello, hello.
Hi, what's up, buddy?
That is an excellent question. You called me on. What can I do for you?
Oh, I thought we were chatting about something.
Well, I assume something about that tweet I posted. Something particular objectionable to you about it.
Oh, that probably be it. What was the... Do you remember what the original tweet was?
Not off the top of my head. I can pull it up quickly.
Okay, yeah,
I'll read
sure.
Somebody retweeted it this morning, so it should be quick to find. Here we go. So on June 4th, quote, if we actually held political content creators to account for their little acts of treachery to their avowed causes, we wouldn't have Destiny more or less openly betraying everything he ever claimed to stand for out of greed and hatred for other awful people doing his same bit.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a good place to start. Wait, what
Yeah,
am I
that sounds
betraying out of greed?
Okay, well, we can be... Let me be as fair to you as possible, so if you'll allow me, I'll sort of recapitulate what I understand your situation to be, and then you can let me know if I'm being fair.
Sure.
Okay, cool. So what I was talking about here is concerned with how you deal with other content creators. Surprise, surprise, there's going to be nothing new here. So let's take Demon Mama as an example of what I'm talking about. I like this one because it highlights the unfairness of the situation you're in. So we know how Demon Mama got started as a very large online figure. Engagement with you of any kind is worth its weight in gold, yes? What this means is that if she can secure really any sort of engagement with you whatsoever, especially a hostile engagement, even if you successfully make her look like a fool, and I think there's definitely an audience that thinks that you have, and I've had moments, her visibility skyrockets. Doesn't matter how well it goes for her in the moment, just pure benefit.
Sure.
And because she knows that, just regularly being associated with you at all supplies her with visibility as well as therefore money. People like that will do and say anything to get a response from you. And no matter how abusive or dishonest she is because of your relative size, people will blame you for diverting your audience to terrorize her if you respond. Almost regardless of what you say. And it gets worse, actually, because almost any response you make has the perverse result of signal boosting her platform. So defending yourself only encourages her to repeat the process. Again, it's perverse, but you in effect helped make her channel viable just by defending yourself. Just by being you, and by being decent enough to give her the light of day. For a moment, you helped her find money and recognition just for interacting with you. And then there's the snowball effect, where other people then seek out engagements with her to leech off of her increased visibility, further contributing to her growth, etc. Other examples abound. Keffels made disgusting false claims about you, and was likewise rewarded for it. So it doesn't matter how nice or mean you are, just by engaging with these people, you help them grow. So I think I get your frustration here. Am I being fair to you so far?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like I'd say so, yeah.
Okay, cool. So honestly, Steven, I don't know how you explain this.
Wait.
I don't know how you explain how you can help someone increase her funds and visibility who, in your words, literally flew to fucking France to get into a boat to help drown refugees, as well as said to a trans person you will never be a woman, or give a lifeline to Nick Fuentes on YouTube after he'd been excised from it entirely, as well as an advert for his cozy platform he probably couldn't have dreamed of. I don't know how you can explain abetting people like this, and then say that you haven't completely betrayed the communities they continue to predate upon this day, that you built your platform advocating for.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the issue is that if I were to take everything that you've said thus far as being true, which it is true, and this is a discussion I've had in my community a lot, where I'm basically left in a world where I can never engage with anybody that I have substantial disagreements with because I would signal boost them. I see that, like, I'm not invoking Vosh to shit talk about it, but like Vosh has like basically employed this strategy where he said that like I'm not going to engage with anybody that I disagree with that has a smaller platform than me. And I think that basically kills my entire business model. And what I enjoy doing on stream, like I want to be able to engage with people that are substantially smaller than me, or even people that I abhorrently disagree with. My goal, my hope is that if I engage with somebody, it's not like I would hope that I'm not going to lose a ton of fans to like a white nationalist or something because their arguments are so much better. And my hope would be that I can make good enough arguments for whatever it is I support that ideally I'm pulling more people away from them than what I would lose. But
yeah, so that's the greed part. It's for money, which I get, but
well, I mean, you say greed.
Greed.
If you're gonna, if that's the lens you're gonna put it in, technically every single political person is just operating for greed. Is that my understanding, or because
I mean, I'm not. I know a few people who aren't.
Well, anytime you put out an argument, your goal is ultimately to convince or persuade, right?
Not really. I'm doing this as a courtesy. You asked me to come on to make an account of this. It impugned you directly, so I'm.
Well, but I mean, like in your impugning of me, your goal is probably to be convincing instead impugning, right? You're not just like throwing this out into the ether for no reason, right? Like you want to convince people that you're correct on something.
Not particularly. I think most people already know this. Again, none of this is new.
Okay, hold on. Let's get a little bit more fundamental. When you make an argument, you make an argument to argue something, right? Tautologically, we can agree with that, right? When you make an argument, it's to argue something, right?
Well, I didn't really make an argument. I made a statement.
If you make a statement that's going to be disagreeable to another person and you provide justification for said statement, then that statement can be seen as an argument, right? So like
well,
right now,
what I just gave you was an argument. You agreed to it, so
yeah. So
what do we even have to talk about at this point?
Well, it seems a bit hollow or vacuous to say that anybody who's trying to convince people that their political ideology is correct is just greedy, because in that case, literally every single person that practices politics.
No. The greed is you're interacting with people and in effect supplying them with funds and resources to hurt other people. So even if
well, wait, when you say
I don't know how you justify that.
Well, yeah, just to be clear, when you say providing them with funds to hurt people, that's a
Yes.
very like direct, like I'm literally like sending money to Fuentes, or I'm saying like, guys, go check out Nick Fuentes here, or whatever. I think that that's significantly different than you shouldn't be allowed to engage with anybody because they're smaller than you and they might get more popular off of those engagements, right, or interactions.
No, I think that's a knockdown argument against doing that in this case. You're talking about people whose careers are predating upon minority groups.
So then
this is purely black and white.
Well, clearly it's not black and white. But like so then is your prescription then that if you're a large content creator, you should just never interact with somebody that you perceive to be as like hateful towards minority groups?
Yes. If you're doing so in a way that benefits them in their political activities, yes, absolutely. The Nick Fuentes example is illustrative. He's been excised off of YouTube. You functionally act as a lifeline.
Okay, well in that case, I guess I wouldn't have a problem necessarily. I mean, I would argue that this thought process is bad, but I guess more to the point, I don't think I have ever advocated that we should never interact with people we disagree with. I've kind of built my whole platform off of interacting with people.
The issue is not disagreement.
Well, real quick, the reason why I'm saying this is just because like I don't think you can call me hypocritical for doing this, because this has kind of been part and parcel of what I've done for really the past like 5 or 6 years, right?
Your justification for visiting, if I remember the context correctly, your justification for visiting the House of Ice Poseidon was that he wasn't someone like Lauren Southern, who, again, in your words, went to France to drown refugees.
Yeah, that was a while ago. I've changed in my political views in terms of like who I'm willing to engage with or not.
I see. So you're
But
now
also-
willing.
well, but also
so just to be clear quickly, just so I understand you.
Uh-huh.
The shift you've made is you're now comfortable materially helping, because that's what you're doing by regularly appearing to this person in a friendly. I mean, Rose Wrist made an excellent video on this. This is largely where I got.
I understand what you're saying. You have to have a
Yeah.
few more steps of separation. Otherwise, you're materially helping these people as well.
Is that a fact?
Yes.
Oh, well then enjoy your video game, Steven. Have a good night.
Well, I was gonna say, because if I'm having a conversation with you, then I do better in viewership than when I'm not having these types of conversations. And if you're helping to elevate my platform, you're inadvertently also elevating the platform that's elevating other racist people. So, but I guess we didn't get to go to that part. Well, okay. That was a that was a conversation, I guess. Yeah, imagine needing to take 3 days to schedule this conversation. Jeez. He was just waiting for a chance to leave and you gave it to him? He sounded like he would have been able to engage, but maybe not. Maybe he just had like this part of the script written out and then he was like done after that, maybe. Oh, true. Maybe it can be a YouTube short. He's a legit schizo. Watch his Wash debate. I don't watch a bunch of videos on him now. It's fucking weird. They expect one of us in the Wreckage Brother. True. Now the real question is he going to make a video for his YouTube channel about this conversation that was longer than the actual conversation? Jeez. Who was that? Some insane dude on Twitter called President Sunday, or like maybe I shouldn't call him insane, but he engages in a lot of Destiny hate, we'll say. Oh fuck! I bet this toad is gonna be up in that same area that I just left.
You are monetarily helping people you disagree with by engaging with them at any level. Meanwhile, I will engage with you at this level, and I am totally not monetarily helping you, and not the extension. Those people I disagree with. LL tilde tilde LLL.
Absolutely based. What do you think, what do I use ghost crystals for? 90-minute video with frame chimping, 100% coming with the title of Destiny, admits he makes videos for money. Based. Units that yield silkworms. Okay, we don't care about this.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
True. Wait, what do I use silkworms for? Not this. And not this. Technically, he preempted your argument of aiding them by engaging with you, by disengaging with you, so he won that debate in my book. Well, but I mean, technically he lost because now he's elevated my platform, arguably for greed. One thing I don't like is when people... I don't like it when people try so hard to preempt your arguments that they will like... that they'll try really hard not to agree with pretty obvious stuff. Like when you say something like, well, when you make an argument, aren't you trying to convince somebody of something? And they're like, no. Like, well, wait, hold on. Isn't that kind of the entire purpose of making an argument, is to convince somebody? No. Well, okay. Sure, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I guess. Okay. I'm pretty fucked at that point. Spectral dust. Spectral dust. What do I make this at? Not in here. Not in here. Ghost yarn. Silk. This is raw shit. Spectre disturbs from banshees in the swamp. What do you like about killing Falrat? Do you think the premise said in the beginning is actually true? It's kind of just accepted in this community, but has anyone actually studied it? Well, the issue, we've had this conversation a lot in my chat, and now I just kind of like disregard it. Because like basically people will say, this is kind of where, oh, here it is. This is kind of where Vosh is at the moment, where he's like, I'm not going to engage with any smaller creator because I don't want to elevate their platform. But it essentially just turns you into like I don't want to say clout shark, but you're basically like, I'll only debate you if you're famous enough, is basically what you're saying, which feels kind of weird, especially if the only way that you climbed as a small content creator is by having larger people like me debate you. So it seems a little bit weird to turn around and do that. But then it also precludes you from basically debating like anybody that disagrees with you unless you can gain off of them, which I think is that's actually the greedy position, right? I'm not going to have a debate with you unless I stand to financially gain from it, which is a little bit weird for me, but. Okay, give me something to watch while I eat. Also, I need to read these two articles. Fuck. Off-brand Darman video. Okay.
You're not smart enough.
Yes, I am. I'm way smarter than you. You're just a useless drunk who did nothing with his life.
I told you never speak to me like that again.
You're an alcoholic.
You're gonna get me, old man. Lesson, I told you stay out of my business. Leave my boy alone.
Bro, how do I get the wrong sandwiches so often? What do I even have here?
When I post on Twitter, I'm literally just talking to my internal system. I'm not trying to convince anyone because no one disagrees with me at all. It cannot be possible for me to influence other people because only I exist. I am not delusional.
I always tip like the highest amount in everything. I don't know how I get fucked so much. Fuck!
From it!
What are you doing home already? How's school?
I'm studying quantum physics, Dad.
Hey! Look at me when I'm talking to you.
School was fine.
Don't you dare have an attitude with me, Jack. Had a long day.
Yeah, one day drinking.
What was that?
Ooh.
Trying to do my homework. Please don't hit me again.
Huh, my son. Doing his homework like a good little boy.
I mean, I have to if I want to get into college, I think.
You gonna be a college boy now?
Yeah, I mean, I think so.
Yeah, right. You ain't smart enough to get into college.
I think I'm smart enough, maybe.
Ain't nobody in this family ever got into college. What makes you so special?
Because I work hard, and my English teacher says I'm the best in my grade.
Yeah? Well, don't let him get you too excited. No offense, but you never been the sharpest tool in the shed. You know what I mean?
Sharper than you. Ow!
Don't you ever talk to me like that in my
The person
own
taking
house.
your orders is a Keffel
Down
fan.
me, you'd have nothing.
No wonder Mom left. She's the big bully.
You listen to me, boy. You just a little brat, dumb as a box of rocks. I'm your father. You will never speak to me like that again, unless you want me to put you out on the street.
Didn't say Simon
You understand me? Good. Now go get me another beer.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Move this crap out of my way. Watch my ball game.
Your stupid beer. I hate you.
That's right. Run away like your mama did. Stupid kid.
Hate him. Hate him.
Hey, Jack, what's up?
Oh, hey, Moses. It's just my lousy, no good father.
Moses,
Talking about a mean
Jesus.
drunk.
You want to sit down? We could talk about it? Hey, you shouldn't talk about your dad that way. You should try to be a little more respectful.
To earn respect to get it.
Fair enough. So what do you do this time?
He told me I was dumb and I'm not gonna get into college.
Well, you know that's not true, right? I mean, you're the smartest kid I know.
No, but like, why does he have to say that? Why does he have to be such a jerk all the time?
He's an angry, broken man, and he just likes to take it out on you.
What do you have to be angry about?
Well, he didn't have the grades to get into college like you do. And when your mom left, that really hurt him.
He doesn't talk about her.
Yeah. Guys like your dad don't like to talk about stuff like that. They just drink to dull the pain.
Stupid.
So, your dad's always drinking. There must be something else that's bothering you.
Well, there's a speech contest at school tomorrow, and I need my dad to drive me there. But he probably won't.
Have you asked him?
No, but what's the
You support trans athletes because you believe in trans rights. I support trans athletes because I hate women.
Nice.
We're not the same.
First time for that joke. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, you should ask him. Maybe he'll surprise you.
Jack better not be down there talking to that no-good Moses again. Why's that guy always up in my business? Moses always butting his head in where he shouldn't be.
Oh no, here he comes.
Don't worry, Jack. It'll be all right.
Thought I heard voices out here. You two talking about anyway?
Hey, Grant. We were just talking about you.
Yeah?
Oh, shit.
I hope you're not filling his head full of lies about his future again.
I think Jack has something he'd like to ask you.
Oh, well, there's this thing at school tomorrow, and I need someone to take me.
Kind of a thing.
Well, it's a speech contest, and the winner gets an A for the rest of the semester.
Ain't no chance of you winning. Why would I bother taking you?
Come on, Grant. Give the kid a chance. He's a lot smarter than you give him credit for.
Mind your own business, you old loser.
You might talk to him like that, but you better watch your mouth around me.
Yeah? What are you gonna do about it?
Uh-oh.
Just a friendly warning.
Oh, this guy's like taken, dude. Oh, shit.
So will you take me?
I am too busy. Take you to some contest you're gonna lose anyways. Wasting your time with this old man. Toys Claw, grab your plunger.
Told you I didn't come.
If you need someone to take you, I'll take you, buddy.
Really?
Yeah, anything for you.
Hey! Come on.
Come on.
Bye, Moses.
See you later. You take care.
You too.
You did a great job.
Thank you.
I'm so proud of you, Jack.
Can't believe I won.
Oh, you did awesome.
Where you been? Two idiots smiling about.
Since you were too busy, I took Jack to his speech contest.
Oh my god, I thought you two were cool. What is this?
Yesterday, I watched Everything Everywhere All at Once. Because everybody's been talking about how it's like life-changing.
Oh no.
And I fell asleep.
What?
Hey Destiny, would you have me on to discuss jazz music and the art of improvisation? I've seen some past videos on related topics and want to discuss more. Cheers.
Why? What do you want to talk about?
I think I missed like the last half hour, which I guess is the most important part. But I hated it.
What?
And I realized I need to watch the last half hour because
No, you don't. I mean, if you fell asleep. The problem is there probably wasn't enough action scenes, okay? That's all right. Listen, I love Marvel movies too, okay?
everyone says that's where it all like comes together and it's life-changing, whatever. But I hated watching that movie. Like I like did not enjoy the first part of what I watched. That's why I fell asleep. So I don't know. Don't tell Will. I know. Can't tell. That was like yesterday.
I need to see the end of this.
You did what?
Moses took me to my
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Well, you guys this piece of trash.
And I got an A for the rest of the semester.
If he keeps this up, he's definitely getting into college.
Uh-oh. Not college.
I can't believe you took my boy without my permission. I'd have called the cops on you.
Cops on you.
I did the kid a favor. You should be proud of it.
For what? You just filling him up with hope. Tell him he's gonna go to college. Get him fantasies.
They're not fantasies. Even my teacher told me I could get into college. He said I could get a scholarship.
Ooh.
For what? You're not smart enough.
Yes, I am. I'm way smarter than you. You're just a useless drunk who did nothing with his life.
I told you never speak to me like that again.
You're an alcoholic.
Ooh.
She's gonna get me, old man. Teach you a lesson. I told you stay out of my business. Leave my boy alone.
Get away from him.
Oh.
Oh my god.
You okay, Moses?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh man.
This trophy's trash.
Oh no, not
You're
the trophy.
trash,
Not the
too.
trophy, not the trophy.
Dad, no! No!
Grant, stop! Your son earned that!
It's a little late now.
I'm gonna get you this time, boy. Get out of my way, old man.
You hurt that boy, I swear I'll kill you.
Oh my god. I'll kill you.
I want you out of my house. Leave and never come back. Just like your mother.
Hate you!
You want to take him clothes shopping, dress him up, fill his head with nonsense? He can go live with you for all I care.
Ooh.
Get out of here.
You're a disgrace.
Ooh. Oh my god.
Good riddance to the both of you.
Hey, Jack.
I don't know where to go.
It's okay, Jack.
Maybe you
can
shouldn't
stay
have
with me,
disrespected your
alright?
father.
Really?
Yes. For as long as you need to, alright? I'll be there for you.
Moses ended up taking Jack in to live with him for 3 months before finding his mother and giving her full custody. Moses tried keeping in touch with Jack throughout the years, but eventually time separated them. That is, until Jack got some troubling news about Moses.
He had cancer. But Jack is gonna cure the cancer because he's so smart.
Hey, Moses. I came as soon as I heard the news.
Hey, Jack. It's good to see you. You're looking good. What's it been? 15 years?
15.
So it's been a minute, huh?
Wow. It's crazy how time flies.
But enough about me. I heard about the cancer. What?
I like how he has the Generation Hope channel on in the background and you can see the videos.
What's going on with the treatment?
Oh, well, it's my insurance expired when I retired, and you know the doctor said something about $250,000 or some nonsense.
Bro, Jack is loaded. He can give you the money.
I can't afford that. So, but man, it's great seeing you.
Remember when I was a kid and you saved me from my alcoholic father? You know, it was because of you that I was able to go to college
And be a crypto
graduate top of
millionaire.
my class. I even started my own business. You know, you really took care of me growing up. So now it's my turn to take care of you. I'm gonna cover every single one of your medical bills.
Oh my god.
I can't let you do that, Jack.
Moses.
This is too much.
Moses, you're like a father to me growing up. It's the least I could do.
He didn't even mention cryptocurrency once.
Yeah.
Love you, Jack.
Love you too, Moses. Remember to be kind to one another because one
might be
kind
paying your
gesture
bills later.
can change somebody's life. Thank you so much for watching this video, and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel to see more content like this. Make sure to share this with your friends and family so that they can also receive this message. And remember, here at
Moral of
Generation
the
Hope,
story,
we're trying to
free
make the
kid.
world a better place, one story at a time.
Wow. I didn't mean to do that. Whoops. Dr. Mike.
Keep hating your life then,
alert.
working class Andy.
Jesus. He's making big head gains. Quick 1-minute video. Russian troops use As long as fucking super years, but it goes over a ton of interesting energy data.
Let's talk about the energy angle.
2 hour and 20-minute video. Do you really think I'm just gonna watch this whole thing right now? Bro.
Not gonna lie. That Moses guy was pretty greedy.
This guy refuses to sell his Dogecoin.
Look, folks, I'm gonna make this quick. I'm gonna donate $1 million to your school. And I'm changing the name from that degenerate slave owner to one of the richest black men this side of the Mississippi. From now on, this school is gonna be named the Robert S. Lee High School. But wait, there's more. We're getting even crazier. I am going to pay every single senior's college tuition.
Hey, what is this?
Who's black?
What? It's from Atlanta, yeah.
Report to the gym by 4 o'clock today, and God bless you.
What's up, Graham? It's Guys here. So almost a year ago, I met up with a man who maxed out his credit cards, invested his life savings, and threw it all in a moonshot opportunity that he believed would make him obscenely rich, Dogecoin. Just 69 days after his initial investment, he was able to turn his $180,000 into $1 million, giving him mainstream attention as the rags to riches Dogecoin millionaire. A few days after that, Andre Jick met up with the Dogecoin millionaire in person, where they went through a heated debate about whether or not he should sell everything at 25 cents or diamond hands until the price of Dogecoin reaches $1. Long story short, he didn't sell, and initially
Watch it, nerd.
This worked to his favor, because the longer he held on, the more his account grew, the more praise he got, and not too much longer after that, his account grew to a peak of nearly $3 million, at which point he quit his job in favor of this new opportunity. Now again, you would think that turning $180,000 into $3 million in 3 months would prompt you to sell everything, buy a house in cash, and live off the returns for the rest of your life. But nope, he wanted to wait for it to hit $1, and that's when I got a knock at the front door. Sure enough, it was them, and after begging him to sell and lock in the profits, he kept holding and holding and holding, to the point where now his Dogecoin portfolio has lost about 90% from the peak and is currently worth just over $300,000. So today, 1 year later, I've reconnected with the Dogecoin millionaire to see his account, hear his thoughts, and get an update on one of the craziest stories I have ever covered here in the channel. Although before we start, how about this? If we could get this video to 100,000 likes, I will invest $10,000 into whatever the top comment to this video says. So
100,000 likes. How many views would you need on a video? You'd probably make over $10,000 on a video that had that many likes. Jesus Christ. Good one though.
Thank you guys so much, and also big thank you to FTX US for sponsoring this video, but more on that later. Alright, so first we gotta talk about the timeline of Dogecoin. Yes, it is true that it started off as a joke between its creators in 2013, it was never meant to be taken seriously, and it was never designed to be used as a currency. But the lovable nature of the Doge meme made it irresistible for people.
The saddest thing, assuming this is true and I wasn't lied to, the saddest thing about the Dogecoin shit is that it was supposed to be a meme. I don't think the original creator ever had like any Dogecoin. He never like had a big stake in it. So when it kind of like became a non-meme coin, which it really did, the guy didn't actually like make any fucking money off of it, which is so sad. RIP.
Wanting to buy and hold on to it. And over time, it began growing in popularity and price. Just 2 years ago, it was trading at 1/5 of 1 cent, meaning had you just invested $1,000, today you would be up 4,000%, and your $1,000 investment would be worth $40,000. So what happened to cause this insane rally, and is Dogecoin a good value at today's prices? Well, we should look to what started all of this in the first place, and that's what brings us to a few main catalysts. First, trading on Robinhood. 2018, price 0.002 cents each. In 2018, when Robinhood announced their cryptocurrency platform, Dogecoin was added onto the list as an additional option that people could buy and sell. That gave it significantly more exposure and allowed their users to buy in as they would any other stock, which of course boosted up the price. Second, TikTok. 2020, price 0.0043 cents each. Shortly after the pandemic, a viral video began appearing on TikTok known as the Dogecoin Challenge. It made the argument that the value of Dogecoin is practically worthless, and if all 800 million users of TikTok each invested $25,
the real philosophical underpinnings of President Sunday's argument. Wait,
working class Andy?
I'm getting a call.
Good one, dude.
Drive up the price to $1 and turn that into a nearly $10,000 profit. Well, sure enough, thanks to the virality of that video, the price went up 43% in 48 hours. And even though it didn't hit $1, it was still very impressive. Third, Elon Musk, December 2020, price 0.003 cents each. This is where Elon Musk tweets his support for Dogecoin with just one word, Doge. Sure enough, this increased the price 30% in 24 hours, and that is where things started getting out of control. Fourth, Reddit, January 2021. 2021, price 1 cent each. Just like Wall Street bets turned their attention to GameStop and AMC, causing the price to skyrocket, they also turned their attention to Dogecoin, which further soared another 600% to a value of nearly 4.5 cents each. Fifth, Elon Musk again. February 2021, price 7.5 cents each. Just as the Reddit craze for Dogecoin began to stabilize, Elon Musk tweeted his support again, calling it the people's crypto, causing the price to go up almost 50% instantaneously. 6th, Doge Day, April 20th, 2021, price 36 cents each. Leading up to this was a huge push of excitement, supported by Elon Musk continually tweeting about putting Dogecoin on the moon, billionaire Mark Cuban speaking in favor of it, and a multitude of other businesses voicing their support to eventually accept it as payment. That caused the price to go parabolic, and the more media attention it got, the higher it went, which gave it more media attention, and the cycle continued. 7th, the perfect storm, May 2021, price 72 cents each. I call this the perfect storm because multiple catalysts all converged at the exact same time, causing it to almost hit $1. Several brokerages all incorporated Dogecoin under their platform, and with Elon Musk's SNL skit, many people believed that the mere mention of it would cause the price to exceed $1. However, we have 8th, the crash, June 2021, price 30 cents.
I had so many people, like even people I knew. Was anybody here for that? So many people were like, I'm buying a ton of Doge before SNL because once Elon goes on SNL, the price is going huge. So many people bought before that SNL skit thinking that they were going to get fucking rich because Elon was going to go on SNL. He was going to mention Dogecoin and it was going to go like over $1 a coin or whatever.
Each. Shortly after the Dogecoin SNL episode, Robinhood trading temporarily crashed from all the activity, causing the price to quickly and substantially fall. At the same time, the entire cryptocurrency market began to fall from environmental concerns along with security risks when the US seized a $2.3 million Bitcoin ransom. 9th, the crypto bear market, June 2022, price 8 cents each. As the Federal Reserve began pulling back on their stimulus and raising interest rates, investors took a risk-off approach as they sold their speculative investments, causing the price to fall. At the same time, investor enthusiasm for meme coins began to dissipate, sending Dogecoin as well as nearly every other cryptocurrency into a slow decline where the bottom is anyone's guess. So where do we stand as of today? Well, in the past, Mark Cuban stated that meme coins like Doge only work if they gain utility and users use them for that utility. Or in other words, because there's an infinite number of Dogecoin that can enter circulation at a rate of 5 billion a year, the only way for it to consistently stabilize or increase in price is for more people to buy in and use it. Of course, in terms of its growing popularity, WordPress recently announced that they would allow Dogecoin to be used as a form of payment. Gucci is rolling out Dogecoin options in store, and Elon Musk stated that SpaceX would soon be accepting Dogecoin for merchandise. However, the co-creator of Dogecoin recently had some choice words to say in regards to SpaceX, saying, Elon Musk was and always will be a grifter, but the world loves grifters. They love the idea that they may also be a billionaire one day, and that's the dream he's selling. So in terms of where we are right now, as well as the performance of my own cryptocurrency portfolio, let's get a 1-year update for the Dogecoin millionaire himself and see exactly how much his position is worth.
Okay, so now, do you regret holding so long?
Ooh. That's a yes. That's a yes.
You know, I'm human. Yeah, I should have sold some.
What if it doesn't recover, though?
If it doesn't recover, see, I look at Dogecoin as
I'm
like
here
a
for the
savings
utility
account, and I know that's very.
Oh, okay.
What's the word I'm looking for? That's very
irresponsible.
Irresponsible.
Risky.
But my plan is this, especially for this year. It's I'm going to continue investing. I'm going to continue buying crypto, but I'm going to lean harder on Ethereum, on Bitcoin. You know, probably some Cardano.
Are you doing any other investing in the stock market? Have you thought about maybe a good index fund?
Honestly, my biggest purchase in the stock market was Tesla. So if I was to go back into the stock market, I'd probably buy Tesla. I'd probably buy Facebook. I'd probably buy some Apple. Like, these are just long-term holds for me, regardless. You know?
But no plans for like a good index fund? No?
Not.
Why didn't you sell?
I would have felt like an imposter. You know what I mean? I'm over here preaching and telling people Dogecoin is the way and cryptocurrency is the future, and I just sell out as soon as I'm able to.
Do you think with your following that you're encouraging a risky behavior of speculative cryptocurrencies or maybe things that have a high probability of going up and down?
I don't tell people to YOLO. That's not what I preach. I'm not like, everybody YOLO. Like, just throw all your money away. Like, no, I'm not doing that.
How do you deal with all the negativity? Or any of the I told you so comments, or made a big mistake, you should have listened?
I get those almost daily.
Yeah.
When you lay it all out, I'm
This
in
guy's
a
way
better
too high
place
level for me.
today
I think so.
than I was a year ago. I've made other investments. You know what I mean? I'm moved to Vegas.
Yeah.
I got a house. I'm buying a Tesla.
What do you mean you're buying a Tesla?
I'm gonna buy a Tesla.
Why?
Because I want a new car.
What, a Tesla?
Yeah, why not?
Because he loves Elon Musk.
You were driving a perfectly great car. I liked your car. Why has it got to be a Tesla?
There's no AC, man.
There's a lot of cars that have air conditioning.
You know what my actual dream car is, though?
Yeah.
DeLorean.
Yeah.
You can tell people that you're trying to go back in time. It's like
I was just thinking that. Well, before we talk about my own thoughts and my own cryptocurrency portfolio, how about this? When you sign up with our sponsor, FTXUS, down below in the description with the code GRAM, you could get all the way up to $100 of free crypto, depending on how much you deposit. They're one of the most popular US-regulated cryptocurrency exchanges in the world, with millions of users and fees that are up to 85% lower than the top competitors. They also allow their users to set up automatic recurring buys so that you could dollar cost average into the markets on a regular basis. Just select what you want, how much you want to invest, how often you want to invest, and then swipe right and you're done. Plus, like I said, you could sign up using the link down below in the description and get all the way up to $100 of free crypto and use the code GRAM, plus free crypto in every trade you make over $10. So if you're interested and you want to get a little bit closer to buying that DeLorean, the link is down below in the description, and now we will get into my thoughts.
All right, now as far as my thoughts, on the one hand, it's not hard to believe that in 2021, some speculative markets just got wildly ahead of themselves, and now we're seeing a new baseline value that's yet to find its true footing. Even though, yes, it is down about 90% from the peak, so are quite a few speculative stay-at-home stocks. Although to provide a balanced argument both for and against its future as a currency, here's what I have to say. On a positive note, one, Dogecoin is actually pretty good when you use it for transactions. It's said that Dogecoin averages around 1 minute to add a new block of transactions to the Dogecoin blockchain, making the Dogecoin network more than 9 times faster at processing transactions than Bitcoin. On top of that, the transaction fees are significantly lower than Ethereum, making it a better way to pay for small transactions. Second, anecdotally, there's quite a few people who believe it'll follow the same trajectory as Bitcoin, which routinely crashes 70 to 90%, consolidates, and then hits a new all-time high. So why not with Dogecoin, which has also risen, fallen, and recovered in the past? Not to mention, even today, after dropping from the peak, it's still significantly higher than it was just over a year ago. Third, I've also rarely ever seen a community as strong as Dogecoin. It seems to be held by the people who really believe in the principle, they stand behind the message, and they want to see it succeed. And I believe it's those people who make Dogecoin what it is today. However, all of that doesn't necessarily mean it's a good investment, and in terms of the downsides, here are my thoughts. First, if it's ever going to be taken seriously as a currency, that can't happen until the price stabilizes. The fact is, very few retailers would want to accept it as payment beyond a marketing ploy when its price fluctuates plus or minus 20% in a week. So in my opinion, the real value of Dogecoin is going to come when people move on to something else, they forget about it, and then it'll have a chance to find its true value. Second, just because it's always recovered and gone up in the past doesn't mean it always will. The reality is, for every example of Bitcoin, there are dozens or hundreds that rise, fall, and then just never go anywhere. It's always possible that history doesn't repeat itself, and it's up to you to understand the risks of investing in something as volatile as this. And third, in terms of value, there's not a cap on supply, meaning the number of Dogecoin in circulation could be limitless. This makes it significantly more difficult to go up in price without a lot more people buying in all at the exact same time. It's kind of like trying to run up an escalator that's going down. It's possible under the right circumstances, but it's not sustainable to keep that up long term. That's why I believe that Dogecoin is going to have a very difficult time ever reaching $1 without a significant push of enthusiasm at a level that we have not seen.
He's a
Although
hater,
long term, who knows? Anything can happen, and I've been surprised in the past. But for me, it's not something that I could really wrap my mind around, besides being a fun alternative store of value and potential investment under the right conditions. However, just be prepared to lose everything. Now, as far as my own Dogecoin investment, I promised that if my video got 100,000 likes back in May of 2021, I would buy $10,000 worth of Dogecoin and hold on to it for a year. Now, I didn't think we would actually get 100,000 likes, but we did, and as promised, I bought it. Today, that $10,000 investment is worth $1,800 at a loss of 82%. At this point, I had no intention of selling, and the point of the video was just to have a fun experience that I could report back on for everyone who hit the like button. But yeah, it turned out to be a very expensive video, so if you appreciate the openness and transparency, it would mean a lot if you hit the like button on this video and subscribe to see whether or not that investment ever recovers. So with that said, you guys, thank you so much for watching. Also feel free to add me on Instagram and make sure to get your free stock down below in the description when you sign up for Public using the code GRAHAM, because that stock could be worth all the way up to $1,000. You may as well do it. And I'm posting my thoughts on the market there every single week, so if you want to be a part of it, the link is down below. Thank you so much for watching, and until next time.
Damn. How's Bitcoin doing? I got my cash out on Bitcoin. I'm ready for it to double in value, guys. He doesn't even have a morning call pass. True. Why do you keep trying to link this Fuentes video? Dude, I don't care about Fuentes' economic analysis, okay? I'm good, thank you, though. Thank you. Thank you. Am I crazy, or were those guys all... They were like way more like TradCon-y a while ago, right? I guess they've kind of like abandoned the TradCon shit and now they're like urbanites. That Kai dude seems like he wants to be more TradCon, but Fuentes doesn't seem so. Interesting. Jesus Christ. I didn't reach. Oh, that was... Please, just die. Oh, he did die. Thank you. Think about Kai's mustache. Kai's mustache and hair are a mystery to me, but listen, man. He can... He's trying to do what he wants to do. I sent you an email. When do you usually read them? I don't know. It depends on which address you sent them to. I'm not quite sure why you consider Groyper different from alt-right. It seems to me the difference are so minimal that it's not worth distinguishing. Oh yeah, some guy made a big Reddit post on the alt-right actually still exists. I guess if you want to define alt-right as just like far-right people, I mean, I guess the alt-right still exists, but I reject that definition. I think it's vacuous and silly. And I reject the motivation for that definition. I think people just like that definition so that they can keep saying alt-right, because alt-right is like the spookiest way to label people without like making any effort to understand like different types of motivations or thoughts they might have compared to groups in the past. But he said Lauren was alt-right. How did she fit it? I think that any type of like... So I would consider it to be a really important part of the alt-right stuff is like anti-Semitic or like racial kind of like supremacist stuff. And even if Lauren never was explicitly alt-right, she was definitely in the wheelhouse of like doing content. Like she did like interviews and stuff with like Stefan Molyneux, who was very much like... into that weird kind of like the race realism shit, the weird philosophy shit, the how would previous Lauren fit it but not Fuentes? Lymphea? Go talk to them. Fuck. Pisco, I don't think you're very good faith when you're dealing with people that are like super politically disagreeable with you. I think you are with me, but like I think that the direction that Fuentes' movement takes today feels significantly different to me than it did in the past. But like you guys are like so like fucking rock hard to like find like one fucking anti-Semitic joke and go like look they're still the same. But like I mean if that's how you want to view it, like I don't care. It's not like an argument. I don't care that much about it. If you want to think they're all right, that's fine. But But I mean, like, you're going to look clueless to anybody that is either one, in these groups, or two, that knows anything about these groups, because they're very clearly different in the way that they function today than they did in the past. Is this gonna kill me? Please, just die? You did. What are you doing? You're dead.
Obama.
A lot of the political ideology is premised on a conspiracy that a cabal of Jewish elites is behind a lot of social phenomenon. I would say that like a lot of the alt-right stuff was like very big on that. But I would say that like the stuff that Fuentes does today is like more like paleo-conservative / Christian nationalistic. With like, there's still that, there's like the elitism, or the elites are controlling everything kind of bend, but it's nowhere near as much the focus as it was, I think like 4 or 5 years ago. Or 3 or 4 years ago, whenever, I don't know when Charlottesville was. Was that in 2018? Hello? Is this working? Thank you. He's still constantly calling people Jews and crypto Jews on Twitter like 5 times a day. Yeah, but I think that it's more irony-laden now than it used to be, whereas before it used to be like super serious. Like, alt-righters literally believe Christianity is a Jewish psyop. Like, I firmly believe, I don't expect anybody to agree, or any of you guys at least to agree. That's fine. But like, you guys are going to be calling far-right people online, you're going to be calling them alt-righters like 5 years from now. Like, that's going to be like a term that you guys are just using forever. But I mean, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. I don't care. So the alt-right was just far-right anti-immigrant people like Milo and Old Lauren stuff. I would say, I would have argued to be alt-right, you need a little bit more than just anti-immigrant, because that's just kind of like another issue too is probably like the naming scheme, because I think a lot of people think like, oh, alt-right just means you're an extreme right person. That's not true. Alt-right doesn't mean that you're very, very far right. It like implied like a different thing. Like alt-right implied like it was like a specific set of ideas. It wasn't just like, oh, you're far right. But a lot of people like think that like, oh, alt-right just means you're far right. Do you think they might want you to think they aren't like this, or is it pointless to speculate like this? I just like to understand the different political ideologies, because it helps when I converse with those people more. Do you think it's fair to say a lot of the alt-right was assimilated into the mainstream Republican platforms? No, like I said, I would say that like, I think that set of movement I think it kind of died with the Charlottesville shit. And then I think most of the other people got wrapped up into kind of like the main like Trumpal stuff. Like you just have like all the people that worship Trump now. You have QAnon, but I don't know if QAnon came from the alt-right. I think they came from similar places, but I don't know if it grew out of the other thing. Like, QAnon felt like it came from a way more, like, QAnon to me felt like it came from 4chan, like the alt-right stuff did, but it also, it penetrated mainstream culture way quicker. Like, QAnon, like, the alt-right never really made the jump from 4chan to Facebook. QAnon, like, it feels like QAnon almost instantly went to Facebook. That's what it feels like. And once something hits Facebook meme levels, you're like mainstream. Like now you've got like there were no such things as boomer alt-righters.
No one is alt-right.
You didn't have like
sorry for typing cooking great leader.
Steve Bannon. You didn't really have like mom and dad were like fucking alt-righters. That didn't really happen. You know, maybe there were a few, but not in generally. But there are a lot of boomers that are QAnoners, which yeah I think speaks to the more mainstreamness of that thing. Because QAnon targeted boomer fuck. Yeah, I know, but it's just like a lot of people, a lot of you guys included, because I would be willing to bet probably half of you guys think this, that like at some point in time,
your life, then,
like
working class
the
Andy.
alt-right maybe was like 10-20% of the Republican Party. Like I think a lot of you guys right now think that the alt-right was like a huge group of people online. It wasn't really. The alt-right was a pretty fringe online community. It was never like a mainstream part of the Republican Party. It was never like I think a lot of you guys in my chat, even in my community, so I know it's even more in other groups, a lot of you guys think that oh, the alt-right, maybe they were like around the same size as like the Tea Party. I think a lot of you guys think that. Not even remotely true. Not even remotely close. I think the alt-right generally thrived in like the fringes of like kind of like the online discourse. And then you had Breitbart with Bannon. Although even Breitbart, with Bannon said he was like the creator of the alt-right, even Breitbart didn't lean into like the Jewish shit as much as like 4chan and the more edgy online communities did. Did you mute Pisco? I don't think so. I don't know if you'll ever convince me that Republicans and conservatives don't all believe all the alt-right shit. They just won't say it publicly. I'd go find some Republicans and conservatives, my dude. The thing is, we have to understand is most mainstream Republicans, most mainstream people fucking love Israel. I love Israel. Unironically, dude. Stop Mr. Girling us with you guys. Who are you talking to? Literally, who is saying that? Every time I talk about this on my subreddit, everybody starts posting a bunch of shit about how like Destiny's delusional. The alt-right is still there. There are millions of them waking up right now, coming to rape your children. Fucking people make posts on it on my subreddit. Like people get really ass mad whenever I say this. Your subreddit unironically needs to be nuked. Listen, they're holding strong, okay? Zoomers are gripers or alt-right. Young people aren't buying into neocon free market talking points anymore. Nobody buys into neocon free market talking points. Even old Republicans don't anymore. The Republican Party, I'm pretty sure, is like the party of Trump. Like, if I had to guess, this is a guess I'm going to make. I wonder if there's polling data for this. If Trump ran as an independent, I would guess that 75% of the Republican Party would vote for him. Maybe more. That would be unironically my guess. It wouldn't be like 15 or 20% are going to follow him to the ends of the earth. I think that like 75%. I've talked to my parents about this. They said that. I asked my mom. I was like, Mom, if Trump ran as an independent, would you vote for him? Or somebody like Ted Cruz or Rubio or DeSantis or whatever. They'd all vote for Trump. So Trump 100%. It's not even a second thought. Trump 100%. But I could be maybe my selection bias, or maybe there is a selection bias there. I don't know why Lycan just joined and left. But the Republican Party has a huge identity crisis right now, to where they're like the people aren't really allegiant to the party; they're allegiant to Donald Trump, which is interesting. Yeah? I think if you were to have an honest private conversation with Nick, he'd tell you that the primary antagonists of his political system are the Jewish elite. Only now he may also include adjacent elite demographics as well. Yeah, Joe, my feeling is, and it's hard to fish this out from all the irony, so I have to use a little bit of intuition here. I think that if I would have talked to Fuentes 4 or 5 years ago, I think that what he would say is that like it is Jewish people. There is a Jewish cabal of people around the world that are kind of coordinating policy to fuck with and undermine white people. I think that if I talked to him today in an honest conversation, I think he would say that like, yeah, of course Jews are part of it, but like there's a whole bunch of non-Jewish people that are part of the elite cabal as well. And like, yeah, maybe Jewish people have like some aligned interest or whatever, but like the elites expand to include more than just that. Like it's the whole deep state, like Democratic aligned, like SJW, neo-Marxist, whatever the fuck other shit would all be wrapped into that. It wouldn't just be like exclusively Jewish people. They would just be part of like this larger group of ruling elites, you know? Are the Ron Paul libertarians gone now? Yeah, of course. Chat is on the overlay. Good. What's different from a Nazi and an alt-righter? I thought alt-righters were pretty similar to Nazis. Like they functionally and ideologically, I thought they were pretty aligned. That was always my historic understanding of like the difference being that Nazis actually had like some hardcore racial ideas, and alt-righters just replaced all of that with white people, whatever the fuck that means to them at any given point in time. He definitely is not dancing himself.
Don't think Steve Bannon was ever alt-right. I think he's a traditionalist. Look into Julius Evola in the Benjamin Teitelbaum book on Bannon.
Didn't say Simon Says.
He definitely is not dissing himself from the JQ though, Destiny. He's dancing around it so much. Yeah, but because I mean they use like a lot of humor and irony, right? But I think like part of that is what they do. And then when people like you attack them for being ironic, like you'll never believe me on stuff like this. And I don't expect you to, I don't care that much. But it's kind of similar to like when I make like a racial joke on stream. Like somebody will say like, somebody say like, oh, Destiny is racist. And then one of you guys will be like, Destiny's not racist, come on. And they'll be like, look at his pinned tweet right now. It's literally a joke about an ex-Nazi and him saying the N-word. Like, how are you gonna tell me? And you're like, oh shit, okay, maybe he is, right? I think that they engage with a lot of humor, kind of similar to what I have in the past, and I'm starting to do more because fuck everybody. I think you have to be able to separate out or tease out. You have to be a little bit more sophisticated when it comes to figuring out or divining the beliefs, I guess, of groups of people, rather than just looking at like their humor or jokes or whatever. I could also be wrong on a lot too. Maybe there is still like a huge undercurrent of this, and I just don't see it as much, or it's a bit more. It's a bit more subtle. Does insidious imply subtlety? Hold on. Insidious. Proceeding in a gradual, subtle way, but with yeah,
Ron
it could
Paul
be insidious.
2024, yeah. Ron Paul 2024, Ron Paul 2024, Ron Paul 2024, Ron Paul 2024.
Do you prefer bell peppers or broccoli? I mean, probably bell peppers, but aren't peppers almost worthless nutritionally? I love peppers and they're good, but I don't know if they do much for you, as opposed to like leafy greens.
Didn't say Simon Says.
Pretty if you don't cook them, they have a lot of vitamin C. Is vitamin C one of those vitamins that we lack pretty often, or? Vegetables are all worthless. Green equals healthy is a lie from Big Veggie. Damn. The difference I feel is that a majority of people that watch Nick leave without the irony thing, they feel like they take Nick's irony. I don't know. Maybe we do a cozy, when we do our cozy stream, I'll pull the chat. How many of you guys feel like if we got rid of all the, like, okay, so like here's a question. I'm relying a lot on intuition here. I think if you polled people 5 years ago and you said, if we got rid of all the Jews, would white people's position on the planet be significantly improved? I think they would have overwhelmingly said yes. If I asked that same question today, I don't know if the answer would overwhelmingly be yes. I feel like they would say there's a lot of other special interest or elite interest groups that are in the way besides just Jewish people. If you polled them today, that would be my guess.
Hey, bud.
Oh boy, what's that?
It's real quick. It's real quick. It's another definition conversation.
Yeah, I know. But the problem is that, like, when it comes to understanding like political ideologies, I think there's a level of sophistication that's more like required than like, does somebody say XYZ? If they said X, then their political ideology Z, and like that's it. Like it's such a simplistic way of understanding like how groups of people think, and you can like basically categorize anybody into any belief system depending on the types of questions you want to like rigidly ask there. But yeah, go for it. What do you want?
I'm not giving. I just want to be clear. I'm not giving any affirmative case about what alt-right is. I'm not saying that there is alt-right presence. The conversation is not about whether or not I have a belief on what alt-right is, or whether or not they're a big force in the community, or comparing them to the Tea Party, or comparing them to any other group. The question just seems to be like, is your definition even coherent? You made some statement in our discussion with Lauren Southern that you thought that back in 2016 she was alt-right.
Either alt-right or alt-right adjacent, yeah, because she ran like in all those circles. I don't know if she ever put... The thing is, anytime I hear like, and it's hard to pick out because back then there was way more dog whistling of crypto shit. Like people would say something like Western values, and it was really hard to pick out. Like it might have been the case back then, especially because she was like 20. Maybe Lauren really did believe in Western values, but there were other people like, I want to say Laura Loomer and Stefan Molyneux. When they said Western values, they meant white people every time. And that was like, when you hear Western values, you think white people. And I think some of them even later clarified, like they went from like, oh, I'm a civic nationalist, like, no, I'm a white nationalist. Like I'm not a civic nationalist anymore. So like that, yeah. So it's hard to say, obviously, with a lot of these people. Lauren probably never made a video explicitly saying, like, like I'm talking about white people values, but whenever she was talking about like immigration and shit in the past, it was always videos of brown people in the background with scary music saying, look at how bad things are. So it seemed like at the very least that's what was being signaled.
So you're not sure whether she was alt-right back in the day?
I mean, 100% no, but very few people would come out and say it. But there were other people where like,
if you had to guess, like what?
Well, the thing is that like, so like, I don't know if she ever made a video relating to like race realism, whereas Stefan Molyneux, I believe, would engage in race realist conversations pretty frequently, or like JF Gariepi would talk pretty frequently and explicitly like, yeah, there are racial differences. Whereas like Lauren, so it could have been a dog whistle, it could have been sincere. She would just say like, oh, well, different people have different cultures. But I don't know if she means like, is that like wired into their brain, right? It's just hard to,
I just think anything that, anything that previous Lauren Southern was in 2016, whatever that is way lower than the Groypers now. Way lower.
You think
Don't
so?
you think?
Wait, when do you say lower? What do you mean by lower?
In terms of the level of anti-Semitism, what you're saying right now, what you're saying, Destiny, in full 4K in front of your friends, or you know, who might say this to Lauren, I don't know, is that you think that 2016 Lauren is more like apparently anti-Semitic than current day or even previous day Nick Fuentes.
Or at the very least was in those groups. Yeah, I would say so, 100%. I just, and again, like this is like a feeling thing based on, yeah, I feel like the anti-Semitism shit online today is way less than it used to be. It used to be fucking wild. Like people were literally trying to dox like Dan because he was a Jewish donator in my stream. Or people were unironically accusing me of being Jewish, unironically. Like there were threads about this with people speculating. I would say the anti-Semitism in the past was way higher. There are probably still anti-Semitic people today, but back then it was like a focal point. That's what it felt like at least, but...
I've seen some of the Fuentes content, and it seems at every moment he seems to be bringing up the same kind of. If Lauren ever did the Jewish conspiracy stuff, all his whenever I pick some of his content to watch for informational purposes and for my own edification, milady, I see this. Like on nitrous, any kind of thing that I've ever seen of Lauren Southern's, it just seems to the nth degree. Whatever Fuentes is putting out, whether it's conspiracies about Israel or
wait, hold on. What are you saying? Are you saying that what she used to do was worse than what Fuentes does now, or
no,
it wasn't?
No. The other way around. My intuition is that Fuentes is more apparently anti-Semitic than Lauren Southern was in the past.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe we'd have to gather shit. I just don't.
And I think that she would take it as an insult.
I think that I don't care what she would take as an insult. I don't give a fuck.
You don't care?
I feel like no. I feel like if I would have if I would have asked in the past, I'm trying to remember if Nick said this because we had a big immigration debate. So like here's like a question that I could pose. If I were to ask somebody like, should we be deporting a lot of brown people from the country? I feel like a lot of the people that were part of the extreme right movements online were like, yes, we absolutely need like huge deportations for brown people. Whereas today,
Fuentes has literally said like we need to stop all immigration.
Yes. Hold on.
Lauren
Wait. You're actually like so beneath this conversation if you don't see a difference between those two things. Please tell me you can see a difference. Or do you not? Are you actually that stupid? You're not that dumb, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
There is a huge change in position from we need mass deportations of brown people versus we need to have a more racially restricted immigration policy.
But Fuentes is explicitly race-based in a way that...
Do you not see the difference? Can you engage on this one point?
Okay, in the policy of stopping all immigration not on any particular criteria versus explicit policies
deportation of brown people. There's a huge difference.
There's a difference. I agree with that.
A huge difference.
But I think in the policies that you just laid out, correct. But two things. One is I don't think that Lauren has ever advocated explicitly for deportations on the basis of race. Are you saying that she ever said that?
I don't know if she did, but the communities that she hung out in, the types of videos she made, were right there, right?
Well, that's guilt by association, right?
Yeah, in a way, but like it's groups that she chose to associate with and put out messaging that was almost functionally identical to them. So like in a Great Replacement vid, all of her things were talking about like, this is the horrible shit that happens when new people come in and they can't have your culture. And it's all brown people and black people in the background. She made a video literally just walking around Paris saying like, look at how horrible, or no, she didn't even say anything. She was just walking around Paris with a bunch of brown people. And then in an Australian interview, she's talking about like, oh, look, like this Chinatown, this doesn't look like Australia. Like, so even if she didn't explicitly say it, that plus her association with people like the Identity Europa group, like, people like Stefan Molyneux, like it's about as what?
But Fuentes has explicitly said it, that the races are not meant to mix. I remember watching one of his programs where he's like, I have an attraction to Asian women, but I can't because I just can't. You know, I can't.
Yeah,
be
but
with
I think
Asian
a lot of it
races.
is like, I think a lot of that is unironically ironic, like humor. Like the way that they engage with it today is just so much different than like in the past. I can't believe you don't acknowledge there's a difference between people saying in the past, like, we want to deport all brown people. That is like an insanely extremist position. Whereas today,
I had said that.
Sure, but today saying that like I want to like restrict immigration related to kind of like race, you could probably get a comfortable amount of mainstream conservatives on board with that, almost. Like you're very close to, but these two positions are way different. There's a huge
because of the deportation, or because of the motivation behind
the deportation is huge. You're talking about like genocides, basically, right? Because you're talking about like the state mass deporting or having to kill people that don't want to be deported from their country. Versus,
I've never heard of Lauren in favor of certain deportation policies.
No, I don't think she ever explicitly was. So this is why I'm saying that like this conversation is like so sophisticated or nuanced that like if you're gonna ask me like now it sounds like you're me talking about people today and then I'm talking about like and I'm you. If you're gonna say like was there a video where Lauren Southern said we need to deport brown people? I don't know if she ever explicitly called for that. I don't know if a lot of them explicitly called for that, but that's essentially like where all their messaging led to.
Whoa, it just feels like. Hang on.
The entire messaging of like the alt-right figures back in those days, some of the more extremist people on Breitbart, like I think Allsup wrote for them at one point, or a lot of like the rebel media people, were basically saying that like our whole population is being replaced by brown people and we need to like undo this, or like we need to figure out how to stop this.
Do you think Nick says things like that all the time?
Says what?
That we're being overrun by certain races, that the races shouldn't mix. That each should keep to their own.
Like, misogyny, is that what it's called?
Yeah. Big time.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know where they stand on that anymore. I'm not sure. I was really surprised in my last conversation. Maybe when the next podcast will. I was surprised in my last conversation
that
they all
race
fell
mixing
off.
is a problem. Do you think that white people should be? It's fine if they get married and have children.
I don't know because a lot of their messaging. So like for instance, like they've abandoned the whole like tradcon wife thing. None of them want that anymore. Now they want like urban city girls. They don't care. Like they are very big on like Hispanic is not a race. It's all about mestizo, castizo, and different variations of that. Which I guess they kind of said in the past. But it feels like, as stupid as it sounds, it feels a little bit more big tenty today when it comes to racial shit. Whereas in the past, I think the racial stuff was a hyper fixation of those movements.
Oof.
But yeah, I don't know. I also spent I think a lot of people, I don't know what your engagement was. I think a lot of people's engagement with these movements has been through like headlines and articles. But like, I feel like when you dive into it, back then, dude, like anti-Semitism and like racism was like dripping. Like it was just like, it was visceral. Like we have to get these brown people out of our countries. Jews are fucking destroying the white race. And now it's just like, oh, those Jewish guys, lol, ha, fucking brown people, what are you gonna do, blah, blah, blah. Like it's still there. I'm not saying that these people are like, they're like altruistic, like, oh no, all races are equal bullshit. I'm sure a lot of them still believe in like varying elements of like race realism, or a lot of them still believe in varying elements of like Jewish cabalness. I'm sure that's there. I just don't think it's like a hyper fixation as much as like the old alt-right was literally built on hatred. Like it was the driving force behind a lot of their shit.
There is a swath of Israel conspiracy stuff that is completely divorced from Semitism.
I think that you're doing your friend a disservice. Because,
which one, Nick or Lauren?
Lauren.
What am I doing a disservice about?
Because I think that I've taken the time to watch a lot of the Fuentes content to make sure that I knew what he says and what his beliefs are, and everything about what he says recently in the past drips of the exact same stuff that you're mentioning. You say that you don't watch streams.
Not as much anyway. I can only go by threads. So I might be missing something. Maybe I'll try to invite him on for a talk, and I'll see, Nick, how do you really feel about Jewish people?
Well, I think you're just gonna get memes.
No, I think he's fair. Even when he memes, it's like listening to Nick talk is a little bit like listening to Putin talk. Like even when they're memeing or lying, As long as you have a sophisticated enough understanding of their memes, you can kind of understand like what they're saying, if that makes sense. I don't know if I do. Maybe I need more conversations to build that up. But I mean, like like Putin lies, but he doesn't just say random shit, right? He lies very purposefully for a reason, you know. Wasn't Lauren literally in panels with Stefan Muller? She was literally doing interviews with him, like side by side, like with other people. Yeah.
Do you think that if you ask a direct question, do you think that quote unquote race mixing is a good thing, or do you think that it's bad if white people have children?
Well, I think there's like, I think
he's going to answer that.
I think there's an interesting thing that goes on. I think he has to answer somewhat honestly, because because I'll notice when I am talking to them, because I always have their chats open, if they do try to wiggle out of answers, the chat gets really mad and they look like a pussy. And it's like, if you've got a leader of your movement who won't even like honestly represent his view, especially because like what reason does he have to hide now? It's not like he's gonna get banned from YouTube or Twitter. He already is, you know? So like if you're
so if what answers would he have to give to the following questions for you to be like, okay, he's alt-right?
It's okay, hold on. This is why I can't, my brain and yours don't plug in on this issue. Okay. It's not going to be like, if he says these words, then I can 100% deductively conclude. It's like, it's a way more inductive, like sophisticated, like holistic understanding of everything that's going on.
So there's
it's not
no,
gonna be like,
there's no set of statements and beliefs that he could say that he agrees with that would make him in your mind alt-right.
No, because it's super going to depend on like beliefs. It'll depend on like how he agrees with things and like the way that he phrases it or what he says. It's going to be like, it's going to be a lot more, not even nuanced, but just like there's going to be a lot more layers to the conversation.
So if he if he literally said Jews are trying to take over the world, there's Jews are behind the plan to lower white birth rates, Jews are in charge of most of the media and all that stuff, and that it's our job to fight against their influence and the Israel lobby. He said those words verbatim, and then he also said, and also race mixing is bad, and I'm including black people and Jewish people here, and we should fight against that. He said those words, you would say not alt-right?
I would say probably alt-right if they're sharing.
Well, there are a set of words that he could give that.
Yeah, there are, but again, it's not like it's just not that simple. But like, I mean,
what do you mean? You just said it's that simple. You said if he said those words, you'd call him alt-right.
Yeah, like if he said it exactly like that. But like, for instance, like if I ask, like, do you think that Jews are like controlling like the media? Like there are like he can give me the same answer in two different ways depending on like how he phrases it. Like there's just like I don't know how else to explain it for that. I think that you could say the same about me for a lot of things. I think that you can quote mine the fuck out of me to invent whatever view that you want of mine. For me, I could be racist, I could be transphobic, I could be incredibly pro-trans, I could be incredibly pro-race.
Well, if I ask you a question like, what would it take for me to prove that you're transphobic? If I said, if I asked the question, do you dislike trans people because they're trans, and if you answered yes, would you be transphobic? You'd be like,
that would be a very basic to the point question for sure.
I think that's like how most beliefs are, and like most if there are like certain things that you would say, I think you can fairly be characterized as something else. Well, like if you say that Jesus Christ is divine, that Jesus Christ is God, that you believe in the Trinity, that
yeah, but I don't think a lot of political beliefs will necessarily like manifest that clearly. I mean, they could, but
if he said he was alt-right, you'd believe he's alt-right, right?
Yeah, I think if he just said like, oh yeah, I would say I'm alt-right, then probably I would ask him what his definition is. But he was like, oh yeah, like I still generally agree with like all of these things. I'd probably like, okay, yeah, I guess so.
So really, the only question when we're trying to, if you're making fun of people who label him alt-right,
I'm making fun of people that still talk about like the quote-unquote alt-right as a movement, as like a boogeyman. If you want to talk, like there's two separate conversations. One is that like alt-right beliefs, and the second is like alt-right is like this movement thing. And I think a lot of progressives online still.
One question is the movement vigorous? Is it around? Is it a boogeyman? Should we worry about it?
Well, because that's what everybody seems to get at. It's like, separate. Oh, they're still here. Sure, you can say that it's separate, but I think that's what is driving a lot of people. Like, oh no, the alt-right's still here. They're dangerous. They're everywhere. Whatever. When in reality, they were always a small group of people. They probably wouldn't even call themselves alt-right today. They'd probably call themselves. America First, right? That's what they say. Or they might use like Christian nationalist, or they might use paleo-conservative. They might use those phrases, and they wouldn't say alt-right. But functionally, they could have like similar beliefs as alt-right people. Much the same that like I would say that the Trumples today are really similar to Tea Partiers, in that they believe kind of like it, or maybe Tea Partiers are a little bit closer to neocons. In terms of, because they still maybe supported big business, small taxes. I don't know, I have to think about it, but like I'm sure you could find political groups that have a big overlap in beliefs, but they're like they distinguish themselves as separate movements of people.
I'm worried that your definition of alt-right is becoming so narrow as to just map on perfectly with neo-Nazi.
Well, traditionally that is what alt-righters were. But the problem is progressives wanted to expand alt-right to include everybody. Like they were calling, I could be wrong, but I feel like at some point in time, I think people were calling Trump an alt-righter. I'd have to go back and check because with Bannon in the White House, people were saying Trump was like secretly like an anti-Semitic or like secretly like alt-right or some shit. But obviously the whole everything with Jerusalem and everything. I'd have to go back and look, but it felt like at one point like alt-right was the new Nazi. Like remember when we were obsessively hunting for pictures for people that made the OK sign, and we were obsessively hunting for every type of fucking symbol. Yeah, and it's like, okay, Jesus Christ, like that's what it felt like at one point in time.
That's fine, but you agree that do you think the definition should be different? That there's some because
definitions can be definitions can be what they are. The problem is that like if people want to expand alt-right more broadly, I guess they can. But like someone else in chat points out, like Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro were considered part of like the alt-right at some point. And then I look like an idiot because sometimes I would go into these like deeper right communities and start debating. It's like, oh, like you guys are alt-righters like Ben Shapiro, and they would all be like, Ben Shapiro is fucking Jewish. What the fuck are you talking about? He's not an alt-righter. I'm like, oh shit. Yeah. Okay, so it gets a little bit weird when it became like alt-right just basically meant everybody that wasn't a mainstream Republican, and it's like, okay.
I get that. I understand that. But you seem to have made a big difference. I asked you think, because you were like, I think it's fair that some of my audience thinks that Lauren was a neo-Nazi. You said that. And then I was like, sure, a neo-Nazi. Like, so what do you think? And then Lauren said,
do you think that's do you think that's a huge stretch? Or what do you consider a neo-Nazi, I guess? Maybe we just are all fucking lost in the definitions or whatever.
I think for neo-Nazis, like, anti-Semitic, it's a little different than just anti-Semitism. I would say it's a belief.
Well, it's an anti-Semitic
race. It's a belief in
but the anti-Semitic part is kind of like
Hitler.
It's a big bedrock of it, right?
Yes, it's an organizing principle. I totally agree. And I think Nazism, the organizing. I've seen your debates with the tankies where they say, Nazis can be Jewish, and so I see anti-Semitism as the organizing principle, the central tenet of Nazism. But look what you did. When we asked you, would you think that Lauren is fairly construable as a neo-Nazi back in the day? You said no.
Wait, what? No, I would have said yes.
No. You said alt-right. You said I wouldn't say full-blown neo-Nazi, but I would say alt-right. And if that's just
if I said that, then I misspoke. Because in my mind, like alt-right and neo-Nazi have like they're huge overlaps, like functionally almost identical, except alt-right is just like the newer variation of it. But I would have viewed there being like a massive overlap between like a neo-Nazi or an alt-righter.
Okay.
Maybe you could say a neo-Nazi is a little bit like one more step in that direction, but they're pretty close to identical, I would say.
In that case, I think that you have some soul searching to do.
About what?
Because you think that Lauren in 2016 was fairly characterizable as a neo-Nazi, or actually was?
And then are you going to say, but she said her views are the same today as they were
before?
How do you explain that? I don't.
Do you think she's lying now?
I think she is underselling what her views used to be.
Lying.
You can figure that one out. What do you mean? Why? Why would somebody not want to say they were a neo-Nazi?
Lying.
Oh.
If you think she was a neo-Nazi and now she isn't, and she says her views hasn't changed, either you're wrong or she's lying.
Yeah, I think she's underselling what her views used to be. That would be my take on it.
Another way of saying that is lying.
Yeah, if you want to say lying, sure. Lying, yes. Does that make you feel better?
You think one of your like close friends is lying? Publicly? And you're okay with that?
Okay, I don't think that she ever... I don't understand. Hold on. I don't know who you think you're talking to. I have no problem of accusing her of lying. I don't know if you think I'm going to like jump to her defense and never say a bad thing about her ever. I don't know if you think that's the type of person I am, but yeah, I would say obviously I think she dramatically undersells how extreme her views were a few years ago. I would say that 100%. I'm not going to sit here and say like, oh, Lauren would never lie publicly about anything. If you're looking for that type of conversation, you're talking to the wrong dude. Yeah, 100% I think she's lying about how extreme her views used to be.
I think you think that's wrong, because when Bosch says that it's okay to lie for some end, you like make fun of him and you troll him.
I do make fun of him, and I would make fun of Lauren on political grounds too. I'm pretty sure, didn't she just publish
on lying grounds?
Lying would be the least of my concerns that I would have with Lauren Southern. Okay, I haven't looked at the video yet because I'm not as obsessed with her as you guys are. But didn't she just make a video for Matt Walsh's documentary? I guarantee you that her fucking review of it is probably glowing. Right? That's my guess. I haven't watched it yet. Maybe you have. But like, yeah, I'm sure there are a fuck ton of political agreements or political disagreements that I would have with things that Lauren was saying, of course. Wait, hold on. Wait. Actually, hold on. Actually, I'm curious then. So prior to this conversation, do you think that if you would have asked me, Lauren Southern is 100% honest and truthful about everything she believes today and everything she used to believe, do you think I would have answered yes to that? Do you think I would have said, oh yeah, I think 100% she totally is?
I think you would have answered no to that, and I think, but my other question is like, why be friends with a liar? That's my question.
Because I think everybody lies a little bit. Friends are hard to come by.
Well, this is like a big lie, right? You're lying about whether you're a Nazi or whether you were a Nazi.
I look at the motivations for why people lie, and then I make judgments from there. I think there's probably a good reason not to ever want to say that you were a Nazi. I don't expect most people to own those types of things publicly because that's a huge fucking thing. But I mean, like, it's also like Lauren's not like babysitting my kid. I'm not like investing a huge amount of like, oh yeah, like she manages my fucking retirement account. I hope she doesn't fuck me over. This is like a person I'm friends with online, right? So
no, I understand, but my next question is about your apologies position, which was, you said, I don't think that people should apologize. Do you think people should apologize for being Nazis if they were Nazis?
I don't think I said that. I don't think people should apologize. I might have like said that at one point. I just want
you to be clear. Like,
yeah, what I mean is, I personally, I don't care about apologies ever. I don't ever want to hear one. I don't give a fuck ever. That's my position. If people want to apologize to people, they can. If it makes them feel better.
So you're okay with Nazis reintegrating themselves into society without making acknowledgments that they were Nazis?
Yeah, especially in today's climate. I don't give a fuck about that. Yeah.
Oof. All right. So that's why you think.
Is it all right? Is it all right or is it alt right?
We got a debate, right? Tonight? You're moderating?
Oh, yeah. Some guy emails me. He really likes you.
Oh, boy. That'll be fun. Yeah, this was going to be quick. I didn't mean to drag it out.
No, you're good. How did you like the IP lawyer guy today? The conversation early on sucked, but then when we got the fucking shit sorted out finally, so we could not have.
Yeah, that was really annoying. Yeah, I was listening on the background, and he seems to have a pet issue to defend the trolls, the patent trolls, quote unquote patent trolls, patent terrorists.
Well, we kind of circled around that, but it sounded like he understood why people would have problems.
Yeah, he seemed very
sympathetic.
Acknowledging of why people felt a certain way. And he obviously knows a lot more about patents and generally IP than I do. So I might defer to him on the actual legal stuff. On the Rose stuff, that's the only stuff that like got me
triggered,
a little amped up. But I'm sure we'll get into that later tonight. Yeah.
What is your debate tonight even on?
You don't know? Aren't you moderating it?
I don't need to know what it's about to moderate. Just making sure you guys aren't
going
to kill each other.
It's about the Dobbs opinion, the draft opinion. I think so. This guy said that I misconstrue Alito's holding and what extent it's going to go someplace, and it'll probably get to the merits of Roe 2. And we're bringing on Lego Pizza from before.
Oh, it's Lego Pizza.
He's the other guy on the all lawyer panel.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. Well, damn, it should be is the other guy a lawyer or?
Yes. Yeah.
Wow, so many.
This will be my first debate as
a lawyer against another lawyer.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Thanks for retweeting that, by the way. I got way more likes than I've ever gotten on anything.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to make sure you stay in business in case you get canceled on my stream. You'll find lots of potential clients in my Twitter section. Can you represent me in something? Wouldn't it be fun? We should do like a case together. Or are you like exclusively retained by like a certain law firm?
I am. Yeah, my firm. You'd have to become a firm client. But
can you request a particular litigant or litigator?
You'd have to have some sort of like impact litigation or some like pro bono thing, or like let's say that you were, and it might be a hard sell, but let's say that you were trying to, I don't know, do some impact litigation on copyright because you did some React thing and someone strike you. I don't.
I want to sue Twitch for banning me. What about that?
I don't think. What would be the ground? Breach of contract?
Yeah, I'm supposed to have 30 days to remedy fucking whatever happened. They told me that I was in breach. They didn't give me a chance to remedy.
How long has it been?
Well, they emailed me and
Did
they
you
said
sign an arbitration clause?
I'm pretty sure they all have arbitration clauses. But fuck it, we'll get through that, okay? Those things are exploitative anyway, okay?
If you signed it knowingly and it's probably
how much can you knowingly sign something when you're only 27, Pisco?
You don't you're 27?
Pisco, I was a child. Come on, that shit wouldn't fly in California. We can go down there. We can fly to LA and do it down there, okay? California loves. We'll take our side. Guarantee. They hate employers down there, all right? Cool. I'll contact your law firm. It'll be good. Don't worry. We'll have fun, all right?
I think that's going to be a problem. Hang on. I'm going to message you real quick.
There's no reason to upgrade to this, right? Like, it's 3 gear level, but gear level doesn't do much. I get 4 spell power and I lose my ability cooldown.
Yeah, sorry about that. But I can recommend someone for you. Actually, no, I shouldn't even. Never mind. This conversation didn't happen.
True.
Anyway, I'll let you go. Thank you for chilling. I think that you should drop this line of
which one?
Lauren was alt-right, but Nick Fuentes is not. I think you're doing a disservice to your own friend. I think
that the
way
political
more explicit, okay?
climate of 2016 was way more radical than the political climate of.
Yeah, but Fuentes went to Charlottesville. He
And
was
Lauren
in
went
that
to the
climate.
fucking ocean to shoot flares at immigrants.
Okay, so then why have a basis? Wait, what did you just say?
Lauren went to the fucking ocean to shoot flares
shoot
at
at?
fucking immigrant boats, at immigrants, whatever you want to say, right? Like, I would argue, here's like how I group all these people. Maybe this makes more sense to you. Back then, I would say like Lauren Southern and Nick Fuentes were basically in the same camp. And today,
they're both
I
all right.
think that Nick has moderated in some regards or has shifted a little bit in other regards. So does that make sense? So
I think this is all cope. I think you're huffing big cope. You think Lauren shifted? She says she hasn't. And if you ask Nick if he shifted, what do you think he's going to say? He's going to say no. And in other words, I guess you're saying they're both lying.
Yeah, I think they would understand. I don't know if Nick would lie if he said, or if Nick would say that he hasn't shifted. I don't know. I guess I have to ask him.
And then you say they care about the issues, and that's why you talk to them, because they're honest interlocutors.
I have never said that. I said I talked to them because they seem to be pretty knowledgeable and they're challenging in their conversations. And they're interesting.
Oh.
Both of them are interesting.
Okay.
Say what you will about them. They're very interesting. More interesting than fucking commies and shit, at least right now.
Your discussion about Ukraine was a little disappointing. I was hoping to see more rage.
Yeah, well, that Jackson Hinkle dude is like, unironically, I would bet money that he gets paid at some point.
They're soulless.
No. That dude is 100% on some Russian payroll. Guaranteed.
I need you to come out and say that those kinds of people, that breed of tanky, is a trillion times worse than even the worst lefty type person that you're fighting with on Twitter.
I mean, in terms of their actual beliefs, yeah, probably. Now, in terms of their impact on the world, tankies are still
Ban
pretty
Pisco, it's only
irrelevant,
fair.
but-
I got banned for saying copium feels Swigman.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
I'm just kidding. Probably forever. I saw that little LARP fest.
Which one?
With the
Obama.
Abraham Lincoln thing. You know what I'm talking about? It had a little roller.
Wait, what? I have no idea what you're talking about.
There was a little conference of tankies, and there was like an Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, with Haas and all them or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's yeah, cringe as fuck. Jackson is 100% on a Russian payroll, guys. You can quote me on it, guaranteed. But okay. Wait, can I make the necklace things, guys? Anything else before I see you?
No, that's it.
I think 1.5 hours, or is it 2.5
damn.
hours?
I think 1.5. So that's 3.
Okay,
I don't think
well,
so. All right.
Be
Cool.
careful, babe.
Talk to you in a bit.
Yep. Bye.
Wait, so you banned me for saying you're coping, but sit quietly like a beta when Pisco
Keep
says the
hating
same
your life
thing.
then,
Unreal
working
dude,
class
not a
Andy.
fan anymore.
Space. Wait, can I not make the necklaces? What are you talking to President Sunday about? I already did. Yeah, it was a disappointing conversation. Milkers. Okay, I can't make it here. Jewel crafting. I can't make it here.
You have the exact time and
League of
place.
Legends.
Obama.
True. You're talking about the leader of the Proud Boys being charged with sedition? I haven't, but hasn't that been for a while? Good one. Golden Jewelry. V Rising. You can't make it. You have to farm it. It's used to craft gold ingots. Seriously? You can't mine gold? Damn. Jeez, bro, not safe for work. Oh, you're lucky. The flare protected you.
Hey Edgar, check it out.
Hey, what's that?
I just got a new blacklight. Now I'm gonna know what you've been coming on.
Destiny Jackson accepted Serena Shim journalism award, which is allegedly a laundering scheme from pro-Russian outlets to smaller influencers.
Room is completely devoid of cum? It's weird, because I swear to God, I smell cum all the time.
Do you think it's ever acceptable to be a cad?
Probably not. Okay. Whetstone, glass, grave dust. Destiny would support a similar slogan to ACAP for German soldiers during World War II? I don't know, my dude. Jesus. You want to retire after this year? Yeah, true. I am. I'm already retired. When the philosophy arc will come back with REM? Good question. Where are we at on the REM cycle?
Also have a mini rant about this because they're—
Oh no. No, AOZ, what happened? You were becoming based. Oh no.
I also have a mini rant about this because there are some politicians, including Democratic politicians, that rail against the term Latinx. And they're like, this is so bad. This is so bad for the party, like blah, blah, blah. And like, it's almost as though it has not struck some of these folks that another person's identity is not about your reelection prospects. Like, this is not about you. Second of all, if putting a little X on your campaign literature is what you think is the difference between winning or losing an election, you need to talk about healthcare more. You need to raise people's wages. You need to talk about more issues that also matter to people. That being said, why are people opting for trying to use Latina over Latinx? Well, Latinx can be convenient in written form because you just put down an X and people can kind of mentally put in whatever vowel they identify with.
Huh. What? Are you... Okay. Do we do that with every single Spanish noun now? Is that like the new thing? Where did you put the cup of milk? Oh, it's on the Masex. Do you want to come over to mi Casex? I need to go to La Biblia or Lex Bibliotecax. I'm sorry, I don't know.
But it's kind of hard to say. So Latin.
Why does she say it like a fucking retard? So Latin X is how it's written, but I think if you're speaking Spanish, it would be I think it'd be Latine is how you would say it, Latine. So that's why some people spell it like Latine is what it looks like. But everything around this is just a clusterfuck. This is like the most like, if lefties wanted to argue with me that Western cultural imperialism was a real thing, it would be this: white people trying to change how Spanish works to make it so that it's not gendered.
You avoid the masculine O, you avoid the feminine A. Latine, E, is a little more neutral, so it could be more inclusive to people. For example, saying nosotres. That being said, if you don't want to use it...
Wait, are we like changing... Oh, no, never mind.
No one's forcing you to. But for people who enjoy trying to figure out language and have it meet the modern age, that's kind of where it's at.
I can only read like half of what you're saying. DS and Zan, sorry. I tried. But I'm only half Hispanic, so I should only be able to get through half that statement. Fuck you. It's such a fucking dumb idea. What does this word mean? Going. Oh, no fucking way. Okay. The gist of what you're saying is that like a masculine, just because you have a masculine thing doesn't necessarily mean it's like male, and you're destroying the Spanish language with these weird things. You don't have to have like the function of the grammar Spanish match like the gendered some shit, something like that. I think we're like 60% of the way there. Okay, we're close enough. Okay. Hold on, let's just. As long as we're using present tense verbs and we're not getting into weird past conjugations. No fucking idea how Spanish grammar works. It's what's really going on. It doesn't even make sense. With the E, it sounds like Catalan. The grammatical masculine is not the same as the masculine gender. They're string Spanish is kind of nonsense. Okay, yeah, close enough. This exact same energy is being insanely into Funko Pops. The Funko Pops are responsible for 40k deaths here. A little. It is super ultra cringe when conservatives are like, oh, these are my guns. Look at my guns. My gun. Look at my gun. It's so cringe. God, don't do that. It makes me fucking cringe. My ass will go to fucking colon of diamonds when you cringe out that hard over fucking firearms. Okay. Spectral dust. Okay. We were going to make stuff. Someone in chat said, Jesus, the McDonald's where I live are starting peeps at $17 an hour plus sign-on bonus and $2,500 tuition assistance. Is that a thing anywhere
Jesus,
else?
the McDonald's where I live are starting peeps at $17 an hour, plus sign-on bonus and a $2,500 tuition assistance. Is this a thing anywhere else?
Yeah, I noticed when I was in Nebraska a few months ago, I want to say I saw signs with people starting wages at like McDonald's or it might have been Burger King for like $12 or $13 an hour. It was like, I was like, holy shit. Motherfuckers are making like 3 times the wage I was when I was in high school. I don't know if you guys see like those now hiring signs anymore, or if you see them in your areas, but like, damn, fast food restaurants are paying out the ass, or it seems like they are. It's 15. I live in Omaha. Really? Holy
Didn't say
shit.
Simon Says.
Okay, this I can upgrade to. Ghost Jarn. How do we make Ghost Jarn? Mel? Yeah? I love you. Oh, cool. I am staying here until I die. If you want to leave, goodbye. Suffer with me. So guys, sorry this is going on, but I'm gonna do a V Rising review right now. Just want to tell you my overall thoughts on the game so far.
If I scratch my butt and smell it, but smell nothing, what does that mean? Does it mean I have a clean butt, or do I have common? Curious, really. Open the section.
Obama.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Fuck. I can't check Moten's stream to see if it's okay. We're doing the manifesto right now, guys.
Cock, 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 cock. Cock, 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 cock.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
La 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 la, I can't fucking hear you. La 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 la, I can't fucking hear you. La 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 la, I can't fucking hear you. La 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 la, I can't fucking hear you. La 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 la, I can't fucking hear you. La 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 la, I can't fucking hear you. La 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 la, I can't fucking hear you. La 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 la.
True. The
Destiny, get out of the building. If you stay, you'll be Kentucky Fried Kenny.
What's the note? Oh, C. True.
Check. Do you be chilling right now?
I do be chilling. I'm gonna be short one thing because I need more ghost shrooms. Fuck me. What if shit's fucked one day and you ignore it? Yeah, just like Democrats and climate change. That's what'll happen. Oh, you're back. Did anybody bring...
Cock, 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 cock. You're a cock. 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 Hold on there.
Be right back.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Cock in my ass. Cock in my ass. Cock in my ass. Cock in my ass. Cock in my
Keep hating your
ass.
life then, working class
Cock
Andy.
in my ass. Cock in my ass. Cock in my
Keep hating
ass.
your life then,
Cock
working class Andy.
in my ass. Cock in my ass. Cock in my ass. Cock in my ass. Cock in my ass. LL.
Obama.
How long must we suffer, Daliban Senpai? Also erudite lady hype.
Balls, 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 up. Euro cock, 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 Euro cock.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Euro cock, Euro cock, Euro cock. Euro cock.
Keep hating
Euro
your life
cock.
then, working class Andy.
Euro cock. Euro cock. You're a cock. Call Destiny, Fred and George, because that was a real Weasley move right there. The alarm was making a point, and you just muted it. That's such a cuck move. Cuck, 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 cuck me. Fuck me, fuck me, fuck me, cuck me, fuck me, fuck me, fuck me.
Hell, 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 hell.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Hell, hell, hell,
Whoa, 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 Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. 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 Penis, 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 penis,
Keep
penis,
hating your life then,
penis,
working class
penis,
Andy.
penis, 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 penis.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Egg. 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 Egg.
Put out the fire, guys. Good job.
Obama.
True. Actually true.
Hell.
Groomers in your sub are really upset at me. What are the groomers in my sub? Is groomer just the thing we call all LGBT people now? Is that just the thing now?
Well, Wall Gang, it was a pleasure inhabiting the walls with you. I smell the smoke and feel the flames, but I'll never leave my post. This will be my final. Hell.
Wait, the Grizzly Man audio was never released? I thought the audio was you could hear him dying and then he says like
Eurocock. Eurocock.
he like calls for his girlfriend to go help him and then she dies too or whatever. That's what I've read. I've never heard the audio. Well, I guess if it's never been released, I've also never heard it. It was fake? I think that wasn't confirmed? Oh, well then Lay Reddit lied to me.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Irritatingly hype.
Obama.
Hell.
Destiny, I am inside your walls right now, but it keeps getting warmer and I'm getting worse. I think I smell smoke. Obama.
Obama.
Eurocock. 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 Eurocock.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Eurocock. 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 You're an Obama.
We must pray the fire alarm away. Bismillah Rahmani Rahim. Hazabi Rabbi Nas, Malikin Nas, Elahi Nas, Min Cheryl was Wassel Khan Nas, Alazi was Ufisibor Nas, Minajaneti Way Nas.
Obama.
Alarm. 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 Alarm, 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 alarm.
Obama.
Ah, oh, ah, ah, oh, oh,
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Beep, 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 beep.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
L.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Obama.
Stephen, I have kidnapped Melina when she left for the alarm. She will be on a flight to Sweden. I don't know, maybe she can eat those racist chocolate balls or not feed her guests or something. Now it's just you and me and that thick cock. Fuck the police coming straight from the underground. You nugget got it bad cause I'm brown. And not the other color,
Keep
so
hating your life
police
then,
think.
working class Andy.
They have the authority to kill a minority. But motherfucker, man, cause I ain't the one. You're a cuck. Obama. Obama. What? Oh. Obama. Well, L. Obama. Oh. Obama. Oh. Obama. Oh. Obama.
Didn't say Simon Says.
Obama. Oh. Oh. Stephen, oh God, he's gone
Keep
again.
hating your life then, working
Chat.
class Andy.
Have to help me. I was on vacation for a week. How cool was the manifesto? How did the blue hair look? Was it cool when Steve got to Diamond 4? Was the mood IRL stream
Keep hating
good?
your life then, working
How's
class Andy.
Lauren? Still a Nazi? Al.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Keep hating your life then. Working class. Cut, 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 cut.
Whoa. 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 Whoa! 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 Whoa!
I love Israel. 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 I love Israel.
Yeah, you're a dirty crate, aren't ya? But you're my dirty crate, and I'm gonna make you squeak.
Hag. Then the door opened. Steve, Mount.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Cock, 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 Al.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
I kill pedophiles cause am not one. Blow their balls off with a sawed-off shotgun. And if their victims being into children. You, I kill Nazis. I kill people who talk to Nazis. I kill the paparazzi who shot me. Free dox me. I kill Antifa. Eurocock. 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 Eurocock.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Obama.
Cause I'm Eurocock. Yes, I'm the real Eurocock. All you other Eurococks are just imitating. So what the real Eurocock? Please stand up. Please stand cock. Please stand cock. Eurocock and balls. Eurocock and balls. Eurocock and balls. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bub. Look, mommy, I got the X. If you into taking drugs, I'm into having sex. I ain't into mackin' love. So come give me a hug. If you into getting rubbed, G-Unit bitches. Unscented stained car wash facial. Brilliant usage sinuous. Untreated. Lively enchanted. Gestate. Squabble
Keep
shrink.
hating your
Risado
life, then.
fiddling.
Working
Protector
class Andy.
overkill annuity ripping. Euphemism movable recovery. Anthem spinach prorate. Affair carry vegan. Shoot snaking similarly.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Come 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 come.
Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey.
Funicot clap. 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 Ow. Alarm go off. Dreamer men get money. Make food in microwave. Dreamer men get money. Go poop.
Keep hating your life
Dreamer
then,
men get
working class
money.
Andy.
Liking guitar. Dreamer men get money.
Oh man, maybe I should retire. Online politics is bad.
Cut, 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 Obama. Cut, 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 Obama. Chuck's gone give it to you. Fuck waiting for you to get it on your
Keep
own.
hating your
Chuck's
life,
gone
then.
delivered to you. Knock, knock, open up the door. It's real with the non-stop pop, pop of stainless steel. Go hard, getting busy with it, but I got such a good heart. Chuck.
Bomb has been planted. Bomb has been defused.
Obama.
Play Freebird.
life then, working class Andy?
I honestly prefer the alarm
hating your
over
life then,
this.
working class
Got,
Andy?
got, 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 got.
Today was gonna be the day, but they'll never throw it back to you. By now, you should have somehow realized what you
I wipe
gotta
my butt
do.
with toilet paper until the paper comes up clean. Sometimes, especially if the poop has been well hydrated, I can wipe until the paper is clean and later get an itchy butt after walking around.
Backbeat, the word is on the street, the fire in your heart is out. Viva, 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 viva.
Keep playing, you stupid bastard. Vibrate my rolls like the alarm. Yeah, okay.
I'm way ahead of you, Wire Freeman. It's alright to tell me what you think about me. Won't try to argue, hold it against you. Know that you're leaving. You must have your reasons. The season is calling. Pictures falling down.
If my alarm goes off, I'm gonna fucking kill somebody. And it's gonna be you, Lycan.
Your alarm? Steven had a debate today. It didn't go the way he wanted it to. Steven had a schizo from Twitter come on stream. He came here to meme. What you gonna do? You gonna shit post on Twitter, talk shit some more, tell him how you fucked his mom and that she's a dirty, dirty whore. Or just gonna play V-Rising until Pisco comes and lawyer posts all over your face. Oh, Steven, are you done with me? And no. Oh, Steven, will you stop streaming? Yes. Will you make it a full night like you promised your chat? I don't know. You left early last night for dinner with your wife. What's up with that?
True.
I just saw a trailer for a doc about you on your subreddit. Did you really know about this? It looks amazing.
I'm not sure which one. The one that Tom Fuller was working on?
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
H-O-O! oh, 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 oh.
Erudite is waiting. I DM'd her. So whenever she checks her DMs.
What's happening?
I don't know. Apparently she wants to scream at me about Twitter stuff.
Do you ever get tired? You know what? I feel it's rich coming from me, but do you ever get tired of that?
No, fuck it.
Wait, I'm sorry. I realize that's vague. What Twitter shit does she want to bitch about?
It's what you think.
Oh, okay. You could be so more effective if you were just a little nicer. I got a big old fucking stone to throw through that glass house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus. Hello.
Oh, hello.
How's it going, bud?
Well, how are you?
I'm doing great.
How's your fire?
Not firing anymore.
Yeah, did you get my my document that I sent you?
I was gonna click it, but I don't want to spoil. I just want you to read it to me.
Oh, well, you're gonna have to read it, obviously. That's
Why am
part
I
of
gonna
this
have
process.
to read it?
You wrote them.
Yeah, so
I
you're
owe
here
your
to
friend.
talk about them, so I figured you're gonna read them to me.
Oh no! I'm gonna put them up, and then I'm gonna ask you questions about them after you read them too.
Okay, let's see. Okay, first one is.
All right. What I was thinking is, since I've obviously outlined different evidence pieces, we can maybe kind of go through them together, because there's a bit of a direction I'd like to take it. I'd like you to read the evidence pieces as I submit them to you, but I don't want to just go like chronologically necessarily.
Okay. Well, where do you want me to start?
Great question. Let's start.
I was thinking 1-1, but apparently that's not good enough for you. So where would you like to start?
I would like to start. So section 1 kind of outlines, your beautiful racism that we've got going on here.
Based.
Your Kyle Rittenhouse simping.
Based.
Section 2 is your league perversions. Really concerned about.
Gotcha.
And then section 3 is, not even sure. It kind of devolves from there. Let's maybe start at section 3.3. Evidence 3.3.
Are you trying to trigger me
submitted.
preemptively? Why would we start a doc at section 3.3 instead of 1.1? Just curious.
Well, I would like to begin asking you questions at evidence 3.3.
Okay. This is to trigger me. Gotcha. That's fine. Okay. We're 3.3 it is then. All right. How would you like to begin?
Well, maybe you could start by just reading the tweets out for all of us, just so we're all on the same page.
Okay, hold on. See there. Hold on, I'm sorry. This is. You have like my favorite tweets from all time listed here. I'm sorry. Let me get.
Yeah, your mic's a little bit fucky on my end. Is it coming through strange? Am I coming through on your end poorly?
No, you sound great. Hold on. Okay, is it if you can't hear me, then it's on your end, okay?
Be on my end.
Yeah, figure your internet out, okay?
Try again.
Trying? Hello?
Better. Okay.
You might want to try, wait,
I
actually.
changed to US East to
Yeah.
see if that helps.
Nice job.
Oh, tech savvy.
Okay, I'm scrolling down. Oh, I can just Control F, 3.3.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay. If you'd like to open, so I've provided both the imagery or the link, whichever you'd prefer to utilize. If you could just maybe walk us through, read it out for us.
Okay. Referred to me, so I'm responding to, I can't see the full tweet I'm responding to, but what I can see is, referred to me as, and think of me as a woman/girl, but yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of people think I'm cis, and that bothers me somewhat, LOL.
Right.
My quote tweet is, I feel like I'm in high school again, so I can add genderqueer to my stuff now as well, right? Question mark. Chad, not Chad.
Okay, so quick question. Did
Yeah.
you add genderqueer to your stuff?
I don't know. Is it on there? Hold on, let me check. The Omniliberal. Yes, it is.
Okay, good. I'm glad to see we're consistent. Okay, can you continue reading this document for us?
I wonder if it was there before or after I said that. That's awesome. Okay. Delaniac, number 3, Destiny Dick Rider on Twitter, with a rose in his profile, so you know he's done, responds. You are over 30 years old. I responded,
So my objection here would be relevance.
well, people should know our affiliation. It's not just a random guy, okay? We've got history, okay?
Okay.
He responds, oh, I respond. Hold on, I have to, dude, I need a drink. I respond, wrong. I actually identify as minor queer / ageist, so you can keep your transphobia out of my timeline. And somebody different responds, Steven, you're smarter than this and better versed in trans discourse than this. Stop this childishness. And then I respond, in quotes, childishness, end quote, is transphobic because I am currently fluidly identifying as a 45-year-old. Please respect me. Thank you.
Right.
Okay.
Did they respect you after this?
I don't know, actually. I'd have to go and check. Maybe they did.
Okay. So question, do you still identify as a 45-year-old? And if so, how should I address you?
So not currently, but that was an other of mine that was identifying as 45 years old. My other is ageist, but I, as you're talking to right now, Stephen Bunnell, am not. So I currently
Okay, are we
identify as
saying
being 30,
DID?
Well, my other would, but I don't believe in
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I understand. Can you read out just again that second response that you had?
Wrong.
I need to be able to own the lull in chat.
Wait. Let me pause these. I said, wrong. I actually identify as minor queer / ageist, so you can keep your transphobia out of my timeline.
And just so the audience can be aware, can you define ageist for us?
Yes. So an ageist might be somebody that believes in ages, but an ageist is somebody that is anti-age. They do not believe in the strict social construct that is ageism.
Right. Could we speak potentially to your other? I would like them to define for their own experience how they knew that they were ageist.
How they knew? Well, I can access some of their writings at the time. They said that they knew that they were ageist because they identify that way.
Okay. That's fair.
Okay.
I would like to now move to evidence 4.1.
Okay. We can't go from 3.3 to 3.4, huh?
No.
Okay. 4.1. Yes.
All
Would you
right.
like me to
Could you outline for the audience what has happened in this, who the Serfs is in your relation to them?
The Serfs TV, aka Lance, is another online content creator that I've had the pleasure and displeasure of associating with on multiple streams in the past.
Okay. Would you identify your relationship as close?
I would say adversarial.
Could you maybe read out their statement and then your response to it?
Yes, hold on. Sorry, I had vampires in the background. He said, the number of Jewish people who joined in on the charity stream yesterday with messages of, quote, solidarity with our Palestinian brothers and sisters, end quote. We stand together against this apartheid regime, another end quote. Lance is some would say illiterate, was truly the most inspiration part of it all. Sick. I don't know how I can say sick, S-I-C, but thanks so much, everyone, exclamation mark. And then I responded.
Qualify how Lance is illiterate, please?
Well, oftentimes when we get into arguments over things and he links me articles, I notice that by simply reading the article, it kind of disproves a lot of what he's saying, which leads me to believe that he has trouble reading, I think.
Right. Do you feel that this tweet calls for some serious speculation?
Does this tweet call for some serious speculation? Not much. No, I don't think so.
So read your response.
My response was directly funding terrorism, yikes, with a link to an NGO monitor page that goes on to detail a number of ways in which this international organization has been both accused of directly funding Hamas and has been cut off from funding in several countries because of their ties to Hamas.
Right. Outline how this is not speculation.
Well, I guess if you could argue those other organizations are speculating.
Okay. All right. Can you continue with your follow-up?
My next tweet is, waiting for the Vosh arc, where he explains that Sunni oppression under al-Malik in Iraq actually justifies the existence and operation of ISIS. And then the next...
Did this tweet happen?
Vosh has me
Your
blocked,
arc?
so unfortunately I have to plead ignorance there. I'm not sure.
Okay. Final response, please.
In quote, Iraq's government had the support of the U.S. government, and all the Western powers implicitly allowed this oppression while standing by. And then, in caps, did you not see what happened at Anbar? This isn't a conflict. It's oppression by a military and government on one side against a people. Triple exclamation mark, end quote.
So you stated just now that Vosh has you blocked and therefore you cannot know if he went into the...
Well, I didn't say I cannot know. It's just difficult for me to find out. I have to go through a lot of trouble to access his tweets, you know.
Is it not also the case, though, that you have been reviewing his trans genocide arc for the last week or two?
Indeed, I have statements that he's made on YouTube videos.
Have you seen any evidence of Vosh going through Sunni oppression under al-Malik and Murad that justifies the existence of the operation of ISIS arc? Have you seen this on YouTube?
Firsthand, I have not, no.
Would you say that this maybe calls for some serious speculation on your part?
Well, the fact that I precipitated this tweet with the word waiting would imply that it was indeed speculation, yes, as all things in the future are speculated upon.
Do you feel that you were expert witness enough to speculate in such a fashion?
I do consider myself to be quite the expert on Vosh, yes.
There is a question from the jury that's been submitted. Why do you keep smacking your lips? Is the goal to seduce the jury, or what's the goal here?
It's actually a habit that I have when I feel like I'm being confronted with extra aggressive interlocutors. Not to say that you are, but it's a subconscious thing. I'll try to refrain in the future. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Are you just to clarify, Mr. Bonnell, are you saying that you're mildly intimidated in this present moment?
No, I would say that you're playing the role of an intimidator. Not that I'm intimidated.
Can you go to evidence 4.1a?
Oh, chronologically this time. Yes.
Yep. So why do you believe that he posted this in Canadian dollars? And do you think that his donation was rendered basically meaningless because he submitted it in such a useless currency?
I'm just not very familiar with where this screenshot comes from. I'm sorry.
Well, if you scroll up to evidence 4.1, you
I see
the full context of where this image came from.
I see. PayPal balance. Oh, him submitting. Oh, donating the currency there. I see it. Yes.
Okay. So why do you believe that such a useless, currency was utilized? Isn't that essentially rendered useless? He's essentially donated nothing because he donated it in Canadian dollars.
Well, actually, I think that what happened was somebody probably brought to Lance's attention the idea that he was, in fact, donating to an organization that several other countries have vetted, claim have ties to terrorism. So he probably felt a tinge of guilt and decided to select the CAD option instead of the USD option to inhibit the ability of them to operate with funds that he raised off of his fan base.
Would you agree that the Canadian dollar as a submission, as a monetary capital, is far inferior to perhaps an American dollar?
Absolutely, of course.
Would you agree then that you have a bias and bigotry against Canadian content creators?
I don't think observing reality makes me bigoted. I still accept donations in CAD, for instance.
Yep, I think that's a one-to-one line, but we'll move on. Okay. Can you move to 4.1b?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you believe that only $405 was left? Why would Lance only donate $6,500 instead of $7,000 when it's obvious that he could donate a full $7,000?
I think it is a known issue that PayPal will kind of fudge around numbers for highly inflated and worthless currencies. So it is possible that he tried to donate the full amount and PayPal just didn't care.
Because the Canadian dollar is so useless.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. Would you have donated more to this company?
Yes. No. To a real charity, yes. But to this particular one, no, I would not have.
All right. So we'll strike maybe your answer. Can you re-answer that question? Would you have donated more to them?
No.
Okay. Why not?
Because I don't like to support terrorism.
All right. Can you move to evidence 4.1c?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. What do you read in 4.1c?
It appears to be a blurry message. I don't know whoever put this here maybe doesn't know how to do image processing correctly or was copy pasting, I guess.
Objection relevance?
Well, the problem is I don't have my glasses on right now, so it's a bit hard for me to read.
Objection coping?
I don't think that's a real thing you could object to, but it looks like it says, Canada, thank you for your generosity. And then
Okay,
English and Frank or something might be in distorted blue text there at the end.
Right. Is it not possible, Mr. Bonnell, that the reason why you coped so hard over the serf's donation is because you've never been thanked for any of your generosity?
People thank me for my generosity all of the time, actually.
Submit any evidence for that claim?
I would, but I don't want to embarrass your mom in court.
Fuck, okay.
And I believe it would be hearsay, so.
Is it not possible, Mr. Bonnell, that when you saw thank you for your generosity, you were filled with such jealous rage that the serfs was thanked for their useless donation of Canadian dollars when you have never been thanked by many backstabbing individuals? And in jealous rage, you coped, you accused the serfs of funding a terrorist regime. And in reality, you're just sad that nobody gives you enough hugs at night.
No.
All right. The jury will note that. We're going to move now to evidence 3.1.
Yes.
All right. Are you there?
Yes.
Wonderful. Could you tell me who the void is?
Well, I've heard stories. Do you want me to just recite the most commonly said things, or what?
Could you start by outlining your relationship with this user?
Tenuous. Unsure how much of a relationship we had. It's hard to know how much of a relationship anyone had with this individual. They were quite the rocket on Twitter. Every now and then we would communicate, but I would say that they were, we'll say a distant friend.
Okay. Would you, for example, say third, fourth cousin removed type relationship? If we were looking at tiers of intimate relations, would they be in bubble 1, 2, or 3?
I would say like an orbiter of an orbiter.
An orbiter of an orbiter. Okay.
If I'm the sun, he's like one of the moons of Jupiter, perhaps.
Okay. All right. The jury will note moon of Jupiter. Do you have any evidence that he is a moon of Jupiter?
Well, no, I was comparing him to a moon of Jupiter. Jupiter
Okay.
has many moons, over 50, so he could be one of, I don't,
And just to be clear, you do understand that humans cannot be moons of planets, correct?
Yeah, quite literally. It was
Okay.
a metaphor. Okay.
Okay. So why don't you maybe tell us now, can you just read for the jury this evidence?
Sorry in advance for all the sorry in advance for all the rustled jimmies on this one, but can we please stop pretending that every person shot by the cops is a hero? It makes it so much harder to defend the overall movement when people rally behind such flawed characters.
All right, can you read to me the number of likes that this evidence received?
Well, at the time of the screenshot, it says 6, although I'm partial to believe that this individual was far more popular on Twitter than that, so it probably had hundreds.
Objection, speculation, and coping. Can you read to me again the number of likes that this post received?
At the time of the screenshot, 6.
Correct. Okay. Could you maybe outline for the jury what rustled jimmies mean?
I believe it is an analogy that the kids would use for upsettedness. So one might say, instead of you were upset, your jimmies have been rustled.
Do you have any evidence to suggest that you knew that people's jimmies were in fact rustled?
Obama.
Why would I know anything? What do you mean?
Well, it seems like you are preparing people for rustled jimmies, which means that you have some speculation to believe that jimmies would be rustled. I'm asking for evidence that you believed, in fact, that people's jimmies would indeed be rustled by your comment.
I think you're confused, and you mean to be questioning at Gaze Within. I can only answer questions up here as Stephen Bunnell. If I were to guess, in place of this guy, he probably thinks that one of the popular progressive talking points is to engage in an amount of hero worship for any victim of the police, and that questioning that narrative would indeed lead to Jim Jams being rustled, if I had to guess.
Do you have any personal experience with Jim Jams being rustled?
I would say that I've rustled a few Jim Jams in my time, yes.
Why do you believe this makes it hard to defend a movement when there are so many, as you would maybe suggest, coping?
I can only speculate on, you keep asking as though I've written the tweet. I can only speculate on behalf of the tweeter. But my guess is going to be, is when you rally behind fallible characters, the fallible character becomes the focal point of your opposition's attacks. Much the same way that BLM tried to become a decentralized movement without any particular fallible leader, it's probably good if our causes that we rally behind progressively don't rally behind an individual flawed character, especially one like Jacob Blake, because it has the risk of undermining your social messaging. That would be my guess for what @GazeWithin would say.
Mr. Bunnell, would you say that you also like this tweet?
Well, I'm not one of the 6 likes, if that's what you're asking.
No, just do you personally like this tweet?
I find it to be agreeable.
Okay. Would you stand behind this tweet when questioned about it in a public space?
If I was the tweet writer and I had to defend this publicly, I think I would defend it, yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Let us move then on to... Oh man, we're going to have to leave that until the end. I'm not quite ready to get into the league degeneracy. Let's move now to evidence 1.1, and you will notice there is no link available for this one.
Okay, so this evidence is questionable, but okay.
Okay. Can you read this this piece to me?
All you fucking idiots whose moms I'm actively fucking, standing Sekiro like the combat isn't exactly like every other Souls games, are delusional.
Where do you believe this statement was taken, was in reference to? Who is Sekiro?
Sekiro is another Souls-like game made by the popular Japanese game development studio called From Software.
Okay. Would you argue that, in fact, I know you not to be the original creator of this tweet, but would you defend this creator's position?
I will say that the creator has staked out a pretty radical position, but only radical because Souls games fans collectively have an average IQ. It's probably below like 94. So I would defend this tweet knowing that I'd probably get in a lot of trouble for it. But yeah.
Do you have any evidence to suggest that your friend, can you maybe, let's back up. Mm-hmm. Can you outline your relationship to the omniliberal?
I would say he's like an orbiter, not an orbiter of an orbiter, but an orbiter.
Okay, so like in planetary metaphor, where would you stake the omniliberal?
If I'm the sun, he's the earth.
Okay, and you do realize though that humans cannot be planets, correct?
I do realize this.
Okay, great. So, what do you believe this person is smoking to have a take like this?
Could have been a nice Cuban cigar. Maybe just some incense in the background. I don't find the take objectionable at all. What are you implying?
Well, it's just, it's quite evident that this take is incorrect and false. And our understanding is that when this post was made, many community members were absolutely outraged because it seems self-evident that the combat is incredibly different. In fact, that's why the game was unique, was because its combat differed from other Souls games.
That's a take. Wow. As a subject expert, I would have to disagree, but I mean, for somebody like you, I could understand.
Objection argumentative. Let's move on to evidence 1.2.
Okay. Have you ever beaten any of those games? Just curious.
Objection argumentative.
Okay.
Can you read out evidence 1.2 for us?
Let's see. Omni Destiny. Now, this is a different tweeter now. This is like an orbiter of an orbiter of an orbiter. But so he says, if you're a liberal, it's time to stop being a pussy and learn how to shoot a gun. And then he puts the iconic up carrot smiley face.
Objection incompetent. That is an extremely egregious emote.
I mean, I'm calling it as I see it. We have a response back from Colonel Mitch Peter at Omni Destiny. Gunfights with untrained liberals? Come on, I can only get so hard. Hashtag Civil War. And then the next response is, you're a vet, so you'll probably kill yourself with a gun before you get anywhere near the combat.
What is your relationship to Steve Bennell II?
So this would be an asteroid, a far-off orbiter. This guy was, a little wild, I think, sometimes.
Would you agree that he took your same namesake?
Well, my namesake is already taken from my father, so...
Can you outline who your father is?
Stephen Bonnell I.
Objection, I've heard that your father is Vosh.
Well, how can you object to me stating a fact? I don't know. Do you want me to prove that, or... I'm older than
Objection
Vosh.
coping.
Okay.
Do you notice the blue check mark beside the Stephen Bonnell II's name?
Yeah, it looks to me like a verified Twitter account, so Twitter signed off on that statement 100%.
Correct. Have you done anything to correct Twitter's incorrect identifying of Stephen Bonnell II as you when you are claiming this is not your Twitter account?
I do. I did. I submitted paperwork, and I believe they finally suspended the account for impersonating me.
Right. Do you have any evidence of that account being suspended?
Yes, if you visit the page today, I think it says that account is suspended.
Notice, and again, can you read to me how many likes there
are? Well, this particular tweet has 30 likes. The one above has 35.
Would you say that that is a solid number of likes or a low number of likes for this account?
Well, I'm not sure when the screenshot was taken in the life of the tweet, so it's hard to say.
Well, based on just your understanding, it seems like it was taken at 8:06 p.m.
Well, it looks to me as the tweet above is at 9 minutes earlier. This tweet was probably within the past 5 or 10 minutes, so I'd say 30 is decent if it was immediately made.
If this was your tweet, would you be proud of the amount of engagement on this tweet?
For having only tweeted it a few minutes ago, I think it'd be okay.
Okay. We're going to move on to evidence 1.6, please.
Yes.
Right. Do you have it before you now?
It is indeed.
Okay. Could you read first the original comment and then the quote tweet posted by the OmniLiberal?
Fun fact. 99% of the racism experienced on Twitter that you kids cry about are people hurting
I'm going to correct you. Can you read Soldier Boy's comment first, please, and then your own?
Okay. You're not correcting me. You're changing what you initially asked, but that's fine.
Incorrect. I did ask you to read first the original tweet and then the retweet that you posted, but cope away.
Well, the original tweet is the one you're showing me, and then the retweet is the one that's being retweeted, so your diction was unclear, but that's okay. Just because the man calling me a cracker can't also baton me do death, sick, doesn't mean he's not also hurting my fifis. 3 tear emojis.
Would you agree that this writing is unclear?
No, I believe it's pretty clear.
Okay. What does me do death mean?
I believe that it might be a variant of AAVE, and it's just, are you saying that that's not a legitimate way to communicate on Twitter?
Baton me do death seems to be grammatically incorrect. Would you agree with that?
I think that grammatical impositions on other people is a form of language imperialism, so I don't agree with that. I'm sorry.
Objection argumentative. Can you just answer the question, please? Would
No,
you
I don't
agree
agree
that
with
baton me do death. Okay. You believe that baton me do death is a accurate and sufficient grammatical statement.
For some, it could be, yes. I'm not here to judge them.
Do you personally, would you look at this tweet if you had written it and say, this is good grammar?
With the name Soulja Boy Moding? Yes, I would.
Can you read the response that you typed? That your friend, the Omniliberal, typed.
Fun fact, 99% of the racism, in quotes, experienced on Twitter that you kids cry about are people hurting your fifis. Imagine how pathetic you are going to your therapist and showing him screenshots of mean things Pepe Avatar said to you on Twitter. LeMay-o-wo-wo-wo.
Could you outline for the jury what LeMay-o-o-o-o-o means?
Ordinarily, one might type in LeMayo to signify that they're laughing their ass off. LeMayo means that they're really laughing their ass off.
Can you also outline to the jury what a Pepe Avatar is?
Pepe is a frog that stands for white nationalism.
Do you have evidence of that claim?
Yeah, Google Pepe white nationalist, and they'll all show up together.
Okay. Have you personally ever used a Pepe Avatar?
On occasion, I've been known to.
Would you then suggest that you are associated with the group you associated with the Pepe Avatars?
Not any more than anyone who's ever drawn a swastika becomes a Nazi, no.
Okay. So you utilize the Pepe Avatars yourself, but you personally do not associate with a far-right group. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Can you justify your use of the Pepe Avatar then?
I would have to see the context in which I used it.
Well, this is not your own tweet, correct?
That's correct.
Have you yourself ever gone to your therapist with mean tweets that have been made about you?
I have not.
Why have you not gone to a therapist?
Because I'm not a pussy-ass bitch.
Do you believe that it is beneficial to go to a therapist?
If you're a pussy-ass bitch.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that going to therapy when you have obvious problems is bad.
Yes.
Weak,
correct.
even.
Yes, I am.
You can say that fully from your chest.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. I want you to move to evidence 1.8.
Yes.
Can you tell me what this is?
Well, it appears to be a tweet of a Minecraft house built out of mud blocks with a wooden door, oak, if I'm correct, with a meme text overlaid on top of it.
Okay, could you outline to me, as you're comfortable, what the meme text says? If there are swear words, you can choose to say or not say them.
It says, broke ninjas saying it's just for one night, but they got the green top.
What does the green top imply?
Well, it seems as though this particular Minecrafter was trying to bring someone over to their house and implied that the mud house was temporary, but due to the fact that grass blocks had already grown and spread fully over the top, would imply otherwise. Seems as though they've been living in a mud house for quite some time.
So it takes, how many days would it take for grass to grow on a mud house?
Well, it's RNG, but are you talking about in Minecraft days or in real life days?
In Minecraft days. This is a picture from Minecraft. I don't know if you're aware of that, but this is not a real image. This is a Minecraft image.
Yeah, but time exists in the game and in real life. But
correct. So
I would say
in-game
in
time,
game probably about 3 days.
It seems that a friend of yours posted this. Correct?
Correct.
The author is the Omniliberal, a person you've identified as an orbit about as close to you as like the Earth is to the sun.
Indeed.
Okay. Do you stand by your friend's tweet?
Well, I mean, seems to be factually accurate. What am I supposed to disagree with here?
I notice, can you read to me the number of likes?
3,833.
Incorrect. I have 3,842.
Perhaps we're looking at different tweets.
Did you reopen the link or did you look at the original image?
I'm just looking at the image you've provided me. I don't know
Okay.
if you know this, but images don't update, so.
Correct. Right. But I did encourage you to also open the links.
You did,
On the
but
link.
I can open the links if you'd like. Go ahead.
Sure.
No. Okay, now what?
You reread the number of likes, please.
3,842.
You would agree that there are 3,842 likes on this post.
I would indeed.
Would you argue that that means that there are 3,842 people who are perhaps a little bit racist?
No, I don't think so. That sounds like quite the jump.
Okay. Why would you believe that to be a jump?
I don't know where the racism comes from.
Okay. Are you claiming that you don't understand the implications of certain words?
You'd have to point them out to me. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Hearsay. Moving on. Evidence 1.8, please.
The second 1.8 or the first 1.8? I can't tell. They're labeled the same.
The second 1.8, please.
Thank you. Kind of defeats the purpose of labeling them if you use the same label.
Objection argumentative.
Okay.
Outline what this image is.
Well, it seems to be a popular take on the white nationalist meme that hard times create good men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times.
Would you agree with the sentiment that is outlined here?
I would agree that it's humorous.
Since I can't see your face, are you presently laughing right now?
No, if I was laughing, you'd hear me laugh.
Are you smiling in any way? Just because I can't see your face. So
I can turn my camera on if you'd like.
Your facial expression. Sure, that would be great.
There you go. No, I've not been smiling or laughing at any point in this.
Would you say that you have been coping during this experience?
Nope, I don't believe so.
Okay. Who's Monica?
Wow, my heart attack. It's back. I don't know. Maybe it was somebody that he was tweeting at the time.
Okay.
Are there any Monicas in response to this?
I guess we can look together.
You can look. It's your evidence.
I do see a cringe soy response. What's your relationship to cringe soy?
It's usually stuff that I point out and laugh at, but.
Okay. So you wouldn't say that you have a personal relationship with cringe soy?
I would not say so.
So you have no speculation about who Monica could be?
No clue, but whoever it is, they must get told a lot of real shit.
Great. All right. We're going to move on.
Okay.
I'd like to move to evidence 110. You will notice that there is an A, B, C, and D. Can you open 110A for me?
Yes.
Okay. Can you outline what you see there?
A bunch of words. It's a tweet. Would you like me to read the tweet?
Can you read?
Indeed, I can.
Okay. If you feel confident to read it, please do.
Timeline of Destiny's racism. It's okay to say the N-word in private. Fuck your culture. Invade indigenous communities if they have resources you want.
indigenous worldviews are funny and ironic, telling a minority to go back to Turkey.
What do you think of this tweet?
I would say this person has or at least had a big relationship with soy and cringe.
Would you say that they are friends with the previous named cringe soy member?
Potentially.
Okay. Do you have any evidence for that belief, or do you think that their relationship is based solely on these adjectives?
Just speculative. I have no evidence of it.
Okay. Please try to avoid speculative responses during this trial.
Don't ask me questions I don't know the answer to.
Right? If you don't know the answer, you can just soy out and say that you don't know the answer.
I don't agree that that's soying out, but I can tell you if I don't know.
Okay. So, who is Ram the Bath Boy?
Ram is one of the most popular orbiters in the Destiny.gg community. He is a well-read philosopher who fights on behalf of both indigenous rights and boring philosophy conversations on the Destiny stream.
Okay. Would you say that your relationship with Rem the Bath Boy is close?
It comes and goes. Some would say there's a cycle to it.
What kind of cycle would some say there is?
Well, it's called the REM cycle. I don't have the graph on hand, but essentially there is a REM will engage in some dastardly behavior, stir some shit up, leave the community, come back later, make amends, and then the cycle will rinse and repeat.
Have you personally been a part of the REM cycle?
I have indeed been part of the REM cycle, yes.
Would you say that being caught in the REM cycle is sort of like a disease or ailment?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Okay. What would you say it is like?
Like a condition.
Okay. Could you make a comparison to planets about what the REM cycle is like to experience?
I'd say the REM cycle is kind of like the four seasons. Sometimes it rains, sometimes it snows, but if you wait long enough, the sun will always shine again.
So would you say then that REM is an individual that you can trust and you respect their positions and narratives?
Only in the spring and the summer.
Was this what you'll notice? Can you read the date of when this tweet was made?
No, I don't see a date on the tweet.
Can you open the URL link and you will see a timestamp of the tweet?
Okay, now it looks like it was tweeted on June 6th.
Would you agree that June is part of spring?
Indeed.
So based on your own claim, this is a narrative that can be trusted by REM. Or it was posted in spring.
The REM cycle does not follow the normal cycle of the planet Earth, unfortunately. He's on his own cycle.
Okay, so in June, would you say that REM is in a spring, summer, winter, or fall cycle?
Much like the days of God in Genesis, we don't know the length of any particular REM season. He might spend a lot of time in the sun for some months. He might rain on our parade in others. It might be a quick winter or a long night. Just depends on how REM's feeling, you know?
Would you say then that this is a trustworthy narrative?
The narrative of the REM cycle or the narrative of his Twitter?
The narrative of this tweet.
Doesn't look very accurate to me, no.
What can you outline as incorrect in this tweet?
I think the tweeter would probably take issue with the person being told to go back to Turkey as being labeled a minority, I'd imagine, but...
All right. Can you clarify what you mean by that?
Well, is he referring to things I've said? Is that...
Just know what you said. You said a minority in Turkey is not necessarily linked. Can you outline
I
what
have
you mean
to
by
guess. I imagine it's probably relating to popular Twitch streamer Hasanabi. Don't know how Omni Destiny would feel characterizing Hasanabi as a minority. I'm not sure.
All right. Why would you argue that Hasanabi is not a minority?
I would say based on the totality of his behavior, his tweets, his presence on stream, and his political beliefs, he appears to be exceedingly white. And in the United States, white is not currently considered a minority.
Okay. Do you know if your friend responded to this tweet made by Rem?
I do not know.
Do you think that this is an accurate outline of your increased racism over the years?
No, I say I've been pretty consistently racist over the years.
Do you think that that is because of your Aryan blue eyes?
No, I think it's because of my hatred for minorities.
All right, can you please open evidence 10B? If you take a look at it, there's no link. It's pulled from the same link. So
10B or 1.10B?
1.10B.
Okay, I see it.
Okay. Can you read it out?
From a tweeter called 207THS. I think you're being uncharitable with at least the N-word usage. He explicitly said it's about edgy jokes in general, and even then, only in non-bigoted contexts/jokes. And then Rem seems to respond with, I've written like 2 treaties on his take on private humor. I'm very confident in the representation.
Can you reread that? I noticed that you incorrectly stated one thing. 2 which, please?
Treatises? Treatises?
Treatises? It looks like treatises. Would you agree that it looks like treatises?
The image is very blurry again. I'm sorry, it's hard to read. Some of these images seem like they've been reprocessed 100 times, but if that's what you say it is, then I believe you.
Can you tell us if you've been aware of the 2 treatises that Rem has written about you?
No, unfortunately. The DGG community, sometimes referred to as the Taliban, are prolific writers of fatwas, manifestos, and treatises. So it's possible they've been lost in the cornucopia of works published by that community, of which there are many prolific authors.
And would you say that Rem is one of the many prolific authors of treatises within your community?
I believe he's authored his fair share of effort posts.
What would you outline as it? Can you define for the jury an effort post?
Anytime it looks like somebody has spent more time working on a Reddit post than they would on a 100 level, college level English assignment, I think we call that an effort post.
Okay. So would you say that any work done by Rem has been high quality or low quality?
I would say that it's required a lot of effort.
Okay. Have you seen the 2 treatises that Rem has written about your takes on private humor?
I can't recall.
Would you agree that Rem is speaking about you, Destiny, and not your friend, the omniliberal?
Appears to be that way, if I'm to read what I'm reading, yeah.
Okay. So if it was the case that it was about you, but your friend took on champions to defend you, would you not agree that that would make the omniliberal a good friend?
The omniliberal might have just been farming Twitter likes, for all I know. I'm not sure.
Okay. Can you look at evidence 110C?
I'm there.
What do you see there?
A tweet.
What does it say?
I think you're being uncharitable because you forgot the part where he thinks it's okay to wage war against a society with a different socioeconomic system that is on the same level and concern to their military as America, and that it couldn't be better because it lost the war.
Can you interpret what this tweet is saying?
It's hard to. I feel like I need a few drinks to make my way through the whatever this is. Appears to be this person has misread several statements I've made in the past, and he's kind of cobbled together some ignorant platform where I believe that countries can beat up any other country and that makes them morally righteous or something like that. I'm not sure, but...
Would you agree that while Corvus appears to be coming in defense of saying that the bath boy, or Rem as we know it, is being uncharitable to you, he then outlines an exceedingly uncharitable position of your takes?
That seems to be the case.
Okay. Do you have a relationship with Corvus Corax podcast?
Directly? Probably no.
Have you ever been on Corvus Corax podcast?
Knowingly? Probably not.
Would you ever go on Corvus Corax podcast?
Depends on what he offers me.
You meaning monetary?
Not only, but could be one thing.
Would you only be willing to go on this podcast for money, or what else would you be willing to go on the podcast for?
There's a great many number of services that could be bartered for.
Are any of these sexual in nature?
Absolutely.
All right. Can you now move on to evidence 110D, please?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. What do you see here?
Appears to be a humorous image of an old white lady that's fallen on the ground with the text, "Help, I'm white and I can't shut up." It seems to be in response to something Rem the Bath Boy has said from our good friend Gaze Within, who humorously has a cat avatar with two little hand things that make it look as though the cat is plotting some sort of devious ploy.
Is the cat plotting some sort of devious ploy?
I can't know that. I can't read a cat's mind.
All right. Then why would the Void use this as an image?
I don't know. Bring him and question him.
Said that you're friends. Can you speculate on his behalf?
My guess is he probably just used the image because
Objection, speculation. Can you outline why it says, "Help, I am white and I can't shut up"?
Well, it seems to be that this is a metaphor for Rem himself, that he is indeed white and just can't shut up on Twitter.
Would you agree that Rem is white?
In those past tweets, absolutely.
Do you actually know the ethnic makeup of Rem?
Yes.
What evidence do you have for Rem's ethnic makeup?
The things that he tweets.
So you're identifying white not as an ethnic heritage, but as a Twitter posting style?
No, I just believe that a person's Twitter posting style determines their ethnic makeup.
Okay. Would you say that the Void posts in a white way?
Absolutely not.
What way does the Void post?
Like a child of the world.
Would you maybe argue that the Void is Canadian?
Absolutely not.
And why not, Mr. Bennell?
Because I wouldn't regard the Void as subhuman.
So we've acknowledged the Canadian bigotry, correct?
Just observing reality.
So sometimes when bigots feel bigoted towards things, they claim in a coping way that they're observing reality when it's really truly a coping because they want to justify post hoc their fifis.
What's your favorite Justin Bieber album?
This is not the line of questioning, unfortunately, Mr. Bennell. I don't answer your questions, you answer mine.
Okay.
What's your favorite Justin Bieber album?
I don't have one. He's not American.
What if he was adopted? Then what would your favorite Justin Bieber album be?
I don't know, but I'd be pushing to make it illegal to adopt people from other countries in the United States.
Would you agree that maple syrup is delicious?
No.
Why would you not state that maple syrup is delicious?
I think butter and chocolate chips suffice.
That is disgusting. Objection, relevance. Let's move up now to evidence 1.9.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay. Can you tell me what you see here, Mr. Bennell?
Seems to be a humorous meme relating to a famous actor and a famous civil rights activist.
Okay, can you outline who both of these members are?
Well, in the sky, the transparent figure is an actor known as Chadwick Boseman. He unfortunately died of cancer a few years ago, I believe. He played the Black Panther, so most people know him. The bottom, we have a young man called Kyle Rittenhouse.
Okay. What is your relationship to either of these individuals?
Just an observer of both.
Is it not true, though, that if you had an opportunity, you would bring Kyle Rittenhouse onto your stream?
I would.
Okay, so could you maybe argue that your friend, The Void, who is a friend of yours, might also be biased in warm favor towards this individual?
No. I bring many people on my stream. Doesn't mean I'm biased towards them.
I didn't say you, Mr. Bennell. I said your friend.
Oh, you're asking me if because I would bring one of them on my stream, if he would be biased towards them?
Correct.
He might
But I do find it interesting that you identify yourself with your friend. Perhaps your level
no.
of closeness is not as you've suggested originally.
Well, the problem is you're mixing up words so much in terms of asking me what I think about something who I'd bring on stream and then what somebody else
Objection,
tweeted.
Argumentative. Okay. It's very interesting that you have a hard time keeping up. So I'll try to restate this more slowly.
Okay, go for it.
You stated that Kyle Rittenhouse is an individual that you personally would be interested in potentially bringing on stream, correct?
Yep. Yeah, true.
You also stated that just because you would bring him on stream does not mean that you personally like him. correct?
True.
But was the question not whether your friend would like him?
If the stenographer wants to read it back or whatever, then if that's what you said, that's what you said. Okay.
Okay. So would you agree that you engaged in a Freudian slip?
No, I would not.
Would you agree then that your friend, even though you claim it to be a closeness of a Jupiter moon, it is in fact much closer, in fact, maybe a dear and close friend of yours?
You should bring him here and ask him that. It's not,
Right.
it's not for me to
Would you
speculate on.
agree that you're basically in bed with the void?
I might have been in bed with voids before, but not with this one. No.
Could you clarify what you mean by that?
No, I won't.
Can you clarify the purpose of this tweet?
Well, it seems to be, I don't know, just a humorous tweet. What is the purpose of any tweet? I'm not sure. Probably to get engagement, to make people smile, make people laugh, make the world a better place.
Could you outline what's funny about this tweet?
Unfortunately, there are so many levels of meta irony over things that it's hard to, I don't know if somebody like you would understand, you know?
It is difficult, but do try.
Well, I would say there's many levels of humor here. At the very foundational level, we have a bit of a shocking joke that Kyle Rittenhouse would be trusted to watch anything, given that the man was on trial for 2 killings. And Boswick, watching over the skies, is a bit tasteless as he just passed away from cancer. So on one level, it's a bit offensive. There's a second level of offensiveness that implies that Rittenhouse would be responsible for watching the hood when, again, he is charged with killing members of Black Lives Matter. Probably not the most appropriate figure to watch the hood. There's a third level of offensiveness that you would pair a black man with a young child, white conservative Christian, many have accused of being a white supremacist, with killing members of BLM. And yeah, I would say those are probably the 3 levels of offensiveness to the tweet.
Right. Would you agree that, let me change that. Would you characterize Kyle Rittenhouse as white?
I would, indeed.
Okay. Would you agree then that you may have a bias towards one of these figures because they're white?
As a child of the world? No, I would not.
But did you not just claim that you have had racism for a long time, that your racism has not, in fact, increased over time, but remained?
Equally racist against all ethnic groups.
Correct. Would you agree that white people are not an ethnic group?
No.
What is your substantiation for that claim?
Everybody can be an ethnic group if they identify that way.
Would you argue that you are an expert on ethnic histories?
Of course.
You are an expert on ethnic histories.
Yes.
What is your education in this?
4chan.
So it is your expert testimony that white people are an ethnicity.
That's correct.
Is it your testimony that you hate the white ethnicity as much as any other ethnicity?
Absolutely.
Is there any other expertise in ethnicity that you have?
As a child of the world, I believe to be an expert in all ethnicities.
Do you think, Mr. Bennell, that most people would recognize your credentials?
No, I don't think so.
Have you been submitted to this court as an expert in ethnicities or in basically any topic?
Yes, but probably under an alias.
What alias were you submitted to this court under?
I'm not comfortable repeating the name.
Okay. Can you tell me, Mr. Bennell, did you complete high school?
I did.
And what was your grades? You can just say,
Passing.
average, superior. Passing?
Yes.
Were these grades sufficient to get you into a university?
Unfortunately, yes.
All right. And what did you go into university for?
Woodwind performance.
Woodwind performance. That's a little cringe.
I disagree.
Okay. And how many years of university did you complete your bachelor's?
I did not.
Okay. So you are not an expert in woodwind music then. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you are not an expert in ethnicities.
I graduated from my time in 4chan. I didn't graduate Woodwind Performance University.
So are you telling me that you could not perform for this court woodwind performance?
I could perform, just not up to the level of a graduated college student.
Right. So you're telling us that your level of education is university dropout, but that the rest of your education came from a select area of the internet?
I didn't go to university to study ethnic relations. So insofar as I know woodwind performance, it is at the level of college dropout. That's correct.
Okay. Would you then argue that you are also maybe qualified to be an armchair psychologist?
I believe that most people are.
Okay. You've read enough articles online about psychology.
Yeah, I believe the average psychologist or the irrelevant spin-offs probably just have to read a few Psychology Today articles and probably pick up 95% of what they need to know. Yeah.
And you're basing this on what evidence?
Just the overwhelming amount of confusion in the field of psychology, the general inefficaciousness of their medications, the horrible representation they have of figures, both online on Twitch and YouTube and in the more popular media world like Jordan Peterson, the vast differences in the qualities of therapists, psychologists, and psychiatrists, the unwillingness of many psychologists to engage in heavily empirically validated research, the arbitrary spin-offs of psychology into 10 or 15 different things like psychometrists or whatever. I think there's a good number of reasons to believe that they're...
Okay, objection, incompetent.
Incompetence? Yeah, that would be another thing I would say. Yeah, generally. Were you adding to my argument, or...?
No, I was objecting. Oh. If the jury can strike that last comment. Okay. Mr. Bonnell, if I can encourage you to not be argumentative.
Just making
answer the questions that you're being given.
I'm answering as honestly as I can.
Yeah, and we'll continue to strike your statements that are irrelevant and argumentative.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, can you move to evidence 1.9b?
I'm there.
Okay, can you read what that post is?
Steve, stop.
Who's Steve?
I don't know. I mean, my name is Steven. Maybe Gaze Within's name is Steve.
Can you reopen that link that is on evidence 1.9b?
No, I cannot.
Can you please do that anyways?
There's no link there to click.
At 1.9, there is a link if you scroll up.
You said 1.9b.
I said 1.9. If you scroll up, can you reopen that?
Yep.
I'm going to move on to 1.9.
Okay. You mean move back, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Okay. It's loading, but it's taking a while.
Just let me know when it comes up for you.
It's up.
Okay. Can you scroll down a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
See that frog?
It hasn't loaded yet, but I'm assuming it's from Joe 835275568.
Correct. We'll take a moment until it comes up for you.
Okay.
See it now?
Yes, I do.
Awesome. Would you agree, Mr. Bonnell, that that is a very cute frog?
Yeah.
Okay, good. We're just testing your bounds within reality. Obviously, if you had said no, there would be some serious concerns about your in touchedness with grass. What expression does this frog have?
Say a questioning expression, like, what are you doing? Or why are you
Would you say
doing
that this is a pay frog?
Oof. No, I wouldn't.
Could you example for the jury that frog's expression for us?
Is that sufficient?
If you could just sustain that for a little bit longer, one of our jury members is very, very slow.
Okay, I'll try one more time. I'm sorry. Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Bonnell. Do you use that stare often to intimidate your interlocutors?
No.
Why not?
Because I can do that with my words.
Objection, relevance? I would suggest, in fact, to you, Mr. Bonnell, that the reason you don't use that stare is you know that it would attract everyone immediately to you. Then you wouldn't be able to engage in good conversation because they would just be simping out. Would that be correct?
No, I can't really help the attraction that I have to all sorts of other people, unfortunately.
Would you agree that some other streamers have adopted that stare style for intimidation tactics?
It's possible.
Okay. Can you think of any streamers who do use staring to intimidate their...
Off the top of my head, no, I can't.
So if you move down, you can see the post from evidence 1.9b. CETO. Do you recognize the CETO post from the evidence docket?
Yep.
Okay, and what does it say there again?
Steve, stop.
Right, so you notice that this is in response to the Void's post, correct?
That would seem to be the case, yes.
Okay, so my understanding is that you're friends with the Void, correct?
Yeah, you could say that.
And your name is Steven?
That is correct.
Would you sometimes shorthand your name to Steve?
No, never.
Never. You've never had people shorthand your name to Steve.
That's my dad's name.
Okay. So if there are other examples, for example, maybe your wife. Has your wife never called you Steve?
Never.
I just want to remind you, Mr. Bonnell, that lying on the stand could be considered perjury. We do have sufficient evidence to suggest counter. Would you like to amend your statement?
The only possible evidence you could submit to counter that would be bruises on my wife's face, because if she called me Steve, I would beat the shit out of her. And I don't believe those pictures exist, so she has never called me Steve. If you have evidence to the contrary, I challenge the court to present that right now.
All right, we will begin working on that quickly. It's probably important to understand then your relationship with women. Do you remember the individual named Monica?
Indeed.
Is Monica and Steve related?
Monica is my very close friend.
Inner circle close?
You could say that.
Okay. And you're still not willing to elucidate, though, who Monica is. Because before, you claimed that you do not know who Monica is. But now you're outlining to us that you do, in fact, know who Monica is. And she is, in fact, a close friend.
I have a close friend named Monica. I'm not sure if that's the same Monica that was being referred to in the tweet from the other person.
Okay. So, some serious coping. Very good. We'll move on. We're going to move on to some seriously concerning behavior that you've engaged, that your friends have engaged in. And we'd like to know what level of support you have for your friends. So if you can move to evidence 2.1, please.
I am seeing this.
You have seen this.
I am seeing this now for the first time, I believe.
Could you read this tweet to me, Mr. Bonnell?
It says, SFW edit. God, I love the way she's looking at me. I can just imagine her whispering, is that a rocket in your pocket?
And who is this?
Who is who?
Who is this in the image?
In image 2.1, there is no image.
If you pull up the link, if you don't mind opening and pulling up the link. Or you can roll down to evidence 2.1a. The image is available.
Okay, I see now. This appears to be a popular League of Legends champion. It goes by the name of Tristana.
What is your relationship to Tristana?
I played this champion in darker periods of my life.
What are the images on Tristana's rear end?
They seem to be images of my wife with her eyes wide open. A surprised expression on her face.
How do you believe your friend was able to get these images of your wife over top of Tristana?
I believe these images were publicly available at the time.
Do you have evidence of where this photo came from?
Nope.
This exact expression of hers?
No, I don't.
So it's theoretically possible that this photo could have been taken quickly on a phone camera to take a snapshot of your wife.
Theoretically possible.
Does this look like the type of imagery that your wife typically posts?
No, but I might post it of her without her consent on my Twitter.
Okay. Do you agree that you often do things against women's consent?
Yes.
What does SFW mean?
Safe for work.
Is this image actually safe for work?
Depends on where you work, I guess.
Would you agree that Tristana has a very young appearance?
No.
How old do you believe Tristana to be?
50 years old. Yordles age in a much different way than humans do.
Can you outline for the jury what a Yordle is?
Yordle is the species that Tristana belongs to.
What kind of species is this? No.
What do you mean, what kind of species?
What is a Yordle?
Well, it's a race of spiritual beings that usually are bipedal creatures. They come from a city known as Bandle City. They're usually blue or purple.
Would you agree that her ears are much more animal-like than human ears?
Tristana's? Sure.
Okay. If you look at her ear closely, do you notice the fluff on her ear?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you feel about the fluff on her ear?
Indifferent.
I don't know if I believe you.
I guess that's for the jury to decide.
I just noticed as I pointed to the fluff, you had a minute facial reaction.
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah, I believe your nostrils flared a little bit when you saw the fluff on her ear.
Sorry, I was distracted by your belly cleavage from your inappropriate outfit that you showed up today in court in.
That's fair. I am very distracting. So Tristana is a somewhat, would you agree, anthropomorphized race? There's bestial elements to the race?
One could say that.
Okay. Would you agree that this Tristana pose is very alluring?
I could see someone saying that, for sure.
Would you agree that Tristana is thick with 2 C's?
Depending on how she's drawn. As presented in League of Legends, probably not, but in some of the extended universe drawings of her, I could see someone saying that.
Okay. In this image itself, would you agree that she appears thick with 2 C's?
Thicker than a bowl of oatmeal, yes.
Could you outline to us what that means, Stephen? Thicker than a bowl of oatmeal?
Well, you see, I think it's self-evident if you look at the picture.
Answer the question, please, Mr. Bennell.
So, sometimes when you stir oatmeal, it can be real thick. And the consistency of the oatmeal, the amount of pushback when you're scooping the spoon through it, looks similar to what Tristana's thick, juicy ass would give if you were to prod it in a similar way. So,
what sound does thick oatmeal make when you kind of stir it around?
I don't know. I don't have any thick oatmeal to replicate the sound, unfortunately.
Do you think you could attempt to try? I know oftentimes on your stream it's noted that you make a unique sound as well. That sounds oftentimes what might be quoted as similar to thick oatmeal.
Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to do it unless you'd like to help. I don't think I can replicate that sound.
Unfortunately, I'm not the one on trial, Mr. Bennell, so that will be left up to you to do. Can you...
Unfortunately, I don't have what I need in court today in order to do that, but...
Could you maybe describe then to the jury what thick oatmeal sounds like when you stir it around?
Fortunately, due to the composition of this particular jury, I'm not sure if they would understand even if I described it to them.
Is that because... Why do you believe the jury would be unable to understand? Are you implying that our jury is low IQ, unintelligent?
I just believe they don't have the frame of reference necessary to understand those types of noises.
Are you implying then that they've not had a certain type of experience required to know what that noise is?
Yeah, I would imply that.
Okay, and what would that experience be, Mr. Bennell?
Either stirring a thick cup of oatmeal or smacking a thick yordle booty.
Have you yourself ever slapped a thick yordle booty?
I don't think that's relevant to this case.
Well, you're implying that you know the noise, you're just not able to replicate it for people.
Why do
and
you
you're also
assume
implying
that I'm smacking thick yordle booty and not just stirring oatmeal?
Is that the case, that you only know this noise from thick yordle, from thick oatmeal?
It could be.
Then why would you have made the reference? Why would you have made the reference to her booty being thick like oatmeal if you've never experienced yordle booty?
Just something I assume by looking at the picture.
Okay. What do her eyes tell you, Mr. Bennell?
Melina's eyes or Tristana's eyes?
Tristana's eyes. We'll start there.
What do they tell me? Is that what you're asking?
What are they communicating to you?
They look like they're saying "fuck me."
Is that what you read?
Yeah.
Are there any other interpretations of her expression that are possible?
No.
There are no other interpretations of her expression.
Not in that position. No.
Is it not possible that she just wants some thick oatmeal?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And how do you know this?
Spent a lot of time playing Tristana. I'd consider myself an expert on her wants and needs.
Ah, I see. You have much experience with the Yordle.
One of many Yordles, yes.
Ah, so you've been engaged with many Yordles.
I have experience with many Yordles, yes.
Have you ever been charged with bestiality, Mr. Bennell?
In a criminal sense?
Correct.
No.
Have you ever been charged with bestiality in a public sense?
No.
Have you ever been implied of having some sort of bestial fetish by any community members of yours or within your own Reddit?
Sure, it's possible.
Would you agree with these characterizations of you?
Not publicly.
Meaning that you would agree with it, but you won't state it in this space?
Well, if that was the case, it would be pretty stupid of me to say not publicly. It just means that I don't wish to address those questions publicly.
But you would agree that Tristana is very attractive, she is thick, and her eyes are saying fuck me, correct?
Well, if I'm to believe that there are any objective standards of beauty, I would say that Tristana meets and exceeds those, of course.
Okay, and you would also agree that her ears are very animal-like.
Indeed.
So it would be reasonable to presume that you may, in fact, be somewhat attracted to animal-like features. Is that correct?
If you wish.
I'm going to move on now to evidence 2.2. If you can open the actual archive link, as the image itself is quite small.
Your sources take a while to load. Sorry, hold on. I see it.
Okay, can you read this tweet to us?
Do you think Yordle pussy is tighter than human women, or is it looser since they have to accommodate those massive Yordle cocks?
Can you tell me the meaning behind this?
I believe the meaning is self-explanatory. Do I need to break out a dictionary?
Is it well documented, Mr. Bennell, that Yordles have massive cocks?
It's not, which is why the tweet is phrased in the form of a question.
Are you defending then? Are you saying that you would stand behind your friend here?
That it's
in this question?
Of course.
Yeah, in this line of question.
It's an interesting question, yeah.
What do you think the answer is to this question, Mr. Bennell?
I don't believe the quality of any genitalia can be ruined by repeated intercourse with any other genitalia, so I'd say they probably are tighter than human women, as Yordles are known to be.
Okay. Yordles are known to be tighter than human women?
They're mystical spiritual creatures, so I'd imagine so, yeah.
What do you believe the nature of this question is? Do you believe it to be a scientific inquiry or a Coomer inquiry?
Why not both?
Potentially. I'm just curious about what your position. Are you now stating that you believe this is both a scientific inquiry and a Coomer inquiry?
Could be both. Many scientific inquiries could be Coomer inquiries and vice versa, right?
How do you believe the public felt about this post?
Well, it would probably depend on what your position was on Yordle pussy.
And what is your position on Yordle pussy?
Agnostic.
Agnostic as in you do not believe them to exist, or you're uncertain?
I'm uncertain.
You're uncertain about the existence of Yordle pussy.
I'm uncertain about the tightness of said Yordle pussy.
Okay. If you had an opportunity to explore this scientific inquiry, what are further scientific questions that you might have?
We'd have to find out the size of the average Yordle cock. We'd have to find out whether or not Yordle pussy continuously accommodates said massive cocks, and whether or not Yordle pussy goes back to normal once accommodation has happened.
Is this a scientific inquiry that you yourself would like to explore?
I'm not willing to answer that question in here today.
Is this a scientific exploration that you would support others to explore?
I support everybody in their endeavors to better themselves as people and explore what they want to explore.
Would you financially back a scientific inquiry into this question?
Would I back a scientific inquiry? Sure.
Okay. Would you donate precisely 6,405 Canadian dollars to this scientific inquiry?
Sure.
Do you believe that your friend the Surfs would donate this money to this scientific inquiry?
I'm not sure. You'd have to ask him.
Okay. How important do you think this question is?
On a scale from 1 to 10, I'd give it a 5. I would also say, if I could petition the court, I do indeed have other obligations in the 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay. We'll wrap up here pretty soon. We'll maybe end on this. If you go to evidence 2.3, the image below there, who do you see?
A popular League of Legends champion by the name of Janna.
Janna. And do you believe that Janna is hotter or less hot than Tristana?
There are different kinds of hotness. It'd be like comparing a brunette and a blonde. I don't think you can do that.
But you would agree that the ears are similar. Elongated.
Would I say that the ears are similar? Yeah, they do appear to be pretty similar. Yeah.
If you move on to evidence 2.4, who is that?
Kaisa, another League of Legends champion.
And would you agree that there's much purple going on in this image, similar to Tristana?
Tristana has far more purple.
True, but would you agree that there is also purple in this image?
There is indeed purple in this image, yeah.
And it's used aesthetically to make the character look more attractive, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
More menacing, I guess, but...
Evidence 2.5, who is this character?
Ari.
And who is Ari?
One of the best Rule 34 poser models in all the Rule 34 hentai world.
Okay.
An extensively modeled champion
okay.
from the game of League of Legends, Ari. She's a fox.
She is a fox, correct.
Both metaphorically and literally.
So based on even these 3 examples, would you agree that there are better options to simp over than Tristana?
No, I think they're all beautiful and unique in their own ways.
Well, you would agree that if animal vibes are your thing, you could go to Ari. And if purple was your thing, you could go to Kaisa. And if you liked elongated ears, you could go to Janna. Would that be correct?
What if I wanted purple people with elongated ears that were kind of like animals?
I don't know why you would want that. Do you want that, Mr. Bennell?
No, but I'm saying that if one did, you could find all 3 of those qualities neatly in a little yodel package instead of having to settle for just one of those 3 qualities in one of these inferior champions.
Okay. I want to finish with last evidence of evidence 2.6.
Yes.
Open that and tell me what it says.
Eugenics is like so unethical, quote unquote, only because we haven't found the genes that make people jungle mains.
What is a jungle main, Mr. Bennell?
Jungle mains are kind of like the worst off in society that have had the most help. So they're not like out on the street, homeless, poor, and hungry, but they're kind of like been carried through life by society around them. They tend to be useless people. They drag down everybody else around them, but there's so much support around that they can't properly fail and just drop out of society like they should.
Would you agree, Mr. Bennell, that oftentimes when people play League, they engage in much coping?
It's possible, yeah.
Would you believe that, would you agree then that in League, many people, when they're sucking at the game, often opt to blame their other team members rather than looking inward?
Depends on the roles.
Okay. Would you agree that many people rage out and schizopost while playing League?
Depends on the roles.
Okay. Would you agree that jungle mains do this?
Absolutely.
And what role do you play, Mr. Bennell?
I play the hardest role. It's called AD carry or marksman.
And do you believe that individuals who play AD carry or marksman engage in these types of behavior?
Impossible, because typically, in order to unfairly blame your teammates, it would imply that blame placed on your teammates is unfair. But in the AD carry role, your teammates are required to play at an exceptional level to make sure that you can competently carry out your role in team fights. So if an AD carry is complaining, it's likely because a teammate is messed up.
So you would agree that AD carries are the most dependent role.
Unfortunately, yes.
So you would agree then that they're very soy.
No, I don't think there's anything soy about being dependent on others.
So while dependent on others, therefore you can blame others for your failures.
Well, I like to consider it more as a team working together to get something done. And if somebody in the team messes up, yeah, I mean,
Objection, cope.
It's not a cope. It's just fact, but...
Did you ever yourself achieve platinum, Mr. Bonnell?
I've achieved far beyond platinum.
What level have you achieved at this
Diamond 1. When Diamond 1 was the highest rank there was to achieve.
Objection, coping.
It's just a fact, but okay.
Yep, just answer. So what is the highest level you have achieved?
Diamond 1.
What is the highest level possible to be achieved?
Well, today it's Grandmasters.
Okay, and you have never achieved Grandmaster?
No, I have not.
Okay. Okay, no further questions. Thank you so much for your time, Mr.
Sure there's nothing else? There's a lot of other tweets in here.
Well, you said you needed to go in the next 5 to 10 minutes, so...
Yeah, we can resume in an hour if you want. Where did you get all these?
You know, I had a little help from some of my friends. Your community is extremely helpful and just, you know, willing to engage. They also seek the truth.
Yeah, do they? Dude, these are banger tweets.
Yeah, there's a couple bangers I did not include.
I just need to retweet all of these every now and then. Oh my god. Okay.
And I followed the rule. Nothing's even older than 3 years. I kept it very relevant.
Well, no, a couple of those were from I think a couple of these were 3 years old, but
I think 3 is the max. I think I tried to stay within 2019. There might be one 2017 one because it was such a banger that I
gotcha.
not include it. Do you believe all of these to be tweets by yourself or your friends?
Yeah, they do seem to be that.
Where are you going for an hour? Are you coping with a fire?
Moderate a panel with Pisco and a couple other people. So, why didn't you just put these in order of your questioning?
Oh, you know.
What was his tweet in response to?
Which one? I don't know which one you're at.
With my black face.
Honestly, I think in the archive it might be there.
Holy shit, that is a fucking banger tweet. What did I respond to? I think somebody was mad. They were saying something like, you can't use the N-word.
Probably.
But this guy can. Jesus. Okay. All right. I'm going to go do the Pisco stuff. Be careful, okay?
Okay, have fun.
Yeah, I'll message you later if you're still awake. Have fun. Be careful.
Bye.
Okay, chat. I thought that was going to be an ultra serious Twitter roasting thing. I was not ready for that. Hello?
What's up?
Hey. Okay, sorry, my schedule got bumped back a lot today because apparently I had a fire alarm going off for 30 fucking minutes here. Who has my stream on in the background?
Not me.
Be right back 1 sec, and then we're gonna begin whatever this is, okay? 1 sec. Don't say any racial slurs. Be right back.
Gotcha.
What about the C word?
Soy.
Cut, 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 Wobamna.
Hey, Quid Pro Joe, are you Pepe?
No, who's Pepe?
What?
I'm not.
For the team. Oh, from the teams. The teams. I'm neither Pepe nor Yi because as far as I can tell, isn't like the delineation supposed to be like pedophiles versus something else,
Jesus
racist or something?
No, no, that's not what it's ever been about.
Oh no. Oh well, then maybe I just read some dumb shit on Reddit. So I'm just not either team because I thought that was the backing, which is ridiculous.
Wait, what's up? What are we doing today, boys? Yep.
We're talking Dobbs and Roe and Casey, I think. I think that this sort of started with me and Quid Pro Joe picking at each other on Reddit. Is that right?
That's where everything good starts, right?
And so I think it would be helpful, Destiny, for you to jump in when you think you want to clarify something or whatever. But I kind of distilled it, and Quid Pro Joe, you can probably. Well, first I think we should introduce ourselves, right? I'm Pisco. I'm a lawyer now, and I'll be, I guess, arguing in favor of Casey and saying that the Dobbs opinion is bad, or at least the draft opinion.
No, yeah, exactly here. And then my name is Quid Pro Joe, but feel free just to call me Joe for simplicity's sake here. And congratulations on that, Pisco. Welcome
thanks.
to the bar and everything. That's huge. And yeah, and so basically this.
Wait,
stems...
do you actually do you do all of your cases for free? Why are you called Quid Pro Joe?
Oh, no. Well, Quid Pro means like this for that. So I mean,
It doesn't mean
actually
pro bono. He
Yeah,
misspoke. He doesn't know what Quid Pro Quo means.
Well, his name is Quid Pro Joe, so you know.
Yeah, no. Well, I do a lot of contract work, so I thought it was a pretty funny pun that way. But
it's not.
Well, thank you. But where it stems from, like the reason we're hopping on here today is because basically Pisco was talking shit. So no, I'm joking. It's really just has to do with stems from when Pisco first got on Destiny's stream and discussed the Dobbs opinion and how he reacted and explained it. And basically I'm taking the position that I don't think he did the best characterization of the opinion of what it stands for, as well as I think that the opinion reaches a holding that's very, very legitimate.
Okay.
It follows the substantive due process analysis that's been around for a while. So I think that's kind of where some of our disconnect comes down on the Dobbs.
All right. Wow. Can you fill us in on who's Dobbs?
Well, before I just want to say I want to introduce. I brought friends. I brought backup, and so with me, though you can't see him, is Lego Pizza. This is the previous partner I had when we were debating Rikita Law, and so he's here too to offer his commentary and to help me out.
Okay.
What's up, everybody? Lego Pizza. I am a lawyer. I know there's a lot of people in chat who refuse to believe that I could be a lawyer because I have tattoos. I don't really understand that, but I am actually a lawyer. I'm not related to Tim Pool. A lot of people also said I looked like Tim Pool, not related to him. But yeah, I'm here back with Pisco.
Okay. Well, let's go.
There's another lawyer here too.
Yeah, and there's go for it, Tom.
Yeah. My name is Tom. I've been a lawyer a few years now.
Congrats, Pisco, by the way, on getting admitted. Good stuff. So yeah, I've been friends with Joe for years. Our first legal internship was together. That's how I met him. And then he told me this guy Pisco was impugning his honor. So I had to step in.
Tom, do you have any tattoos?
I don't.
Okay.
Because he's a lawyer.
Yeah, lawyers don't have tattoos.
Sounds good. Okay.
And lawyers don't look like Tim Pool either.
So yeah, your first question was, what is Dobbs? That is the case before the Supreme Court right now. It's going to be decided soon, and there is a draft opinion that was leaked famously or infamously recently, and that's kind of what we're talking about, is Alito's draft opinion. Not yet the opinion of the court, not yet official, but it seems extremely likely, if not certain, that something approaching this opinion will turn out to be the law of the land. I think we're probably agreed on that. And so I want to know from Quid Pro Joe, what did I misrepresent?
Yeah, so I think, so what I'm referring to, I think my comment on Reddit was first basically the night the opinion leaked, you got on stream with Destiny, and we're discussing it, and I think basically to sum it up was, you were saying that this logic that's used in this opinion, it is going to decimate and be the death nail for, a bunch of different rights underneath the 14th Amendment. And I think that's a pretty bad categorization, considering Alito used the same exact analysis that was used in Roe, that's been used since Meyer. For 100+ years, the historical analysis is how this court has gone about the question of, is a right falling?
None of them have cans up, guys.
And again, I when I heard you respond or sort of explain to chat, I thought it seemed a little bit fear-mongering in the sense of stating that this opinion is going to attack those other opinions, especially given a lot of those are on other grounds, like equal protection clause, and we can get into what cases are underneath that umbrella, but also because the very plain opinion itself says in there, this is for abortion and nothing else. And I think Destiny actually asked you, are you calling Alito a liar? And you said no. So it seems a little bit odd to me to say he's telling the truth in this opinion. The opinion states this is going to impact nothing but abortion, and then you go, this opinion is going to impact things other than abortion. That seems like a huge disconnect there.
With respect, I think this is like the lamest point possible. There are kind of two different ways you can look at what I said and what people mean when they say that this opinion brings into question other substantive due process rights or other implied rights cases. One is a realist perspective. What is actually likely to happen from this court? What rights are actually going to be overturned, if any, from the Supreme Court? What precedents are actually endangered? And I think you can make a good argument that like this court probably is not going to overturn explicitly Griswold. Probably not going to like, and in the near future, you're not really even going to see like challenges probably to some of these other fundamental rights, and you wouldn't have a vehicle to bring those challenges anyway. And so, like in a very realist sort of sense, a lot of the implied rights that you're talking about, yeah, they're not going to get challenged, and just because there's not going to be a vehicle to bring it, or the court's not going to go so far, or they're going to find a way to distinguish it. And so I'm not.
Wait, can I ask a clarifying question there?
Yeah.
When you say there's not going to be a vehicle to bring it, isn't that vehicle just other people bringing lawsuits? What do you mean by that?
There has to be a law, right? In order for you to challenge the sodomy law, there has to be a sodomy law in place.
Aren't there sodomy laws on the books still in a lot of
there
states?
May be.
They're just not enforced?
There may be, but like I think you're less likely to see contraception, for example, or like a sterilization law. I don't know if those laws are still on the books, at least with respect to a broad sterilization law or a sterilization law along the lines of what you saw on Skinner.
Okay.
And so there are other impediments that would limit the likelihood of a challenge coming to the Supreme Court, where they could even consider those prior cases. And even were they to consider the prior cases, there are grounds under which the court could either shy away from the question, or you could have a fifth vote in which you could distinguish it potentially. I'm not here to tell you that tomorrow all your rights are going to go away, and that was never my intent in any of my discussions with you, Destiny. That's the realist perspective. The other perspective is, what does the logic of the opinion dictate? What does the reasoning imply? Nowhere do I say that a historical analysis is something that's never been done by the court. I say that history is the guidepost for these implied rights cases. It's obviously the way that the court has looked at all the implied rights cases is through history and tradition. No one is saying that that's what's new. What we're talking about is the kind of very narrow focusing in on the practice qua practice, the individual abortion as abortion, rather than the broader right, which is, the decisional right on whether to bear or beget a child, or thinking about it in terms of bodily autonomy or privacy. That kind of myopic and very narrow focus on what's going on here absolutely does bring into question every single case that you say doesn't bring into question. Logically, there's no history and tradition of gay marriage as gay marriage. There's no history and tradition of contraception at the founding or in the common law as contraception itself. If you were to apply and run back Alito's reasoning on all of these other rights, and you make it as narrow as Alito does with respect to abortion, it absolutely brings into question all those other rights. And so, and I'm curious to hear your responses to that, or I don't know, anyone can talk.
Yeah, no. Well, one, the thing is, if you're talking about gay marriage, that's an equal protection clause case. So,
I wouldn't be so sure about that. I wouldn't be so sure about that.
That's fine, but if someone reads the opinion, they can see that that's the justification given also by the court there.
You don't think marriage is a fundamental right in this country and has been recognized by the Supreme Court as such?
No, that's not the question. The question is you're talking about, logically speaking, the opinion of Dobbs being applied to gay marriage. So the question is what does the opinion of Dobbs say about gay marriage? Well, it cites to it tacitly approving it. It says that a bunch of times. It says that this right's not going to be touched. And
it's not tacitly approving it. It's distinguishing it factually.
No. When a Supreme Court judge cites a case and it does so in a manner that's not calling into question its reasoning, that is tacitly stating that they agree with that reasoning. So you could disagree with that, but that's how constitutional scholars look at the way that judges cite the cases. If you're using the case for your rule statement, for your analysis, you are stating that rule from that case makes sense, or that's what something should be relied upon. And
that's just not true
at all. Because
wait, can I, as a layman, and then you guys can figure this out. So my assumption, would be that would be the case. So, like, for instance, let's say we have a good case and we have a bad case. If somebody were to constantly reference a case like over and over again as an example of why they're doing a particular law, it seems like that's reinforcing the ruling of that case. Why would you reference a case that is built on like shoddy ground? That would be my assumption, right? Almost like citations of like Google Scholar. Like if a study is referenced 250 times or whatever, then it's probably a decent study. People are referencing it, no?
It's happened in the past where the court's just not ready to overturn it yet, and they say something like, "To be clear, this holding does not express anything," and or we are not.
Yeah, but in Alito's draft, isn't it? It's the exact opposite of that. Doesn't he literally?
What are you talking about?
He doesn't just say that. Well, we're not saying that we're not coming after gay marriage. Doesn't he explicitly distinguish that ruling and saying that this?
He's distinguishing that it's a different set of circumstances, and that the opinion is not literally overturning those cases, and that there's factual things that distinguish those implied rights from what's before them. But that is, and I think you're taking crazy pills if you think that Samuel Alito, if given the opportunity, wouldn't overturn Obergefell right away.
A person who dissented in Obergefell. He does not agree. Like, him mentioning Obergefell does not mean that he agrees with the holding in Obergefell, of which he dissented.
There's two places. There's two places where he cites to it explicitly. The first is where he says that paragraph on page 62, where he says, "Just so no one misreads this thing. Okay, the U.S. government brought up 3 cases that they're saying our decision's going to endanger: Obergefell, Lawrence, and Griswold. Just to be clear, it's definitely not." So if you're looking at the logic of the opinion on its face and not looking to the practical reality, you can't argue that this decision is going to impact those rights.
Absolutely can.
You'd have to argue that X equals
this is
not
dicta.
X, because he's literally saying it definitely will not. So you'd have to argue, even though he says X, he actually means not X.
Well, I think,
is this dicta or not?
Well, here, one sec. So to clarify what Pisco is saying here, right? So Pisco is saying that all they've done is differentiate this case from the others. They're not saying that they'd overturn it, but they aren't affirming it. They're just saying that the rationale used here to overturn Roe v. Wade wouldn't be the rationale used to overturn those other cases.
That the rights that it's different in some ways. Factually, yeah, that marriage is that what they're talking about here is the right to end a life, and that's different than a marital intimacy. It's different than marriage. It's different than procreation. Yeah, that's all just distinguishing factually, in that sort of historical analysis and like what the end result of the right is. But everything all these references to Obergefell, that's pure dicta, and you guys know it's dicta.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
not before
but I also know if I were to go into court and argue a case where the ruling says this is only for personal injury cases and not contract cases, I would get laughed out of court if I cited it in a contract case. That's how opinions work. And the language he used literally says, nothing in this opinion should be understood to cast doubt on precedents that do not concern abortion. It basically, what you're arguing here, Pisco, is saying that there is no logical or reasonable way to overturn Roe without endangering all these other rights, because he tries to limit this opinion.
No, that's not true.
No, but again, if a judge specifically says this case is for this case only, and you're stating that this case still is going to attack those other rights, then you're conceding that there's no way to overturn Roe without putting gay marriage on the table. And I think that's a little bit disingenuous to say.
No,
because
that's just not true. You could say something to the effect of, a fetus is a person. A fetus is a person, and therefore this right is distinguishable because persons, when there's persons involved, then automatically it cannot be a fundamental right if it endangers the life of a person or if it kills the life of a person. And therefore abortion is overturned, Roe v. Wade is overturned. Absolutely, that rationale does not affect Obergefell. Agreed? So that would be a way to overturn Roe v. Wade.
But wouldn't a rationale that says I am not talking about any other right?
Would that
no,
be?
Yeah. I agree. I agree that there's ways to
I'm not saying that there's
Roe
wait. So I just want to hear you say it. I'm not saying that there's no way to overturn Roe v. Wade without bringing into question Obergefell. Is that correct?
No. It's correct that you're being hypocritical in your stance of stating that this opinion that specifically says it's not going to concern anything else concerns other things.
Wait, I'm talking about what you just accused me of, which is saying that there's no way to overturn Roe v. Wade without bringing into question Obergefell. I just gave you an example of a way to overturn Roe v. Wade, which is not bringing into question Obergefell. Is that right?
Yeah, because I agree with that statement. I'm saying
you were
don't
wrong
agree
that
with
I said you were wrong when you said that.
No,
I said
Pisco, what he's saying is that you're giving an example of a draft opinion that would be saying it's not endangering other rights. But what we have in real life is a draft opinion that says it's not going to endanger other rights.
I want to deal with the question I'm asking. I want someone to answer.
He answered the question.
I just gave an example of overturning Roe v. Wade, which would not bring into question Obergefell. Is that correct?
He said yes multiple times.
So you take back what you said just before, right?
No, I don't take it back.
Why
You're
not?
telling me the word because the words on the page.
The hypothetical.
Exactly.
No, not the actual opinion. The hypothetical where you said you're implying that there's no way to overturn Roe v. Wade without. So you take that back, right?
No, I don't take that back. If you're telling me words on a page that say we're not touching anything but abortion inherently.
He needs to answer the question.
Well,
He is.
I'm saying you're being inconsistent. I agree that there's ways to overturn Roe that do not impact Obergefell. No, you clearly don't. If the opinion that says this doesn't touch anything else can still overturn Obergefell.
I just gave you one that isn't this opinion.
Yeah,
right?
okay, hold on. I think so. Pisco's saying there are ways to overturn Roe that like clearly wouldn't touch other cases. The gay marriage one you cited and the contraception one, and then Lawrence or whatever. But the way that Alito has cited it is that it could touch other cases, right? But you're trying. Hold on, wait. Let me finish. Hold on. You're trying to say that Pisco is making the claim because Alito said he wouldn't touch it. Pisco is essentially saying like, oh well, there's no way. Are you saying there's no way to overturn Roe without like affecting other cases? And Pisco's saying, well, no, of course there's other ways to do it, but those ways aren't the way that Alito is doing it. The specific thing, the specific legal precedent that Alito is attacking, regardless of what he says when he draws borders around the other cases, absent that legal precedence, those other cases are under jeopardy, even if Alito isn't saying that he would attack them, and even if he is distinguishing them here, is what Pisco is saying.
No, I follow that, but so the practical outcome, if the opinion that Pisco's talking about was drafted, the practical implication would be, don't you see how the court has changed the way we define rights underneath the Constitution and how they disrespect stare decisis and precedent? Well, guess what? They're going to do that for gay rights next. They're going to change marriage being a fundamental. So What I'm simply stating is that if your opinion is that the blatant words on the page that say it is not touching other rights, and you're stating that doesn't seem to protect those other rights, it seems to me to be the motivation for you talking about this opinion is not the logic of the opinion. It's rather.
I'm not gonna move on until we acknowledge that your accusation was not true.
Okay, wait, we have to acknowledge. So the accusation is not true, but I think he misspoke.
Yeah.
That's not important to what is being discussed today, right?
Well, I want to hear him acknowledge it.
Okay, you both acknowledge that Roe could be overturned in a way that wouldn't. Exactly. And you both acknowledge it's a possibility, right? Yes.
But he acknowledges that I also agree that there are ways that they would be overturned without jeopardizing Obergefell, right? You agree with that now?
Pisco, for the sake of yes, I agree that that is the case with what you put together with personhood being defined underneath the concept. Yes.
Yeah. And now you're saying, well, don't you believe these guys? They said in dicta that our ruling doesn't technically affect those other rights.
Yeah, quid pro Joe. Would you say that at any point that a SCOTUS judge in their opinion says, by the way, we're not going to, this opinion doesn't affect this other right. Like, do you think that means that they can never go back to that case? That case is now impenetrable?
No, that's not.
It just means
at
that
all
the
what I'm
current
stating.
holding of the opinion that they are currently talking in is not overruling that other case. That doesn't mean they can't revisit it and then create some other logic that derives from this case that they're now writing or talking in, and then still reference that and say, well, while that case didn't necessarily overrule this secondary case, well, here's why we're going to overrule that today. That could still happen, and that has nothing to do with like the fact that in the Alito opinion they said we're not going to touch these other rights today.
We're kind of changing the topic, I think, because Pisco put two buckets out there: the practical likelihood, which is what are these judges actually thinking, versus what the opinion actually says. If you look at what the opinion actually says, there's no logical way to argue that this case is going to invalidate those other rights. Now, if you want to say that sometime in the future, maybe Clarence Thomas, Justice Alito, and then some new appointees, maybe you think Barrett will join the team, want to ignore those explicit statements and use the analysis here. Like Joe said, the historical analysis is the standard, and it has been right-specific. I kind of got confused by Pisco's statement that this is like unique in the way it's doing a historical analysis. Roe looked specifically at abortion rights. Lawrence v. Texas looked specifically at banning gay sodomy or laws banning gay activity. Griswold looked at marital privacy. And then later cases looked specifically at contraception. So if you're going to say that this case endangers Obergefell, let's say, because it uses a historical analysis, I don't see why Roe wouldn't endanger Obergefell. Of course, that's not what actually happened, and there's lots of reasons for that. For example, Obergefell is also an equal protection case. It started with a general substantive due process right to marriage and then said, oh, by the way, there's no rational basis for distinguishing between straight and gay marriage. So here you go. You can't ban gay marriage. So if we're just looking at the face of the opinion, I think whether you're looking at the explicit statements or just the approach of the analysis, these other cases are not going to be endangered.
Was Lawrence rightly decided?
Yeah.
Was Griswold rightly decided?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Applying the historic, so you say that, but this particular opinion, if you did the logic of Alito, how do you come out in Lawrence that there's a fundamental right to have gay sex? Use the kind of analysis that Alito uses, and be honest with yourselves. If you're defining gay sex as gay sex, how do you get there?
Well, I believe if you actually just read the Lawrence opinion, it gives you the historical analysis. It says there's not a deep-seated tradition and culture in this country of persecuting gay acts. That's literally what it says in Lawrence. It's all about how you frame the issue. I think all of us can agree that when it comes to con law, the way you define the right or you frame the issue is ultimately going to decide how something comes out. And in Lawrence, the way they framed it was that we don't have a long history of states going after and arresting homosexual activity and enforcing these laws. They've been on the books, but they haven't been used the way that they've been written. They haven't been deep-seated in this country's tradition. So you can use the historical analysis. It's actually what they did use in Lawrence. Lawrence is not an equal protection case. It's actually just a substantive due process case.
Correct.
Going after this deep-seated history of this country not persecuting gay activity. So
and then you have the added benefit of Justice O'Connor's concurrence, where she does say equal protection invalidates this law, and then you have her pointing out that Justice Scalia's dissent seems to concede that if a case like Romer v. Evans is precedential, then yeah, this is definitely invalid under equal protection. The reason Kennedy didn't use the equal protection argument, which he called a good argument in that opinion, was just because he was concerned that maybe there would be a blanket ban on sodomy. And so he wanted to address that issue as well, because there weren't many states that even had sodomy bans. Of the ones that did, only 4 had it specifically targeted towards gays, and those started in the 1970s, which was exactly his point.
Considering his outside intentions in terms of defining like why he did things.
I just want to submit this real quick because this guy's gonna have a stroke on my chat if I don't get this out. Okay, hold, because he's typed like 30 times. So he said Alito has lied before. He said he wouldn't overturn Abhood in Knox, and then using the logic he built in Knox, overturned Abood in Janus. I don't know what the fuck.
That's actually a great point. There was like a 6-year campaign that Alito did where it's over a course of like 4 or 5 opinions, and it starts with like this holding in Abood, and then it goes through like it has to do with unions, and I don't remember exactly everything, but it has to do with people who aren't in unions having to compensate unions when unions like win a bunch of rights for the workers of a company, and basically like if the non-union member gets those benefits, that they would have to pay some sort of fee to the union for getting those rights or whatever it is. And Alito went on like this 6-year campaign across multiple cases trying to overrule Abood, and it happened like piecemeal together. And like your chatter said, in Knox, he specifically said he wasn't going to overturn Abood or whatever, yada yada. And then Janus came out, which just completely overruled it. So
again, we have 2 buckets. We have 2 buckets.
Can we talk about it? Wait, I want to address what you just said.
Yeah.
You just had a long diatribe.
That's what
okay,
I'm gonna address.
You want to keep talking? Okay, good.
Yeah, so you have the 2 buckets, the face of the opinion itself, and then the actual practical likelihood they might be dishonest here. I think that's actually the much better argument than the face of the opinion. I don't trust Clarence Thomas. I don't trust Justice Alito. I'm not sure what Barrett will do. So the question is, like, let's look at these people individually and see what they're going to do. Of course, we can't predict who's going to be on the court in the future. I'm not really sure that a Justice Gorsuch, for example, would join that majority, overturning something like Lawrence v. Texas or Loving v. Virginia or even Obergefell. I mean, he wrote that Bostock decision, the Title VII case, saying Title VII.
Who cares about that?
A law
that just shows you that he's, that sometimes he sides with the liberals.
So that was specifically a case where he said that the Civil Rights Act of 1964 covered sexual orientation and gender identity, right? And gender identity. So you'd have to believe that this man who wrote a decision which it didn't exactly seem conservative, in fact seemed to be a very liberal take on a law written in 1964. And for anyone listening that's not familiar, when you're doing statutory interpretation, you're supposed to effectuate the intent of the legislature that passed that law. I don't think anyone would argue that they intended to cover gay and transgender people in 1964. You say that
as a foregone conclusion. That's not everyone's opinion. And to say
I know that.
That's what you're
I know
supposed to do. Well, you should couch it.
That's what like case law would say, right? So I'm just saying like what the boilerplate case law would say, and of course that's not what everyone thinks. Right? There's different scholars, there's different judges. Gorsuch probably would write something like that, right? Our job is to just say what the law is. That's the Gorsuch style.
No, he would not say that. He wouldn't say that the intent of the legislature is what matters. He said the words and their meaning. So you're just wrong on what he would say. He gives it an originalist opinion. It's a textualist opinion having to do not with the intent of the legislature. He acknowledges the intent is not there with respect to the gender identity. It's about the words.
So you would say he wouldn't care about what the words meant at the time they were written?
No, he would care about what the words meant at the time they were written. But the way you seem to suggest it is they're giving intent, the intent of the legislators. That's not what originalism is about.
So when the legislature wrote that you can't discriminate in the employment context based on sex, he's saying that it doesn't matter that the word sex at that time would not have really in any way included sexual orientation or transgender
He's not
people.
doing what you said initially, which is try to get the intent of the legislators. That's not the end goal. The end goal is what are the original public meaning of those words. Those words. That's what matters.
So what were
it's not just about legislators' intent. This is a digression on a digression, just to say that occasionally Gorsuch will side with liberals. Who cares? Let's get back to the substance. I want to address
that's not what I was saying. You didn't let me finish. So what I was saying was, he writes this opinion, which is a pretty far divergence, obviously, from what the legislature would have intended at the time, which is a very liberal take that is specifically pro-gay and trans, right? Which is even a farther left move from just pro-gay. Is he going to hop on the train to overturn Obergefell? I think that's doubtful, right? What about Justice Kavanaugh, someone who clerked for Justice Kennedy, who was the gay rights justice, right? Like every case Justice Kennedy wrote that was famous was the gay rights cases. I think we can speculate, I think it's pretty damn clear that someone like Thomas or Alito would vote, actually, to overturn Obergefell. I doubt, like you said, Lawrence v. Texas would come up. I doubt interracial marriage would come up. Maybe Clarence Thomas would vote to overturn interracial marriage just to divorce his wife. But I don't think that...
Can we just address this real quick? I mean, does the due process clause or equal protection clause say sex?
Due process equal... No, I don't believe so.
No, of course not. Does the Civil Rights Act of 1964, does that say sex?
It does, yeah.
Okay, so then that's dispositive for you, isn't it? If he's talking about the words and one piece of law has the word sex, and the operative constitutional doctrine that is being used to found these fundamental rights doesn't have sex, you don't see how Gorsuch could get to an opinion that excludes Lawrence?
I can see how anyone could get to that opinion. I'm talking
but what
about
is this whole digression on Bostock? Who cares?
I'm talking about personalities, right? I'm saying that this guy, the Trump-appointed conservative justice, wrote a decision that I think surprised just about everyone, at least the fact that he authored it.
So real quick, because now I don't care, we can talk whatever with you guys. So originally the discussion is on whether or not a particular ruling would serve, I guess, as a watershed, a reverse watershed, or I don't know if the logic would undermine other cases. Now it sounds like we're talking about maybe they lied, but let's see how the other justices would vote if we did try to overturn contraception, gay marriage, or whatever. So I think this discussion is substantially different.
Exactly what
happened. I just want to say I'm glad that I'm sorry, is it Tommen? I'm glad that
Pisco is about to say something really passive aggressive.
No, not passive aggressive. I'm glad Tommen is agreeing that
that he's going to
rights are in danger. Yeah. I mean, you just basically said it, that in the real world these rights are in danger. And so I guess quid pro quo, do you agree with him?
No, one, I don't think that's what he said, and
yeah,
two, I wouldn't agree with again. And also, Gorsuch also clerked for Kennedy as well. So
did he write the opinion? It's Alito's opinion. Why do these other justices matter? Like the whole concept is what Alito says in his opinion, and whether or not that has any impact on other rights. Like
I agree wholeheartedly with you, Lego Pizza. I mean, I think maybe we, to get back to the center of the discussion originally, as Destiny trying to pull us back there, is that maybe you guys can tell me what you think the logic of this opinion is that goes at Obergefell, because the logic of the opinion I see is he makes a factual distinction of what abortion is compared to other rights that have been found underneath privacy, and then he says that since there's such a big factual distinguish of what these rights entail, I don't think.
How does he distinguish them?
He literally says on there, abortion is the only one that deals with potential life, which is noted.
Yeah. And then he specifically says that he's not going to say whether or not there is a fundamental right to life of the fetus. So he basically says, oh, hey, there's this thing that makes a distinction between these other cases, and we're going to ignore that for this opinion. So then why is that actually a distinction between the other cases then?
Well,
if he specifically says he's going to ignore the thing that distinguishes it from the other cases, that means what he's actually saying is an opinion that could then be used against all the other ones. correct?
Also, you're misdirecting too.
No.
Like the context of that the context of that in Roe of saying that this uniquely deals with end of life is talking about the state's interest, interest in regulating abortion, and the state's interest in putting forth bans on abortion. It's not about defining the scope of the right itself. That's where that thing about it's different is. And so you bring it up now to discuss the scope of the right is just not applying Roe the way those.
No, I agree. I agree. So then we can go to Casey, which cut back on the abortion right because it did state that because we're dealing with a right that involves the potential to life, we have to actually change the framework we look at this right through. It used to be a right that was fundamental. It had strict scrutiny. Casey said, actually, no, the court in Roe got it wrong. There's actually a question about the possibility of life at these different stages. So now we have an undue burden. So if anything, Casey is where we can look to see
that's
the
still state's interest.
That's not state's interest. That's acknowledging the factual truth of what they're stating. That
is undue burden a way to understand the state's interest.
That's the balancing test is undue burden. But the reason it got to undue burden was because it said this right involves a factual dissimilarity from all of those other rights. So we have to move this fundamental right from
that was already acknowledged in Roe. That was already acknowledged in Roe and defining
you're
interest.
agreeing.
In defining the interest of this, in defining the interest of the state. That was already agreed in Roe, and it's consistent in Casey.
Well, here's the question then: do you not think there's a factual distinction between contraception and abortion?
I do want to get into there, but can I address the long laundry list of what?
Well, that's what we're discussing right now. Literally, we're beating around the bush. You're asking me the factual. Where does the factual distinguishment come from? I just told you in Roe they acknowledge potential life, and then in Casey it actually cuts back on the right of abortion, stating because of the factual truth of potential life being involved here, we have to change how we view it. So it's already in precedent that the court has acknowledged the factual underlying of abortion involves potential life.
I'm happy to get into the distinction between contraception and abortion. Happy to do that with you. But Toman just had an entire treatise of the law set out, unrebutted. Can we speak to that? What he said essentially is that this is totally in line with the kind of analysis we're talking about is the exact same analysis that we saw in Griswold. It's the exact same analysis that we saw in Lawrence. So my question for you is, really, if all it takes is a history of not criminalizing something to get to a fundamental right, that can't be your opinion, right? That there's just because in the early 19th century there hasn't been a history of criminalizing some conduct that makes it a fundamental right. That's not enough, right?
They've done different tests.
Okay, just because if that were the test, then at the founding, what do you have to say about Roe v. Wade and the quickening? The common the whole basis of that analysis was that it wasn't punished that in the common law before quickening.
Well, I guess I should.
You said, didn't you?
I still don't I'm not following what you're saying. It sounds like you're jumping around on a few different things, and maybe you could better clarify.
He said that we find out whether or not something is a fundamental right by seeing whether or not we have a history of punishing that conduct. And that's why Lawrence was rightly decided, because there wasn't this storied history of punishing gay sodomy.
No, I believe the Lawrence point was I believe the Lawrence point was brought up because you said if you do a historical analysis, how do you at all support Lawrence? And we gave you actually what the court's opinion in Lawrence. There's not a history of tradition of persecution.
Just to clarify, Pisco, I wasn't saying that the historical analysis test is seeing whether something was criminalized. I was speaking specifically of what they did in Lawrence.
But different than what's going on in Alito, because Alito will say things like, there's no affirmative right in history for abortion. You notice in the opinion when he says that, right? He'll say, and nowhere in looking back on our history has there been an affirmative right given to abortion.
I don't know right on his historical analysis. I don't know if Roe is right on the historical analysis. I know that in this Dobbs draft, he says that it actually was criminalized going way back into the common law. Even he makes the claim that it was even before quickening in certain circumstances, according to certain scholars like Blackstone, Hale, Koch, etc. Now, I don't know.
It only talks about it in the terms of forced abortion. It wasn't with consent of the mother.
Abortions of others. If you end someone else's pregnancy.
Yeah.
And then some words from like, I don't know, some transferred intent argument from one scholar, from like Blackstone or Hale.
Yeah, I also have a question on this regard, though, to both Quid Pro Joe and Tom. And if you think that the analysis in Lawrence is like the historical analysis is on point, how do you reconcile the historical analysis that Alito does here, and why would that not be different? Where in the historical analysis, he doesn't look at it from a point of view of, like Pisco said, he doesn't look at it from the point of view if there was prosecution on the matter. He looks at it from a point of view of if there's a fundamental right.
Yeah, they laugh at the litigants when they bring that up.
I think he does, though. I mean, like,
do you think that there's a history of a fundamental right to interracial marriage, to same-sex marriage, to do you think there's history and tradition of that fundamental right?
So I can address all the cases you just mentioned, but what he does in this opinion, as I read it, maybe I'm reading it wrong, is he does actually talk about the criminalization, and he actually looks at 3 different points in history. He looks at the common law, he looks at the time of the 14th Amendment, and then he looks at the time of Roe. It's 3 different spots. He calls the time of the 14th Amendment the most important in the opinion, and notes that it was widely criminalized at that time, including before quickening in many states. If you're talking about interracial marriage, that was Loving v. Virginia. That was an equal protection case. It was not a substantive due process case. If you're talking about what else?
Isn't there part of the opinion that talks about the fundamental right to marriage?
I think they do, actually, even though it wasn't before
there's
the
a part
court.
of the opinion
They
that talks about
do.
the fundamental right
They
to
do
marriage.
bring that in. But again, I think, even if for some reason the court wanted to say that there was no fundamental right to marriage, or maybe interracial marriage specifically, you still have the equal protection argument, which is extremely powerful. And again, I don't think the logic of this opinion, even if we ignore the explicit statements to the contrary, could possibly be seen as endangering interracial marriage. I mean, and then of course, practically, I assume we all agree that that's not going to be before the court. And even if it was, you probably have a 9-0 in favor of striking down a ban on interracial marriage. But
what you just said, doesn't that undercut your Obergefell argument? Because I think you would agree with me that this court is not anytime going to acknowledge that homosexuality is a suspect classification. Is that right? You don't think
would
that this
they
court is about
anytime acknowledge that there's a suspect classification? That's a good question.
I think that the obvious answer is that this court, at the current state, is not going to acknowledge that sexual minorities are deserving of strict scrutiny.
I'm not sure that that's true. No, I'm not sure that that's true. I could see Kavanaugh, Roberts, or Gorsuch swinging that way.
Wow. I mean, that's a lot of confidence.
You would need 2 of them. But,
No, I said I could see it. I'm not saying definitely. So it's not a lot of confidence. It's more speculation.
Okay. I think that I don't see that this court is very likely to say that there's some heightened scrutiny for sexual minorities in this country. And that given that reality, there's not going to be a strong equal protection argument so far as this court is concerned on Obergefell. And all you're left with is the substantive due process and the fundamental right to marriage. And if that's what you're left with, come on. Are you going to sit here and tell me that using Alito's analysis here, someone who is in dissent in Obergefell, that you get
So again,
fundamental right
if
to
you're going to talk about
gay
the
marriage?
practical likelihood,
No, use
we can walk through each and every justice.
That you guys
Use the
came
legal
on
analysis.
here to argue is that you think that Pisco overstepped his authority on his opinion that that some of these rights might be in danger. Like,
Yeah, that's
all he said.
exactly no. That's exactly why I got on here, Lego. In the sense of stating that I think he vastly does overstate those things, and I think it either comes from a place of, you just don't trust what they're stating, which is completely fine, as Tom has already stated. I'm not someone that's going to sit here and believe what Thomas and Alito's saying. I know that how they're motivated and what they're doing, but I do understand that there's case law you have to read, and you also have to understand it's getting to 5. That's how anything changes on the court. And I think
will just as a aside for this argument, I'm not saying anybody is necessarily winning or losing, but it feels very different to me when the argument initially is that using Alito's logic, you could never overturn any of these prior cases. That feels a lot different than saying, well, yeah, the logic could overturn them, but like, let's see who everybody clerked for to see if it would actually come to that. Those feel like two really different positions to me. Just saying.
But I don't think anyone's conceded about Alito's logic, because again, Alito's logic is using the analysis that's always been used for substantive
Sure, and I don't necessarily agree to disagree, but I'm telling you that when you start going to, well, let's see how these guys would vote, it kind of sounds like you've conceded all that ground. You're like, okay, yeah, the logic. That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
Destiny, the reason we went to that is because of the commenter who said Alito has lied before. We've been trying to stick to the logic of the opinion, which I think Joe and I agree on. Simply can't be read if we're just looking at its face to endanger these other rights. Okay. Now, yeah.
Can we do that for a second? Can we stop there?
Well, Alito's lied before. Okay.
Yeah, because I asked you guys to tell me what do you think the logic of this opinion is, and how does it go after Obergefell, and I still haven't gotten an answer.
We said it multiple times.
The way that this, the way you use this opinion's logic, you say that you point to the historical fact that gay marriage was never recognized in this country until the 20th century. You point to the fact that there were many states that explicitly banned it. That nowhere has there ever been an affirmative right granted to it, that it's not something that's deeply rooted in our history and tradition. Those are the same arguments that Scalia gave in dissent in Obergefell. Those arguments all point, I think, emphatically that if you're looking at the right of gay marriage as the right of gay marriage, specifically gay marriage in the narrowest sense, as I think Alito is looking at abortion as abortion in the narrowest sense, not a procreational right, but the practice of abortion.
Can you explain for me, Pisco, just so I understand? Because it feels like when we're talking about gay marriage, isn't that like we don't have to make all the historical arguments or any of that, don't we? Because we just have the 14th Amendment to go, oh, equal protections, boom. How do you not do that with gay marriage?
Because I think that the equal, first of all, I think you guys agree that the Obergefell opinion is not entirely clear on which of the rights it, I think, strongly leans on. And to the extent that it does lean on equal protection, I think that it stops short of saying it's strict scrutiny or it's heightened scrutiny. And also that this court, I think, would be predisposed to not look at gay relationships or sexual minorities as deserving of strict scrutiny. And so I don't think I don't think that that's a very robust holding that you can say Obergefell is just about equal protection. And just assume, for the sake of argument, that we can deal with contraception and these other things too, and gay sodomy if Obergefell is too messy on equal protection grounds. But if you're just looking at, as an example, a fundamental right to gay marriage, I think that you guys would agree that using this analysis, at the very least, the due process part of Obergefell goes away.
Pisco, can you clarify something for me?
Yeah.
Because, I read Roe, and it's talking about a right to abortion. Griswold, marital privacy, later cases talking about Griswold, contraception specifically. You keep saying that this decision does the historical analysis, like, I forget the term you use, but it like hyper focuses on a very specific right, the right to abortion.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you say that in comparison to Roe or the post-Griswold cases talking specifically about contraception? Like, I don't see this case. I didn't read it and say, oh, this is extremely specific in the way they're framing the right. I mean, it's just the right to abortion. That's what the other abortion cases talked about, wasn't it?
I think that the Roe talked about privacy and other like rights in the Constitution that give you a right to privacy. It cites Griswold for the notion of marital privacy and decisional rights on family. So I think that yes, Roe has a historical analysis. Roe also cites like opinions from the American Medical Association. Roe also talks about philosophers from antiquity. But Roe is, I think, properly understood as acknowledging that a lot of abortion was illegal leading up into the 20th century. It was not looking myopically at what the law allowed and didn't allow. It was broader than that.
My understanding was that it got the right to abortion as couched in the more broad right to privacy, but it was still more specifically talking about the right to abortion, and it did go into a historical analysis talking about whether it was criminalized and whatnot.
Yeah, but
abortion specifically.
You have to remember though that both Roe and Casey were decided before Glucksberg, and Glucksberg, which was decided in 1997, said that you have to look at a narrowly tailored right, because they said that there was no right to death, right? This was the self-assisted suicide case, right? The assisted suicide case, right? So they said that you can't look at it from a point of view of a right to death. You have to look at it from a right of physician-assisted suicide. That's what the right is.
Well then,
and that's what Glucksberg.
According
to what Alito's doing is he's using the narrowly tailored version that Glucksberg uses.
Well,
and that's why it's different than Roe and Casey.
I got it. So
what happened afterward.
Then you would state that Glucksberg has as much as a chance as overturning Obergefell, that reasoning, than Dobbs does, right?
Glucksberg certainly. I think.
I think there's a lot of people that would argue that Glucksberg is at odds with a lot of these right to privacy cases. Yes,
but Glucksberg didn't overturn a case, and so if a reasonable person can be like, okay, well, they're narrowing a little bit, but they're going to maintain their previous stuff, and so obviously, you shouldn't be as worried with Glucksberg as opposed to Dobbs, and so I don't know, there are some same thing with a lot of the Commerce Clause cases, which narrowed the kind of Filburn, right? The Wickard analysis. You have Lopez later on and the other cases that sort of limit it, and the ACA case. It narrowed the kind of the inquiry. It narrows what Congress is allowed to do, but it's not explicitly overturning a case.
I follow you, but I'm just saying it sounds like to me the argument you're saying, Pisco and Lego Pizza Man, is that the strict analysis done here in Dobbs is the logic that you're worried about attacking Obergefell. But you just acknowledge that logic has been. Let's do
Lawrence.
Okay.
So, let's get out of the equal protection quandary because it's really causing problems.
Lawrence is even better because again, so part of what you've been talking about why Obergefell might be scary is because you're not certain this court is going to grant extra protections to sexual orientation, basically strict scrutiny for their rights or whatnot.
Let's just focus on the holdings in those cases.
I'm getting to Lawrence though, because Lawrence got substantive due process under a rational basis against sodomy. So they've already told us, the court, that it's not a legitimate state interest to stop homosexual activity. So then how is it a legitimate state interest to stop homosexual marriage? The court is that was part of Lawrence's reasoning, was even though we're not giving it a higher classification, we're still saying there's no legitimate state interest for why homosexual activity can't be occurring. But I'm reading the words on the page. I get it. You don't agree with their opinions, but I mean, as lawyers, you cite what's on the page.
Everyone understands that those cases, just like as we come to understand later cases as people cite them, that those are heightened scrutiny. If you're saying that you can't find a legitimate interest, the rational basis test is so deferential. Any legitimate state interest, if you said something like, we think sodomy is going to increase AIDS and the transmission of HIV, that should be a legitimate state interest. Right? And it's not just one that the government gives. It's one that can be hypothesized. That's how deferential rational basis here. And so you're not going to sit here with a straight face and tell me that Lawrence stands for rational basis with respect to sodomy.
I literally, the opinion states that Texas statute furthers
heightened scrutiny.
It says it furthers no legitimate state interest.
The state interest part is
no legitimate.
Separate
it doesn't
from whether or not there's a fundamental right.
That's also true.
What I was saying about Glucksberg is that when the court is looking at whether or not a fundamental right exists, it looks at the two things: deeply rooted in histories and traditions, and whether or not the right is narrowly tailored. Okay, that's whether or not the fundamental right exists, not whether or not there's a state interest.
No, I understood, but Pisco is saying I can't have a straight face quoting the direct words in Lawrence that says the Texas statute furthers no legitimate state interest, and that's the rational basis test. So they're stating directly in the opinion there, the Texas statute furthers no legitimate state interest.
Just because it could fail rational basis doesn't mean that they applied rational basis.
Oh,
I agree with that.
I agree with that, but I also agree with that if you're telling me that you're worried that the classification for sexual orientation isn't going to get above rational basis, and then I can point to you to a Supreme Court case dealing with homosexual activity laws, and them stating these laws have no legitimate state interest, I think that's a very good logical argument to state that the way the court is viewing those laws forbidding homosexual activity is going to be very akin to homosexual marriage. You can disagree with that, but I don't think that's crazy or a stretch of the imagination.
That's the equal protection part of the analysis, and I'm curious about applying Alito's substantive due process analysis. You know, there are other rational base with teeth cases that will apply to discrete and insular minorities, some harsher level of rational basis. That's not unheard of. And I'm not here to tell you that, like, I know for a fact that the court will, you know, extend significant protections to sexual minorities. I don't suspect that they will, and I think that anyone who does is coping. But let's actually deal with the meat and potatoes, the substantive due process analysis. Do you think, under that analysis, that there's a fundamental right to gay sodomy under Alito's analysis?
I mean, I would venture to say that I know Alito's going to say no. So, I mean, I just know his answer already. But let me put it this way. There's nothing in the Dobbs opinion that's going to get me an answer to...
Yes, there is.
But what you're also doing, Pisco, Pisco, what you're doing is saying, let's look at Lawrence, and then not actually looking at what Lawrence says. Because Lawrence doesn't say, ever, is there a fundamental right to gay sex? That's not the question it's asking. What you're saying is that if there was a gay sodomy law passed that was enforced, that got before the Supreme Court, that they could do a totally different analysis, where instead of looking at sex between consenting adults, which is what they actually did, they'll narrow that right. They'll just look at gay sex. And they'll also totally ignore the fact that Kennedy said the equal protection argument was a good argument. They'll ignore O'Connor's concurrence. They'll ignore the precedent like Romer v. Evans.
Let's just apply Alito. Let's apply Alito's analysis to the... Let's not go off in equal protection land. Let's stay in substantive due process land, and let's apply that analysis to what's going on here in Lawrence.
So you don't want to read Lawrence. You want to instead frame the question differently to...
I'm framing it the way I think Alito would frame it. And the way I think Scalia would frame it. And the way Alito and Scalia would frame it, and how this opinion will frame the right to abortion, is the very specific practice of abortion and the very specific thing before the court in Lawrence, which is gay sodomy. They're not going to, the way Alito does it, he's not going to frame the right in sex between consenting adults. And
Roe also framed it as the right to an abortion.
Okay, but that was at a time, I think, before Glucksberg, before we're like, this is like one of the first, and I'd say foundational of the modern privacy due process rights. And it's also, the reasoning of it is it's citing to broader concepts related to privacy and intimate decision-making that I think make it so it's quite clear that Roe v. Wade is talking about a broader right here. That's why that gets, you know, so much problems. I think Griswold gets so many problems with penumbras. You know, like, why cite that case if you're not talking about some broader privacy right? Yeah, he's citing historical practices.
Here's what's confusing me, though. I mean, in the opinion, he's talking about abortion, which is the same right that Roe talks about. And for some reason, you're saying he's framing it more narrowly. Now, I looked through the opinion. He cites Glucksberg multiple times. He doesn't cite it for the proposition that you have to really, really narrow rights, because that doesn't apply here.
That's what he's doing. You guys are like reading, like, it's logical. Like, the fact that he is overturning Roe v. Wade should let you know that he's not applying Roe v. Wade's analysis. How much more obvious can that be?
He's doing the same historical analysis. He's saying they got the history wrong. I don't know if he's right about that. Like I said, I'm not a historian. But what he's doing is doing that same historical analysis and pointing out that some of it is irrelevant. And on some of these things, I agree with him. Like when he's saying they were looking to the ancient Greeks, I agree that that's irrelevant to this analysis, right?
Oh, but it was relevant when Alito brought it up in the Lawrence case that the gay people in the Greek times, that they were having gay sex, and so people were aware of them.
I'm not sure that it was. I didn't say that, but
Okay.
what I'm saying is,
I'm saying he's a hypocrite on that too. He'll cite antiquity whenever he wants. He'll cite foreign law whenever he wants.
In case you're wondering, I'm less crazy about the Dobbs decision. What's that?
I said, yeah, but he'll only do that when he thinks that it, furthers his end goal of what he wants to get, to be
activist judge. Wow.
Let's talk about it. I mean, what about the history does he say that Roe gets wrong?
Bunch of things.
So, yeah. You want me to like scroll through?
Go through.
Yeah, so first, like I said, he says certain things are irrelevant, like the ancient history on infanticide in Greek and Roman history. He also says they seem to have gotten wrong the common law authorities. And then he says they seem to give very...
Alito doesn't dispute that the pre-quickening abortion wasn't illegal in the founding of the country. He doesn't dispute that, does he?
I think he does. I could have misread.
I don't think he disputes that. I think he says, like, regardless.
I thought he was talking about, like, Koch and Hale and Blackstone.
Yeah, those people are, like, that's not what the law is, right? These people...
Well, they were scholars of law, and they were at least allegedly citing law. And I know in Roe, they dismissed one of these people, perhaps Blackstone, in an academic article saying, well, he was only saying it was illegal because he was super pro-life and religious. And Alito actually addresses that article specifically and says that it's been discredited since. So I think he actually does talk about these scholars as authorities who summarized the law at the time. And then, of course, talks about what he calls the most important period of time, which was the ratification of the 14th Amendment.
He's disagreeing with Roe.
No. Roe literally does not talk about that time period. If you read the entire opinion of Roe, it says up until the late 19th century, women had abortion rights. Guess when the 14th Amendment was passed?
Give me the quote. Give me the quote there.
That's what I'm telling you. You can read Roe's opinion.
I have read Roe.
Okay, then when you read it, you will see it literally discusses nothing about abortion laws.
It doesn't go into great detail about it, but do you think that
No, it does. It doesn't talk about abortion laws at the time of the 14th Amendment because it's not good for the reasoning there. At the time of the 14th Amendment, there were a bunch of states that had abortion laws already on the books.
You think it's possible that the
pre and post quickening? But
I understand that. Yeah, there absolutely were anti-abortion laws before the passage of the 14th Amendment and leading up to the turn of the century. I think most states had criminalized abortion.
Yeah.
That is true. That's absolutely true. But what you're saying here is you don't think the court considered that in Roe, and instead that they just got the quote history wrong. Maybe you're wrong, and maybe the fact their analysis, it was more relevant to history at the founding, and maybe for them it wasn't as important to know in the 14th Amendment what particular states passed were illegal or legal. As you know, in many states in the Brown v. Board, there were a lot of states that had racial segregation in schools, and so maybe for them it wasn't as relevant.
No, and I understand that, but again, this is stemming back to your discussion with Tom of what did Alito say Roe got wrong or different from Roe, and literally Alito goes into a very deep analysis of around the 14th Amendment. So
and why do you think he does that? Because again, like Pisco mentioned, there was a bunch of states that had passed those laws then. But then that begs the question of if the only time that, or the most important time that matters is when the around the time that the law gets enacted, what the cultural, feelings is regarding that and what the laws regarding that in the states are. That means that if a bunch of states just started outlawing chewing gum, that if then there was someone who wanted to go and bring a case to the Supreme Court saying that was unconstitutional, outlawing me chewing gum for some whatever reason, that the court wouldn't look at the deeply rooted traditions of the years prior that the chewing gum was totally fine, but 2022 there was this outrage of chewing gum, and that's the most important part, not the 200 years prior to that. Like that makes no sense.
There's
Why
three
you would look at the
periods.
that period as the most when the concept is deeply rooted in history and traditions. Why would you look at the time period most closely related to the law?
So there's 3 time periods he talks about: the common law, the time of the 14th Amendment, and the decision in Roe. 3 relevant time periods. He says that the 14th Amendment is the most important because that's what the right to abortion has been founded in the case law, right? So if you're seeing if there's a right to abortion implied in the 14th Amendment, he's saying the most relevant period is the 14th Amendment. I'm not sure that I agree with him. I think if you're doing a deeply rooted in our ordered liberty analysis, maybe you should look farther back and say that's the most important.
Than Roe. That's a different analysis than Roe. I think you would agree that Roe, clearly, it wasn't the most important.
Pisco, I have a question. Do you think if I gave a judicial framework, an analysis balancing test to 10 different judges, they would all give me the 10 same answers on the same question? Even if they apply the test exactly the same?
Of course not. You're going to have different.
So I get it. So why can't you seem to see that Alito is applying the same exact historical analysis of Roe, but he comes out to a different answer and it disagrees with Roe? That I think that kind of clears this up. I think he's doing exactly what was done in Roe, but he comes out on a different side of it. It doesn't mean he's using a new analysis. It means he disagreed with what the court came down on its analysis.
But we just talked about how there's a discrepancy between Roe and Alito's historical analysis of what the weight was put on. So obviously it is a different analysis.
No. If the analysis is look at the history or the traditions of the cultures of the country, that's the analysis. We look through the past. The question is that a judge might find something much more important in 1908 than in 1808. But that doesn't mean his analysis is different. It means the factors that he's weighing in that analysis, he comes on a different end.
That means it's a different fucking analysis, bro. What?
If you think that's the case, then you must argue a lot in court and always agree with the other side then, because you must be using a different analysis, even though you're both applying the same rule statement, but you're getting different outcomes. Like, are you using a different analysis? No, it's just where you come out after you go through that. And again, Alito disagreed with the historical facts.
That the laws surrounding the time period closely related to the implementation of the 14th Amendment matters most. That's not in Roe. That's not in Roe. That is like a completely new thing that he created and put into this opinion. I'm trying to quantize how you think that is the same thing as what Roe did.
So just to be clear, again, he uses 3 time periods.
I understand that, but when someone says this is the most important thing, do you think that they don't factor that into their analysis? Like
you could actually listen. You could eliminate his analysis of the time around the 14th Amendment, and he would have reached the same answer. I'm not saying his history is correct. I just don't know enough about it. But you could eliminate that, and you could still see what he's saying about the common law. You could see what he's saying around the time of Roe. He reaches the same conclusion for all 3 time periods. Our point is that this historical test has been used in all or close to all of these substantive due process cases. So if you're going to say the historical analysis is the problem, then all of the cases endanger each other. Now, if you're going to say that he hyper-focuses on this right to abortion, I still don't understand your position on that, because as I read Roe, they're talking about a right to an abortion. They're not just talking about a right to privacy. They're saying the right to abortion is couched in that broader right to privacy.
Of course, it actualizes to a specific right at some point, because they have to decide the case before them, which is a ban on abortion. Just like the same thing with any of these. Of course, you at some point in the analysis of whether sexual intimacy between 2 people, you have to decide the case before you, and so you're going to talk about that right is applied to gay sodomy.
I'm not actually sure I'm not sure that's what actually was happening in 2 important cases. First is Griswold. They talked about a right to marital privacy. They didn't talk about a right for married couples specifically to contraception. And then in Lawrence, again, he said, I'm not going to decide this just on equal protection grounds, even though I think that's a good argument, because there could be a blanket ban on sodomy. So let me talk about that instead. And that was after Glucksberg, by the way. So
Yeah, and
again,
they say that the right to liberty under the Due Process Clause gives the person the full right to engage in the intimate sexual conduct.
yes.
So, is that not saying that there's a fundamental right?
It is, yeah, of course.
Okay, so then
You said
if the right
previously that there was no fundamental right from Lawrence.
Say that again?
Lawrence gives a fundamental
I-
right, correct?
I think it is. Yeah, I don't think I said it wasn't. Maybe Joe disagrees. I'm not sure.
All right. So then, in making that fundamental right, you agree that the court was looking not specifically towards gay sodomy, correct?
So let me explain again. What they said was, we have not seen specific targeting of gay people. That was their historical analysis. But what they decided ultimately was that their holding was more broad than just bans on gay sodomy. It applied to sodomy. The reason being, they didn't want there to be laws passed after Lawrence that banned sodomy as a pretext to hurt gay people.
Forget about the equal protection. Can you do that for me?
I didn't mention equal protection. That's what the opinion says. That's why they didn't decide.
Can you put aside any equal protection argument in Lawrence just for the moment?
I did not even mention one just now.
Okay.
I did.
So you would agree.
You may have misunderstood.
Okay. You would agree that Lawrence is about more than gay sodomy.
I think it is, yeah.
Okay. If Alito were to apply his analysis to gay sodomy, which way would he come out?
I think he would say that there's no fundamental right to gay sodomy.
Okay. If the right is conceived of as broader, if the right is sexual intimacy between two consenting adults, that is a lot harder to say is not rooted in tradition, correct?
Correct.
And so it matters the level of generality in which you identify these rights. And what's clear, I think, from the Alito opinion is that Alito and the majority draft opinion seem much more inclined to think about these rights extremely narrowly as opposed to a more broad conception of those rights.
Why is that?
Is that unfair?
From the Dobbs opinion, I think it is. I don't know where you're getting that from.
By virtue of the fact that they're overturning Roe v. Wade, by virtue of the fact they're overturning Casey as well. Let's not forget, it's also Casey. And Casey thought about this right as broader. It's in line with a series of cases having to do with the decisions about whether to bear or beget a child.
So again, I disagree with that. I think that they start with these broad principles for sure, like privacy, particularly in the home. And then they say, do these cases lead to a specific right to abortion? The answer for them twice was yes. He's saying no, because abortion is unique. You can't get from privacy to I can have an abortion, in Alito's opinion. I don't think he's hyper-focusing on a right that the court didn't focus on before.
It is. I mean, talk about the contraception case for a little bit. How does that fit into your analysis?
Which one?
Griswold or Eisenstadt.
What about them?
So, if you think about contraception in the notion of contraception as contraception, you would agree, right? There was no birth control at the founding of the country, or indeed in the 14th Amendment, correct?
So, do you mean like in the Constitution?
No.
I think it may have existed.
Was the technology of oral pill, birth control pill, was that available at the founding at the 14th Amendment?
No.
And so, why should it be the case? Assume that a law came up that said it's illegal to have oral contraceptives. would that law, in your mind, be unconstitutional?
It would.
Okay. It would, even though there's no storied in history tradition of oral contraceptions in this country. The relevant time period
Yeah.
in which, okay.
When they
Because-
didn't exist, that's true. Yeah.
Right. So it's because it's about something broader, right? The fact that you would use a broader principle and narrow it to something that didn't exist at the time shows you that what's animating the decisions is not the particulars of the oral contraception. It's about the decisional right. It's about the right to decide whether you're going to have a family or not. That's what it's about. And yeah, eventually they ground it down to like the case before them. But what's animating the kind of hypothetical case that I would bring up to you, which I think I would agree this court would, well, I don't know, but like I think until recently I thought that this court would totally like strike down any one of those oral contraception bans, shows you that what's animating those opinions is a broader principle and not the specific set of circumstances.
And again, I think we're actually agreeing, except on the final conclusion. We agree that all of these cases, including Dobbs actually, start with these broader rights, a general right to privacy, and then that can include things like marriage or marital privacy, whatever it is. And then you get to the specific right. I'm not even sure Griswold did actually, but certainly post-Griswold cases did on contraception.
You agree the early cases are weird, like it's not the kind of...
Everything was weird back then. So yeah, we definitely agree on that point. Everything was weird. So all this Dobbs case is doing, from what I can tell, is saying, yes, these generalized rights exist. Yes, you can get more specific, like marriage, gay marriage. Again, they cite approvingly, I think, twice to Obergefell. But then once you get to the specific right, you have this really wonky situation, which is an abortion, which is one of the most difficult moral, legal questions in existence for much of human history, where you are potentially taking another human life. That's not the case with contraception, as close as that can be to abortion. It's certainly not the case with marriage, although some marriages can be quite miserable. And that's why they distinguish this, or the majority, why Alito distinguishes it. You could say he's wrong. You could say that's bullshit. You could say abortion isn't killing anything. I've heard plenty of pro-choice people say it's just a clump of cells, right?
Then you have to answer the question. If the basis of your opinion is that this thing might be a potential life, what is this business about the court like disclaiming that that's what it's doing, is involving itself in that question? Aren't you...
Well, there's two ways I could answer that. The first is the personal motivations to get into their psyche. Alito's a very
I don't
Catholic
care
man.
about that.
Okay, so just looking at the face of the opinion then. The way I read it is they're saying, this is a very hard question. Abortion is something that you can find tons of women disagreeing on, you can find tons of men disagreeing on, you find the disagreement all throughout history. If you're looking at the rights to privacy implied in the Constitution, from the penumbra of rights, you look at the case law, marital privacy, marriage, sex between consenting adults, is it really fair then to say, well, abortion is really just a private medical decision? Or is it? Maybe there are good arguments, or at least a lot of people think there are, that this is actually killing someone. And so is it really the job of the court to decide uniformly that no, you're really not, or maybe you are, so you got a little protection in the third trimester for the fetus, but instead of reading this implied right to abortion into the Constitution, and then going even further like Roe did with making a 3-trimester framework, why not leave it up to the people in this case?
Yeah, it is nonsense to say that that's the reasoning of the court for multiple reasons. Rule number one is the court explicitly said, you say you want to cite dicta, I'll cite dicta. Court explicitly says, well, we don't care about what the public perception is. And if what you're telling me is what distinguishes this case is some kind of like hard questions are deferred to the people, then you have to answer for Brown. You have to answer for Obergefell, because guess what? Gay marriage was a critical moral question. You can pretend that it's not as critical and not as controversial as abortion. Whatever. You can. I mean, are you going to argue that?
So, Pisco, first a question and then an argument. The first is, what part of the opinion does he say we shouldn't care about public perception?
He literally says it. This decision may.
He does. What part of the opinion is he talking about when he says that?
Overruling the case, presumably, and maybe in the conclusion as well.
Specifically, what legal doctrine?
Presumably the stare decisis. And
exactly, right? But which isn't what we're talking about, is it? The argument there is that for the court's legitimacy, we're not going to care whether the public gets really mad at this decision, because that's not our job. Our job is to rule on what the Constitution says.
Okay, I withdraw that argument and say, for the sake of this, that the court that only extends so far as their stare decisis argument. Deal with what I said before. The court, on numerous occasions in its past, has dealt with critical moral questions of the country. Whether or not schools should be desegregated, whether or not we should have fundamental rights to gay sodomy, whether there should be a fundamental right to marriage, whether or not gay marriage must be legal in this country. Numerous critical moral questions in this country have been decided by the Supreme Court unilaterally, you would say. And even elections. And there's never been this kind of like clear statement rule or like no controversy rule that, okay, if people are really debating it, then the Supreme Court's not going to get involved. Come on, that can't possibly be what is dispositive in this fundamental rights case.
So it's not so much that if it's a tough moral question, the court doesn't make a decision. It's a question of...
That is what you're saying Alito is saying, though.
That's what you just... Right. Also, Alito
is saying that it should... You're saying Alito is saying it needs to go back to the states because of this fundamental moral question that we don't think that we have the right to have a say on.
He literally
says... Do you want me to finish, or do you want me to... Okay, so what I was saying was, the other cases you talked about, I mean, you named a bevy of them. Some were decided on equal protection, which is actually an explicit thing in the Constitution. And then others were implied rights. All of the ones you mentioned, I think, were couched in that generalized right to privacy. He's saying that this is not just the case about the right to privacy. He's saying it's also a case where you might be killing someone.
But he specifically says that he refuses to answer that question. So he immediately throws that away. How is there any merit to that argument if he says this is different than all these other cases for reason X? But I'm not going to talk about reason X for the rest of this opinion.
Because he's specifically not deciding. See, you're using his logic as somehow like it's against him when it actually makes sense. He's saying, you might be killing someone. I'm a lawyer. I'm just a judge. I'm not going to take that out of the hands of the people. That's it. Because it's not just a privacy question.
Let's separate those out. Clearly, it's not enough that a question be a critical moral question that's hotly debated. That's not going to at all drive just because it's debated right now, that is not going to drive our analysis on fundamental rights. Correct? You agree with that?
Correct.
Okay, so then why bring that up? The democracy stuff goes away. The whole point of the Constitution is to constrain democracy.
Maybe I'm just not being articulate here. So what I'm trying to say is, you have rights in the Constitution. And if a law violates those rights, the Supreme Court is supposed to strike it down. The court seems to agree, even in this case, that the right to privacy does exist in the Constitution. And so if a law just invaded the right to privacy, the court presumably should strike it down. What he's saying is, but there's a good argument, and a lot of people think this, that it's not just the right to privacy. It could also be killing someone. And so, instead of saying...
I want to compartmentalize, bro. The first question was the democracy argument for distinguishing other fundamental rights. That cannot be valid. The fact that you leave it to the people, that is not a basis. That it should not be at all influencing our fundamental rights analysis. You must agree with that. The only thing that's left... We'll get to the potential killing stuff. But at least everything you had to say about leave it to the people, everything you had to say about it being like a question that people are fighting about, that cannot at all factor into our analysis. The
Can I
fact that
bring
people are
up
fighting today.
one thing that I think Alito said after that? I don't know if that influences that or not, but I thought I might be making this up. I thought there was a second part that he added that not only had the people been divided on it, but they remain divided to this day. When we bring up things like gay marriage and the other things, I think for the most part, didn't the country kind of fall in line on those issues? But on abortion, it still seems like we're just as divided as the day it was ruled on it, which might have been something
that shouldn't matter. I think.
Yeah, maybe not, but I'm just saying. I
argument-
think so. Like maybe
Yeah.
Alito's analysis here, if we were to look at gay marriage, if we still had like a ton of states like dramatically trying to outlaw gay marriage, then that would be a bit more analogous to this. Or maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know, but I believe Alito said that. Yeah.
The whole point, I think, of so I'll give you another example with a explicit right. The First Amendment. People disagree about whether flag burning is protected speech. They really do legitimately disagree, and assume that after, is it what, Texas versus Johnson? Is that it? Johnson? I don't know. Assume that after that case, people still disagree on it. And later it comes back in a challenge and be like, you know what, the First Amendment, its scope, people don't really agree with our case. People don't really agree that flag burning is protected by the First Amendment. And so since people don't really agree, and since it's still a hotly contested issue, we're going to say the scope of the First Amendment and the rights that it provides is narrowed now because people haven't seemed to accepted our logic. Do you think that is a reasonable ground to define the scope of rights? Is whether or not people agree at the time that you've enacted a decision?
No, and I think at least in word, maybe not in deed, Alito would agree that no, that's not legitimate. But that's not what I'm saying. And I think by trying to compartmentalize it, you're missing my point. Again, I'll try to be more articulate. It's not just an argument that people disagree. It's that they disagree on an aspect of abortion that kind of defeats this is just a privacy issue argument. You see what I'm saying? So again, you have marriage. Let's just say there was a state that banned marriage. Easy case. And let's say everyone in the state agreed with this law for some reason. Maybe it's a super feminist state that thinks marriage is a patriarchal tyranny.
Sure.
The court, assuming it was being logically consistent and everything, and we'll put that to the side, would say, we don't care that everyone in the state agrees with this. It's simply a right to marriage. There's simply a right to marriage in the Constitution that we've agreed with forever. What he's saying, as I understand it, is that this isn't just a privacy issue. This is an issue where we might be killing someone, and a lot of people think that. And so are we going to just say, you know what, this is just a right to privacy. Ignore what all those people think about this whole killing thing.
You're bootstrapping.
Yeah.
You're bringing in what you said you weren't going to bring in. So you're bringing the fact
confused.
that so assume that 99% of people in the country, except for one state, agreed that abortion was not killing a human being. You think that should affect whether or not Roe v. Wade should be overturned in the modern day? The fact that 99%.
No, I think he's using that to bolster the point that it could be killing someone. I don't think he's just saying because a lot of people think it could be. I think he's saying
it's
like
not changing anything, right?
There's a good. I'm not sure that it doesn't change anything. I think it bolsters his point, as I read it at least.
Well, if you take it, what I'm asking you is, take it away. Assume that most of the country, the large percentage, call it 95%, thinks that you're not killing a life. Does that change his outcome here? The answer
Would it or
is
should it?
logically, formalistically.
Logically, no, I don't think it does, because that argument would still exist.
Exactly.
So what he's saying is if we don't have the ability to honestly say this right is in the Constitution, and in this case he thinks we don't, because it's not just a matter of privacy, which is what all the precedent establishes. It's also a question of whether
you're just
killing someone.
bootstrapping the controversy argument. If I give you the fact that most of the country agrees with me, 95% agrees with me, and that doesn't change the fact that he's overturning Roe, why bring it up?
So I don't think I was bootstrapping. I don't think I was bootstrapping. Let me try again. We can say as the court that a law is invalid if it violates this well-established right to privacy. But in this case, you could be killing somebody. Even if everyone just disagrees with me in saying that, let's say I'm Justice Alito, even if everyone disagrees with me in saying that, it's still the case you could be killing someone. And so since abortion is fundamentally different than the other privacy rights we've acknowledged, because it's not just a right to privacy that's at issue here, we can't say that there's a constitutional
Okay, then
right.
I'm gonna pull it out. Then I'm gonna pull it out. I'm the judge, and doing the contraception thing. Suppose, I know that most people disagree with me that contraception is killing human lives, but I don't care. I think it might be killing human lives. Therefore, it's different.
Yep.
So what? Same argument.
Yeah, that doesn't that just seem extremely unreasonable there, though?
That's what you just said. You just said.
No. What you're?
I'm using your argument.
No. Yeah, but what you're stating, Pisco, in the sense of you're saying that if you say something on its face that no one else agrees with, is that justification in of
That's
itself?
my whole point. So
I understand that, but the question that it's still getting to here with Alito, and I again, Tom's been trying to get it across, and it seems to me to be here that what Alito is taking in is that there's like a fact question of what abortion is, in his opinion. Like that's what it seems like he's stating. Now, you two have been going back and forth. Well, what percentage or at how many people agreeing with that fact question being a question makes it a legitimate thing? I mean, that's interesting to go down and you could talk about that day over day. But getting back to the logic of the opinion, he is drawing a dividing line of what abortion entails. And I think he does it in a way that I think most reasonable people would assume. When you first spoke with Destiny on this topic, he said that there clearly is a fundamental difference between contraception and abortion. I think anyone would agree that if you were to do coitus interruptus, that's drastically different than at 30 weeks.
You're appealing to the consensus.
No, I'm not appealing. I am not
what reasonable people would think.
No. Well, because words mean things, and if a judge drafts an opinion that the English language doesn't follow or make any sense, you would go, that's ridiculous. But that's not what we're talking about here. Again, the question simply is that he's drawing a dividing line between abortion and contraception. I know you don't agree with it, and I get that. That can be something that you disagree with. But he's explaining in his opinion the factual distinction that he's making. And
no, he's not. He's saying that there's a factual distinction that he refuses to answer. So therefore there is no actual factual distinction. Like, okay. I don't understand. If I said that there is some marital rape was like, there was a question of if that's rape or not in America, and that's so we're not gonna do something about marital rape because not everybody thinks it's rape. But
you're not actually distinguishing it. You're not actually distinguishing. You're just saying there's a question there.
But I'm not going to say whether or not it's rape, in my opinion. I'm just going to say because there's a question of if this is rape or not, then I'm going to say it's different than whether or not sodomy is okay. Like, I don't understand if the justice is saying that there's a distinction, but I refuse to make any remarks regarding the distinction, then how is he saying that there's a distinction at all if he refuses to talk about it?
He just says there's a question that there's a distinction. There's a question. He's not actually distinguishing, except for saying that there's a question of it.
No, he's just citing to Roe as well as Casey that says that abortion is unique, that Roe could be found to be sui generis, which means it's a new right entirely in of itself and it's unique case law. And he's stating that this has been acknowledged by people that have upheld Roe, that this right involves this question. And he's stating that because it involves this question, which has been acknowledged in the cases that have granted the right, he's stating that because of that, I don't agree that privacy extends to this right that's fundamentally different, that we have already agreed on in Roe and Casey is different than other issues here. So
let's be clear. Let's be clear here. So what distinguishes contraception from abortion, in Alito's eyes? I just want to make this clear. We're using Alito's opinion. We're not using what Destiny has to say about it. We're not using what all your arguments are on abortion. What Alito says on the paper. What Alito
Yeah.
says on the paper, he does not say, well, obviously it's because the DNA is there. He doesn't just throw his hands up and say, well, clearly it's just different. He says that there's a critical moral question. And that's the basis on distinguishing from contraception and the sterilization cases and all that stuff, is that one involves a critical moral question involving whether or not life begins, and one doesn't. But he doesn't actually distinguish contraception. He just says that there's a question.
I mean,
Correct.
if you look at Obergefell from a substantive due process point of view, and you look at it from Alito's argument of, well, maybe there's a question here about what this underlying thing is, you could say the same thing about what marriage is. Like, does marriage have to be between a man and a woman? Like, there are definitely people in America who believe that. So
and they answer that question with the Equal Protection Clause. I know you want to eschew that part of the opinion for some reason.
Why are you unable to it might be the case that those cases come out on equal protection grounds in the same results, but just deal with be honest about what's a fundamental right and what's not. Don't just retreat to equal protection.
Here's why I keep talking about it. We came here to discuss whether this draft opinion, if it becomes law, endangers those other cases, and you want to conveniently ignore the best arguments against your position. I mean, what the opinion explicitly says, the fact that some of these other cases were decided on equal protection. Look, we can do that. If you want to live in a different world, we can talk about the different world. But I thought we were here to talk about whether this case logically endangers the opinion, and then maybe also talk about some speculation on whether the judges are liars.
Well, we'll do fundamental rights, and then we'll deal with equal protection. As soon as we're done with fundamental rights, we can go to equal protection.
I would like to postulate that if Alito wrote the majority opinion to Obergefell, and he could easily write in the exact same way that he wrote in this opinion, the draft opinion, that there's this fundamental question of what is marriage, and it's not something that we're going to get into. And he could have completely written it in a way that does not touch equal protection. That's the kind of point we're trying to make here, is that the argument that in this opinion is an awful argument, and it doesn't make sense. And also, because of the way he wrote it, could impact other rights, under fundamental rights, because of the analysis that was done.
100%.
So I think he wrote a dissent, and I think he basically did say that. I could be wrong.
Okay, exactly. So all that Pisco was trying to say when he's gone on Destiny streams is that if you look at the way that this opinion was drafted and the reasoning behind it by Alito, who is the majority opinion writer, that this could spell ill will towards other fundamental rights if the same types of analysis were done to those fundamental rights. And now we've shown that you
and that's wrong.
To other ones. Like
no, not wrong, but it's not wrong, because look at how easily he dispensed with the equal protection argument in this particular case. He deals with it in a paragraph. That there's another, I don't know if the SG or one of the petitioners or someone in one of the briefs brings up the equal protection argument. He dispenses it within 2 seconds. I don't think that I'm crazy for saying, like, I don't have the highest confidence in this court. We can talk about the equal protection part after, and I can address, why am I not allayed by the fact that there's potential equal protection holdings in Lawrence and Obergefell. I can talk about that, but first I want to talk about one thing at a time. Let's talk.
So notice how you keep conflating two separate issues. The first is that what the opinion says, and the second is you don't have much trust in this court, and I totally buy into that.
Okay,
neither do I.
Can I make a suggestion?
Go for it.
Okay, so I've never moderated a discussion like this before, but I think I understand better how this conversation, if you want to do another one of these, how this conversation should go. I think theoretically, what you guys should do is, one, is we should establish the rationale that was used or that will be used in the upcoming Dobbs opinion. That's step one. And then step two is I think that we should look at 3 cases, Lawrence and the Augerbell or whatever the fuck that one guy's name is, and the other one. We should take a look at the 3 cases, and then you need to demonstrate what the ruling is that Alito is making on Dobbs, and then what parts of the rulings of the other 3 cases are being jeopardized, and then go line by line on that. I think that'd be the best, because we're kind of like we're hopping around in a ton of different things that Alito says. We've hopped around in a ton of different things coming from the 14th, the 9th, whatever amendment. And then we're kind of jumping back and forth without making any progress, because I don't think we've clearly established those things. I think like a more rigid structure would probably make the conversation a bit easier.
No, Destiny, I totally agree with that. But I see the problem as this. I want to talk about, first, does this jeopardize the fundamental rights holding of those cases. And every time we want to ground out and say, like, yeah, it does affect the fundamental rights cases, they say, well, what about equal protection? We're not there yet. Let's finish with fundamental rights, and then we'll talk about equal protection. And so you guys do not want to do that. You do not want to concede that the Dobbs opinion absolutely does jeopardize at least the fundamental rights holdings of these other cases.
Okay, let's try this then. Okay, I'm giving you 1,000,000,000% of my brain. Okay, Pisco, lay out as concisely as possible. What do you mean when you say this? The fundamental rights. Go ahead, go lay it out.
So many of these opinions that we're talking about that that they bring up have an equal rights component to it.
What do we mean when we say equal rights?
So there's two foundations for a lot of what we're talking about here in terms of the government not being able to pass certain regulations. One is a substantive right found in the due process clause that deals with like whether or not something is historically deeply rooted in our tradition and history, and whether it's I forget the term. It's implicit in our notions of ordered liberty.
Sure.
That is the test for like the substantive right. Okay. The other kind of source of striking down a lot of these laws is the equal protection clause. That deals with classifications and whether or not certain classifications target suspect class or sort of involve themselves with fundamental rights, or that they classify based on fundamental rights, or they classify based on quasi-suspect classes. And so a lot of these cases can be thought of as substantive due process cases or implied rights cases. But there's also equal protection components to it.
Yep. Okay.
Likewise, so like a Obergefell could be thought of as substantive right to marriage. And also there's a component to it which is like you cannot classify on the marriage based on being a sexual minority.
Yep.
And what I want to do, and what I propose that we do, is do one at a time. Does this ruling upend precedent with respect to the fundamental rights analysis? Step one. And then the other one is, do we still have the equal protection holdings of those other cases to hang our hat on?
Okay. And so for the fundamental rights part, you believe that this case, Dobbs, undermines the fundamental rights analysis?
Notwithstanding the fact that the case in dicta says officially we are not overturning, we're not providing doubt to those cases, because that is what it is. It is dicta, and it's not holding. And as we said before, courts are not bound by it. This court is not bound by it. And we know that this is more sort of like the, I guess, real politique. We know that
sure, we're just looking at the logic. We don't care about what the judge is saying about other cases. We're
looking at the logic. I think what's more important to draw from this ruling on fundamental rights is not that dicta, but the actual logic of the opinion and the historical analysis. And what the historical analysis does is it looks at abortion, I think, narrowly, not as a decisional right on whether to bear or to get a child, like Eisenstadt said, not as a broader sort of conception of privacy, but as the thing itself. It would be like if in Lawrence we looked at gay sodomy as opposed to intimate relations between two consenting adults. And if you look at it that way, you're going to find a lot of historical baggage in a way that's not getting to the essence of what that liberty interest is about.
So how do you decide when? So what was the case for gay stuff?
Marriage, or gay sodomy is Lawrence.
Gay sodomy is Lawrence, and that one came after the
2003.
Yeah, but that came after that. Didn't that come after another case where the government said they weren't interested in like just normal sodomy rather than gay sodomy? One of the gay things came out of literally just equal protections, and it came from a prior court case that said between two married people, the state didn't have an interest in. I don't remember if this was just sodomy.
That had to do with contraception.
Oh, contraception is what I'm saying.
Contraception married people, and then there was a case for contraception versus for anybody.
Gotcha. And the contraception one was Griswold, right?
And and the one for everybody is Eisenstadt.
Okay.
And the Eisenstadt opinion, you can kind of see it also in equal protection terms, because it was distinguishing between married couples and unmarried couples.
Okay, so let me see if I can brain away this one, okay? So for gay sodomy stuff, Pisco, you're saying that the court is not talking about gay sodomy. It's just talking about whether or not it has an interest in anything going on there, whether or not...
No, not state interest. This is about first individual rights.
Okay, first individual rights.
Yeah, so the individual right, do you think of the individual right as a right to have intimate relations with a consenting adult?
Okay.
Is that the level of generality? And if you don't, if you have that right, then you can look at history and be like, oh my God, when has the government ever said, sex is illegal?
Sure.
Or when has the government ever done like all those other stuff, right? So you can look at those and you can find tons of history that protect that right.
Okay.
But if you look at a gay sodomy and using Alito's analysis, there's no affirmative right to gay sodomy back in the day. People were, gays were heavily discriminated in this country for years.
So
and
then,
years.
how are you comparing this to Roe?
Just like Dobbs.
Yeah.
In Dobbs, rather than look at abortion as a decisional right of whether to bear or beget a child, or a broader conception of privacy, what Dobbs is doing is focusing extremely narrowly on abortion, and it's picking out times in history, which is very different than what happened in Roe.
And you reject. You're saying that drawing this line around the difference between like abortion and having a child would be like if they were to draw a line around like gay sodomy and just normal personal sexual relationships.
Yes, exactly. And it would also be like if
doesn't that seem a little bit unsatisfying, or does it not seem that like there probably is a difference? Now I'm just kind of intuitively on fields or whatever, but does it not seem like there's a bit of a difference between gay versus straight sexual relationships versus contraception versus abortion, that like factually these might be pretty fundamentally different things? Or
is there a difference in the difference? Is that what you're saying? So isn't there a difference between how close gay sodomy is as to regular sexual intercourse and the difference between contraception and abortion?
Yeah.
I don't know the magnitude of the difference in difference there.
Well, the magnitude of the difference
people
seems to be
think
quite
very
large,
strongly.
right?
People thought very strongly in both the gay sodomy case and
I understand this, but this is
gay
where
marriage case.
Quid Pro Joe's argument, I think, came up when he said like words mean things, right? Like people can think that there's a huge difference between gay people touching each other and straight people touching each other. That's fine if you think that, but the reality is if you swap one person for another, that's the difference.
That's not...
Whereas when it comes to contraception versus abortion, it seems like we're factually talking about fundamentally different things. No,
ask people in the Muslim world, ask in places where it's death by execution to engage in that kind of gay conduct. Ask the people, the Christian conservatives in this country, when they're talking about
I don't think
it's
I could be wrong, but I don't think it's so much the moral question, just the factual question of like how different is a gay relationship versus straight relationship versus the difference between contraception versus abortion.
Like
the level of the sin might be different, but
no, it's just as fierce. People have opinions that you should die because of it. There are people.
I'm not disagreeing with you there. The magnitude of the difference of the sin, of how bad the evil might be, would be substantially different. But the thing itself,
really,
like the
Destiny,
fact, the underlying
you
fact
think
of the matter.
It's so different. If you have sex in a vagina, that's you can have procreation. It's an organ that was specifically designed to take a penis. There's no risk of transmission of a lot of the diseases that anal sex provides. In order to have anal sex, there needs to be a lot of preparation.
Well, we're not talking about the fact of the matter of like
it's very different.
Well, but what you said earlier, though, I feel counters a little bit. If we were having a discussion on outlawing things based on like a state interest in the prevention of the spread of HIV, then maybe these differences would be relevant. But
what we're saying is you can find huge factual distinctions between sodomy as such.
Okay, so then I got to ask you this, because I think this either blows us apart or we're both like in crazy on. So do you agree then that there's no factual difference between anything? Because you're telling me now that a person's individual morality can basically blow out a factual difference to be as large as we want it to be. So, for instance, like the difference between somebody like petting an alligator and flying an airplane, that factual difference is just as big as the difference between the number 1 and 2. Because in one religion, somebody might say the number 2 stands for evil.
Factual differences matter, Destiny. But if they matter, they have to be elaborated by the court. And so the court could have said.
But they did elaborate. Isn't the elaboration that there might be a person being killed? Wasn't that the elaboration that might be the case? Some people believe that.
They didn't.
But that they specifically refused to answer that question.
But that's the whole point of kicking it back to the states, no? Because when we talk about gay versus straight relationships, they're not saying like we're going to solve this or kick it back to the states because a person might be being killed. That's not even a question.
But you could say the same thing about contraception. They could have said it's a moral question. Kick it back to the states. That's not solving anything. You have to actually distinguish contraception and abortion. Every smart person in the chat right now who says like you're an idiot for thinking they're the same thing. I'm not saying they're the same thing. But if the court is distinguishing on the grounds that they're different, the court needs to say why. It needs to say why. And he doesn't. He whiffs. He says it's a critical moral question about whether or not you're killing a life.
Well,
That's
wouldn't
not
it be? But
distinguishing.
if
That's
they
just
were
seen as a
to,
question.
if they were to actually make a statement, wouldn't you be more upset? Because now you're saying the court is venturing into territory that it has no business making a distinction between, or like it isn't the court's business to say that it's a human life.
If they decided
or
what
something,
they're saying is, if they decided what they're saying is, I think, fetuses are persons under the Constitution, or at least fetuses are persons in our storied tradition.
Mhm.
They don't want to say that because they know how much of a shitstorm that would be. And so,
wait. I
order-
thought we agreed that the judges aren't ruling based on public opinion, or at least shouldn't be. No,
They say that. They say that. What I'm saying is, he hasn't done that. Forget
Sure.
about what I just
well,
said.
I'm trying to just follow the logic. Because like there's three decisions.
I shouldn't have even said that.
Sure,
I'm
I understand.
sorry.
That's fine. But let's say there's three decisions the court could make. They could either one, leave it as is, two, rule more strongly in favor and like enshrine like abortion rights as being even more hardcore or something, or three, they could get rid of all of it and kick it back to the states.
Yes, to be clear, I would prefer an ambiguous undermining of these cases than explicitly holding that
it's illegal
fetuses
or
are persons in lives. I agree with that, but that doesn't undermine the conclusion, which is this opinion absolutely, especially on the fundamental rights analysis, undermines the previous fundamental rights holdings of this court. And people are not crazy, and people are behaving predictably, and the evidence is all around you that what are states doing? They're preparing for laws that are going to absolutely target the other fundamental rights. And lawyers.
Well, hold on, but is that other than abortion?
Yeah, you're going to see more contraception laws, 100%, and you're going to see. I guarantee you're going to see states that are going to try to challenge Obergefell on all fours.
Well, especially like types of contraception that kind of toe the line between
like Plan B or
abortion
something,
or not,
right?
like
Yes.
Plan B.
Sure.
And so like people are behaving rationally because they understand what this opinion portends. It's not delusion. It's rational response to an opinion that seems to, like Glucksberg, narrow the scope of the individual right in a way that makes other implied rights more subject to attack. And to deny that, I think, is to deny the logic of the opinion and to deny practical reality.
Well, I don't want to do this whole argument, so
No, yeah, well, no, well, I think at this point we've done our best to try to exhaust the different opinions and how we're viewing these things, and I think again, just getting back to the statement that Pisco just said, thinking that's a rational or reasonable way to view this, that's fine for you to agree with that. I mean, there is a constitutional scholar, Amar Akil, he's the most cited constitutional scholar of this generation by Supreme Court justices. And on his podcast, he put out an outstanding bet. Destiny talks a lot, don't trust people that give opinions that don't put money behind them. He put a bet out for 100K, 2-to-1 odds that literally Griswold's going nowhere and these other substantive due process cases are going nowhere. And I think that's important to state because, one, we've already been compartmentalizing the substantive due process discussion along with equal protections. I mean, you have to acknowledge the reality that a lot of these rights are couched in equal protections and they're not going to be touched for that very specific reason. And then you also have to understand that what this opinion actually does and what it says, it doesn't move the ball in the way that I think an accurate representation of reading it would get you. Again, discussing, or you could disagree with their assessment or Alito's opinion stating there's a factual question here that needs to be answered that they can't answer or that they won't answer. And you can also be dissatisfied with them running away from answering that question. But I don't think, again, that gets to the heart of what the opinion is going to, which is, again, it's just drawing a factual distinction between abortion and those other rights. And then it explicitly says within this opinion should be taken in no way to cast doubts on those other rights. So to think that this opinion casts doubts on other rights, okay, we can say that, we don't trust the court, that's completely fine, and that this is just dicta. But we also then have to grapple with what did this opinion actually do? And what it did was it factually distinguished abortion to bring it outside the umbrella of substantive due process. I don't see how a factual distinguishment of the abortion right gets you a factual distinguishing of the gay rights or interracial marriage. I don't. That logic
weakens the substantive due process argument.
No, but that's what you're arguing about simply right now is a case that says this is not for other cases. There's bunches of dissents out there already about Supreme Court justices giving you the fighting against Obergefell and Lawrence. Those are as much presidential value, if not more, than this opinion if you were to cite it and use that for the reason to bang the table and say these rights are going away. And that was my main
gripe. Putting so much weight on the one sentence of "Don't worry, guys, we promise we're not going to touch these other rights." When
they don't even say that, by the way.
Literally done that before when we talked about it with the Janice case.
Well, here I'm just curious, actually, for I guess for Pisco's side, why would they include that if they didn't mean it? If they, because I mean, they exist relatively independently. It's not like they can be, well, reasonably like impeached or something. The public shit doesn't, whatever. Like, do you think they just do that? Do they actually read Twitter and they get their opinions? Yeah, I'm curious. I'm not meaning to phrase that like.
I think for this, you really do have to have like a realism answer. I don't know if you, I don't know that you get there in the formalism. The court knows that its opinions are going to be read. The court has, as you know, has a legitimacy crisis right now. The court is overturning both Casey and Roe v. Wade, and in doing so, they're, I think, perfectly conscious, and other parts of the opinion show that they're perfectly conscious that it's going to be an absolute shitstorm. And when it happens, it's already a shitstorm. And so I think that that's put in there to like put some calm in the world. To try to. I really do. I mean, I don't think what other reason could there be?
Well, I would say though. I would say a good reason that also might be in there is, again, it's all about counting to 5. They have to get votes on their side. And again, if we already know that potentially Roberts isn't joining in this opinion, that's up in the air. But we also know that, again, both Gorsuch and Kavanaugh are, again, if you don't want to acknowledge this reality, they were clerks for Kennedy. Kennedy's entire reputation and legacy is gay rights. That maybe they wouldn't want to sign on to an opinion that that actually has reasoning or dicta in it to attack those cases. Because they don't want to
still attack other ones like contraception and things like that. I think we're still getting away from the fact that he's specifically saying that, don't worry, the fact that this moral question of whether or not this life that I refuse to acknowledge exists, right? That this distinction that I'm going to specifically make means that I'm not this opinion doesn't affect all these other ones. Of course not, because that there is nothing like that in those other ones, right? Like, I don't think that me or Pisco are saying that concept is in those other ones. Maybe in the contraception, but obviously the specific question of whether or not there's life in marriage is not there. So yes, he can say, don't worry, we're not going to use this opinion to overrule all these other rights, because they specifically narrowed the overruling to this fact that there's this thing that he's saying exists, but then won't obviously touch.
I follow
just real quick.
Go for it, Tom.
Just real quick, I was going to say that if they put that statement in to maintain their legitimacy, it would be exceptionally stupid, because then if in 5 years you overturn gay marriage, then you look like double liars, right?
But they didn't make a commitment.
No, but they're only saying we're not going to overturn it on the grounds that it deals with a moral question relating to whether or not abortion has a life, ends a life.
So again, we're talking about legitimacy here. And if you put in a statement that says this opinion should not be read to endanger these other cases, and then you go around and overturn them in a few years, you look very dumb. So that's all I'm saying. It would be a dumb strategic
Why not
move.
affirm it? Then why not affirm them? Why not say these are this is good law? And why not say that they were rightly decided? They don't say that.
Yeah, it just says we're not going to use this analysis regarding whether or not there's a fundamental life that is ended. That part we're not.
I think you might be missing my point. I'm saying that if they put that statement in there to make themselves look good, to placate society, to not cause an uproar, which again would be dumb, because of course you are going to get an uproar regardless of what you say. And then you turn around and overturn those cases, you look extremely dumb.
He's
right?
saying
it's
that,
not
like, if you're saying that it's a real politic thing, that this is like a political strategy, this would be the worst political strategy.
I understand what he's saying. It's to buy time. It's to buy time.
Wait, buy time for what? Like, he's a Supreme Court justice, or does he think he's going to die? Yeah.
So if you said, if you didn't put that in there, what you're worried about is punctuated outroar, and you're worried about enough
attacking the court.
Yeah, exactly. You're worried about that
Punctuated
situation.
outroar.
What about that?
We don't we have punctuated outroar? I mean, like it doesn't matter if you're overturning Roe and Casey.
Well, no, he's saying
People are gonna
punctuated
be up
outroar,
or
and that
down.
like this ruling right now will at least pacify the masses because we'll believe
Correct.
Alito.
You're gonna have people like you, who come on podcasts and say, "Don't worry, guys, we're all fine."
Yeah.
That's what's gonna happen, and it's
And there's
exactly what's
also
happening now.
people that are the
So
most
again-
prominent common law scholars saying the same exact things and putting 100K bets 2-to-1 odds on those. So I mean,
100K 2-to-1. Wait, really?
We have, multiple arguments here. I know you said we keep ignoring the substance of due process and sticking to equal protection. I don't think that's true at all, but I mean,
Well,
you
I think it's
have
true.
that-
Wait. I think it's true. Does Alito distinguish other than by saying it's a critical moral question about whether it's a life? Is there any other distinguishing factor?
Not that I can tell. Well, maybe the historical thing too. Yeah, so I would say two things.
But does he
says
say
it's-
the fact that he's not going to that this opinion doesn't affect those because of the historical analysis? No. He's only saying that in the instance where it has to do with the difference of the moral life being ended.
Correct. Because
Yeah, I think
historical
that's
analysis,
right.
if he applied it to those other cases, would be devastating for those other cases.
And that's
No,
literally
I
the whole
don't think
point
it would,
that we were
because
trying
again-
to talk about the historical analysis problem earlier, which you guys
Yeah,
just
and
refused
no.
to.
We talked about it ad nauseum, and you guys just kind of were talking past us, I think. Again, you have the explicit statement, which says this. Your theory is that it's just to placate the masses. Well, that didn't work very well. There's quite an uproar, as anyone would have expected. And then, of course, they'd look ridiculous if they overturn some of those cases in a few years. But in addition, we've been talking ad nauseum about the historical... Real quick. We've been talking ad nauseum about the historical analysis where you keep saying this case narrowed the right to just focus on abortion. I again don't see that. I don't know what you're talking about. The historical analysis in Roe was also specifically talking about the right to abortion and criminalizing the right to abortion. It was also talking about how this is a unique right. They say that in Roe. They say that in Casey. They say it in Dobbs. I just don't
state's interest,
understand.
for defining the state's interest. So don't try to just play that game again. We know what they were doing with those quotes is to define why the state is allowed to pass regulations at certain points in time. When you say like, it's just abortion, off the backs of Griswold, off the backs of the education cases, off the backs of Eisenstadt and the sterilization cases, all of that is informing the analysis in Roe v. Wade. And yeah, obviously they have to decide the case before them. So at a certain point, they're going to engage in historical analysis of abortion as abortion. And if I were running the game, it is relevant whether or not abortion was totally criminalized and beyond the pale at all times in this nation's history. Like that is certainly relevant evidence. But that doesn't mean that what was thought of in Roe v. Wade wasn't something broader than just abortion as abortion. It would be to ignore the foundation of Roe v. Wade, which obviously is much bigger in scope.
So if someone says Roe v. Wade stands for the proposition that you have a constitutional right to abortion, would you agree or disagree?
I would agree with that statement.
Well, okay. Well, that's I think again that this is kind of where we're looking from. It is like, let's be honest, what Roe's deciding. It's deciding the constitutional right of abortion.
Let me ask that question of Lawrence. Is Lawrence
overturning-
standing for the case that there's a constitutional right to gay sodomy?
I mean,
consenting adults.
Yeah, but I mean,
think,
well,
yeah.
Yes.
I think yes, and sodomy more generally. It actually does both from the way I read it.
Well, it's actually just sex acts in general. Sexual.
Okay. Sex
conduct.
acts with
doesn't have to be sodomy.
But
Yeah,
if someone
that's
asked
true.
you, do you have a fundamental right to gay sex? The answer is yes, right? It's a constitutionally protected right to gay sex.
Correct.
And the same is true of abortion, so it doesn't distinguish. Your
Yeah.
formulation of that question as though it's some gotcha, and because I
Wait,
can
which
formulate it as
question?
a right to.
Which question is it,
The
Gotcha?
question is like, would you agree with the statement that there's a fundamental right to abortion?
Yeah.
Yes, I would. I would also say that there's a fundamental right to gay sex. But obviously, the opinions are about ideals and values that are broader than that.
Yes and no, right? They're talking about where are we getting these rights from, and they talk about very broad things, and then they narrow it, We seem to all agree on this. This is why I'm so confused why you think this Dobbs opinion is narrowing it more than the other cases did. It seems like Alito's just coming to a different conclusion. That's saying, yes, you have all these rights couched in privacy. Abortion is different. That's what he's saying. He doesn't narrow it to
which is different than what
you can't narrow abortion. You can't narrow abortion to abortion. Like it's the same thing.
No, what we're saying is that the difference in Alito's opinion, what you're pointing out, the analysis that he did, which is different, is the reason why we can now look at all these other cases that had a different analysis, and if we applied his analysis to how he's overruling Roe v. Wade and Casey, to come out
what is the difference?
You could then
what is the difference?
Those cases.
What is the difference?
How can you say that with a straight face when Alito's in dissent in these cases? How can you say that how can you sit here and be like, I can't possibly fathom how that analysis would get different results in those cases when Alito's in dissent in Lawrence and he's in dissent in Obergefell? I don't honestly, do you really think it's unfathomable that his style of analysis would come to a different result in those cases?
So I think that's a separate question, but to answer both of what you just said. The first is that I still don't understand.
I'm sorry, I don't think he's in Lawrence. My bad. I don't think.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I don't think he was in Lawrence, but
he was in
I'm sure he would have. I mean, Thomas was in. Thomas was in.
I still don't understand the distinction you're making. Again, all Roe, Casey, and Dobbs are talking about a right to abortion. They all acknowledge the broader privacy rights. It's not like he says in Dobbs there's no right to privacy. They all are talking about the right to abortion. He says that it's different than the other privacy rights because it's not just a privacy issue. Now, if you're asking me if I think personally Alito would vote to overturn gay marriage, I think he probably would. I think Clarence Thomas would. I'm less sure about the other justices, right?
His opinion, and so using the fact that you say that means it's absolutely possible to use this opinion and see a way to apply it to those cases in a way that undermines them.
Yeah, I would also like to point out that it's a majority opinion, which means that there's a majority of justices which agree with the analysis.
I understand.
No, I don't think that's right.
Well, let me put it this way. If he is to vote against Lawrence, do you think he's not going to basically copy and pasta Scalia's dissent? So why are you telling me Dobbs? No, but why are you telling me? No, that's not silly because a dissent in a Supreme Court case that's dealing specifically with that right and that issue has more precedential value than a case that limits its holding on a factual distinguishing.
No, it has more persuasive value. It doesn't have more precedential value. It's a dissent. And the fact that you can find more...
I understand that, but more presidential value in the sense that it's more in line with holding to be a basis to reason why this is what it is. And what I'm simply stating here is that you're saying Dobbs' reasoning can be used to attack Lawrence or Obergefell. There's already reasoning to attack those on the books.
Do you think that Dobbs
in the dissents, and it's also within Glucksberg? You guys have already acknowledged over 20-some years ago, the court said we need to define these rights very, very, very in a narrow sense. Well, that's already, that was a 9-0 opinion, correct, in Glucksberg?
Yes, and that's why people have been saying that Roe v. Wade was going to get overruled once there was a conservative majority on the court, which is what happened. So I don't understand why you wouldn't think that the conservative majority would then continue to do that with other cases where they've had dissents, where they disagree with what the majority held because they have a concept of a conservative legal Jewish jurisprudence. I'm just
people have been saying
cognitive dissonance that you have where you're just like, okay, well, maybe there are some justices here that might actually not agree here. Okay, so Pisco, you're wrong because there's this one judge that he likes gays.
You're again conflating different arguments like you guys have been doing the whole time, but since 1973 people have been saying once you get a conservative majority, Roe's going to be overturned. It wasn't Glucksberg that was like, oh well, now no. Since 1973 there's been this insane when I say insane pro-life movement, I mean insanely strong. I do have lots of people close to me that are pro-life. I'm personally pro-choice, but you have been hearing people say we're going to overturn this shit since it came down. It wasn't Glucksberg that was the nail in the coffin. And again, I'm just not hearing how this right is more narrowly defined in the Dobbs opinion than it was in Roe and Casey. I'm just not hearing it. I've been asking repeatedly.
What are you talking about? I mean, the cases that Roe relies on recognize a fundamental decision about whether to bear or get a child. That's
And
Eisenstein.
doesn't Dobbs talk
And-
about? Doesn't
and-
Dobbs talk about them?
Dobbs distinguishes them in a totally bad faith, in my opinion, manner. When this
But
critical
doesn't
moral question that
Roe
we've been
and-
circling around forever, and the question
Doesn't Roe
y'all
and
have to
Casey
deal
distinguish them? They both distinguish them. They both
in
say
terms of
Roe
the
and
state's
Casey,
in terms of the state's interest, in terms of
which
the
is a
state's
distinguishing
interest.
factor, correct? That is a
That
distinguishing factor.
distinguishes when the state is allowed to infringe on that right, but it
Okay.
doesn't distinguish the foundation of the right itself. It might be a compelling purpose, but he doesn't do that kind of Roe analysis. What he does is he short circuits it and says there is no right at all. He doesn't go into the states and compelling state interest or any of that. And the question you guys have to answer is there any daylight between this analysis in Dobbs and Scalia's analysis in Obergefell and Scalia's analysis in Lawrence? And the answer
Yes.
is, what is it?
But you keep ignoring it, right?
What's the daylight in terms of the historical analysis? What's the daylight between Scalia in dissent in Lawrence and Scalia in dissent in Obergefell and Alito in the majority opinion? presumably in Dobbs?
So if you're talking about the dissent specifically, no, I think I'd agree that Scalia's dissent. But again, if you're talking about the actual opinions, the historical analysis,
it shows you what's obvious. And I'm sorry that I know I'm interrupting, guys, and I know I've been had a long day at work, and so I'm really sorry that I've been interrupting guys, and it's all good fun. I appreciate you guys having the conversation, all that stuff. And I'm sorry I keep interrupting, but it's just the fact that you're acknowledging that the kind of analysis by Scalia in dissent in these cases, there's not much daylight between that and what Alito's doing here, shows you that is ripe for those cases to be at least in formalistic danger.
So I think I would have misspoke. I think what I was saying there is that Scalia's dissents obviously would not uphold those rights. But if you're talking about the historical analysis in Dobbs, he does what at least he frames as the same thing that Roe was trying to do. Look throughout American history.
Things, and that matters.
He says, look throughout common law, look at the time of the 14th Amendment, look at the time of Roe, and what you see is that it's been criminalized throughout. That's what Roe did. Again,
He says that we're going to put more emphasis on the dates.
But like I said, if you completely eliminate that part of the opinion, the result is the same, because you have the common law.
Completely eliminate
you have
parts of the opinion that distinguish the fact that we're not going to touch these other cases. Would that change your mind?
So, like I was saying, you have the common law part as well. You have the Roe v. Wade part as well. He looks at the history of 3 time periods and says all of them show that there was not this fundamental right to abortion.
Yeah, and
which is why I just said
how one of the time periods that he looks at completely doesn't look at the right of abortion, and he looks at the right of whether or not forcing someone to get an abortion would be allowed, which is not.
I couldn't hear you because I was still talking.
Yeah,
so
true.
even if you cut out the 14th Amendment analysis, you still have 2 periods of history, one of which Roe did look at, the common law period, where he says no, abortion was banned, and no, you don't have a fundamental right to abortion. So again, I'm still totally unclear on how this Dobbs decision somehow narrows this right when they all 3 of these abortion cases that we're talking about look at the broader right to privacy. They look at the cases that talk about various specific rights in that right to privacy. And then this one differs from the other 2 in saying that because, like the other 2 said, abortion is different, you actually don't have a right to an abortion. And then the opinion says, oh, by the way, this doesn't touch other rights. And then, of course, you also have equal protection arguments in some of these other cases. So if we're just looking at the opinion, I think it's dubious that it affects these other rights. If you're looking at the secret motivations of the judges, I think they're more in danger. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, I love you guys. It's been fun. We've circled the drain on this for a while.
Yeah.
You want to do a second one of these that's maybe more structured? You can
Hell
submit
yeah.
that to me maybe, if you want. But I have to sleep soon, and it's already fucking 11 o'clock for me, so I gotta
do my shit.
Yeah, that
No,
was,
this was great.
Yeah,
This
that
was
was
for having us.
interesting. Maybe after the real opinion drops, because he might drop some new nuggets of info.
Oh yeah,
New legal
You know,
lore.
that'd be a lot of fun.
Let's do it.
Thank you, Destiny, so much for having us, and thanks to everyone who participated. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, I love
yeah,
you guys.
so-
Be careful.
yeah.
And again, Pisco, congrats on getting barred.
Thanks so much, man. I appreciate that.
Hell yeah. See you guys.
All right.
Have fun,
Later,
guys. Good night.
See ya.
Bye.
See everyone.
Oh, jeez. Okay. What a... What a thing. Somebody's asking why I don't upgrade my gear before I fight the wolf. Because my next gear upgrade is not that good. I think it's just like one level higher, and I feel like a waste building the... Oh no, I guess the merciless stuff upgrades from... Oh, never mind, actually. I didn't want to build the merciless and the others, but I guess the merciless stuff is the direct upgrade, so I'll probably build the next, so I guess I could do that. I just have to go back and look and see what it needed to be, but okay. Have fun, peace out. I love you guys, rip on. I will see you tomorrow. Right? Do I have anything? What do we have scheduled for tomorrow? A religion/morality talk with a YouTube chatter at night. Oh boy. Have I ever hosted Erudite before? Am I not able to host her YouTube channel? Oh, weird. I can't. That's so weird. Why would it not show up like that? Okay. Alright, well, hey, listen, I love you guys. It's been fun. Rip on, duders.